Bomb ticked away about half gone. Spots out that's a Nito attack and a Deagle headshot on top. Oh, imagine if he'd have nailed the second. He hits it with the orb. That is ballsy from A-Core. He's just going to fake it. Alex going to start to spam, surely. He's worried about the potential for a defuse, tagging it through the smoke. It's one bullet in it. And now Zentares gets the information, knows where he is, occupies the apartments, but beheaded is Madja. Woxic needs to be defusing now. Shush has surely done this. 2v5.
Well done from the Mongols.
Do that, see if they can have some success with it. Krad, he's not loving life for the moment. A lot of grenades raining down, but he is still alive back here. They don't know. They're gonna find out the hard way. Big double kill for him, and he sprays. Gets the headshot on Techno. What a round from him.
It comes down to timing. They squeeze them, and Saw's knees buckle in these moments. But here's the retake coming in. He's crossed over. The shot's missed. Udrik's got 40 health. He knows exactly what is up. The knife is out, and Saw goes down. Blumic still putting up numbers. Aerostos does get electronic, and then finally falls. Blumic is doing the work on this other half of the map, gotta say. There's a delay in the support for Blumic here, and Story knows it. He's got a pin behind the pillar.
Oh, the bomb, 40 health. The nade is perfect. Oh, dunk from downtown.
A man down in the post plant, and Fallen makes matters worse on that AWP. Adam S spammed out by Fallen's orb, and now it's just one man left against it all. Davy G, first kill found, but it's not done yet. They've run for the bomb, they're sticking it again. K Serato, the defuse man, will rob Koi of this chance.
We're here in Copenhagen for another day of play. This is the secondary stream, and we're going to be bringing you all of the action for our first best of three. Lin Vision taking on the Mongols. This is a domestic derby. We heard, if you were tuned in onto the main broadcast, how much Sudan or Blair is remiss that they have to clash here and now. But I suppose it's a product of the performances over the first 2 days.
Yeah, and he compared it to the movie Warrior.
He did.
So hopefully we get it as an exciting fight as we did in that cinema classic. But let's take a look at the standings out the gates here today. Cloud9 and Heroic yesterday, the first two teams to progress from the opening stage to the elimination stage. I know the verbiage might be confusing some of you, but don't worry. Let's say it's the challenger stage to the legend stage. Regardless, they're through to the next stage of competition with 3-0 in Swiss, and that's what we're looking for. 3 victories and you're through. On the other side of things, Amcal and Koi waving goodbye. So we lost 2 teams yesterday, and you mentioned here secondary stream will be losing 1 more to start the day with that Lin Vision versus Mongols matchup, and we'll have 3 more teams qualify and 2 other teams eliminated. Right?
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of Counter-Strike to go down today. We're done with the best of ones, at least for this stage. As we flip forward, where we get to what's it going to be, Thursday? Once we get to Thursday, we'll be
Elimination
kicking off into the elimination stage. But here's the schedule. Ecstatic versus Imperial is actually a progression game. So traditionally here, when we had the RMRs, the secondary stream or B stream would always be elimination and the A stream would always be progression. But they've chopped and changed it because the last game on the main stream today is Ents versus Furia as an elimination game, and that's a barn burner. So we want to get all eyes on that. But we've got Legacy versus Apex coming up as the second, and Linvision versus Mongols for you and I to sink our teeth into to start the day.
Yes, yeah. Ecstatic Imperial's an interesting one to look forward to, though. Yes, the limelight may be stolen by the Furia game versus Ents. There's something to be said about the Counter-Strike we've seen from Imperial and the fact this Ecstatic story continues to have some twists and turns.
Well, there is a little bit of a tie-in. Ecstatic, the 2 victories they've had against Linvision and Mongols, right? So they've been able to pick up victories against what is considered the weakest region. So for Ecstatic, you're not going to... Look, you can only play who's in front of you. And they've taken care of business, and they put themselves just one best-of-3 away as the only full 5 Danish team to progress.
So let's kind of draw focus into our matchup then,
Sure.
Chad. It seems like the odds, the experts, everyone is looking at the Mongols as a hot favorite for this one. And I assume there's a lot of tape on how these two go head-to-head.
Understandably so. This year, these two teams have played against each other twice, and both series have gone in favor of the Mongols 2-0. And in both of those series, Mongols have picked Ancient, so I expect them to pick that again today. We're getting a bit of ahead of ourselves, but that's where I expect Mongols to turn. And then for Linvision, they've gone Nuke and Anubis in the past, so I would assume maybe they give Anubis a crack, because both of these teams have played a bit of Nuke throughout. For example, Mongols, they started off against Eternal Fire, losing Nuke 13-6. They then played Ecstatic on Nuke, and they lost 13-10, but they played Amco yesterday on Nuke and won 13-2. So if you're Linvision and you're looking at the mixed bag, you're thinking, well, hold up, how are we going to address this? So for Linvision, they started the tournament against Heroic on Nuke, losing 13-5. They then took on Furia on Nuke, and that was the victory they picked up, the big upset, 13-9. And then they lost to Ecstatic on Overpass. So they've only played best of ones, Linvision, while Mongols lost 2 best of ones and then defended their honor against Amcal to eliminate them and keep their life alive in best of 3. So Nuke, Mirage, Inferno were the maps played in that best of 3 yesterday.
Right, yeah, which we just saw some of the highlights from on the way in. Okay, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they might want to stray away from Nuke, given that the Mongols may have had a whole lot more reps on it and have maybe tweaked and fixed some of the issues that were occurring in that Eternal Fire game. We covered that game, dude, and it was uninspiring.
It's also a different kettle of fish completely, because you are playing against a quote-unquote domestic opponent or regional opponent, right? So in terms of being outclassed on Nuke by teams who have better reps on it from the European side of the world, that's not going to be the case for the Mongols today. So if Nuke does come through, they are heavy favorites there. They're going to be feeling quite comfy on that just based on this head-to-head history. But I think cannibalism, Alex, is one of the most brutal types of violence, right? And that's what we're going to see today. But it's not in vain, because for the region, one of these 2 teams will get a free crack tomorrow in a 2-2 game to progress to the elimination stage. And if you make the top 16 of the major, you earn an extra spot at the next major for the region. Right, so people can check this out in the rules if they want. I'm going to read out the URL, Alex. Here we go. github.com/Valve software/counter-strike/blob /main/major-supplemental-rulebook.md. You can head over there, if you want, go to the subheading regional representation, and you can jump in there and you can read exactly what I'm talking about. So if the Mongols all Linvision are able to win today, I think there's a pretty high chance, using the calculator, that they might go up against Pain if Pain lose to Soar. So I'm on the board out there, you know,
you've calculated
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
So, and I would favor the Mongols against Pain tomorrow. And then if they go through to the top 16, they earn a 3rd spot for Asia in the next major circuit.
Holy.
So it's not, you know, there's a lot on the line.
There is a lot on the line. Okay, no, that you've definitely got the juices flowing there in terms of thinking how on earth the Mongols...
You want that URL again, or you're okay?
I got it, yeah. github.com/blob, counter-strike. But we got the vetoes on screen. May as well do our due diligence in that regard.
Those are the standy bands.
Bands.
So the Mongols do not play Vertigo. Linvision does not play Mirage. As mentioned, Mongols likely to pick into Ancient. They have done. Linvision deciding to start on the CT side, understandably so. And it will be Anubis.
Okay.
So it's gone Anubis, Nuke, and then Anubis again as far as the head-to-head picks this year, 2024, for these 2 teams going head-to-head.
I do like Anubis. Haven't seen one of those for us so far.
Maybe Nuke is the 3rd, because right now your Mongols getting to decide where we end up. Do you want to go towards Overpass? I think probably go towards Nuke, yeah. So a very healthy map pool for Mongols to be quite comfortable going into this. And no longer the woes, I think, of going up against opponents they're unfamiliar with. This is opponents that they're very familiar with and ones who they have a very good track record against.
Yeah.
So I am expecting a Mongols victory here today. But look, I think one of the things we've seen with Lin Vision is they're a team that wears their heart on their sleeve, and they definitely play some unorthodox Counter-Strike, whereas Mongols are a little bit more in line with what we traditionally see. But some of the Lin Vision rounds can be quite crazy, and I like it. I like it. I want to see more of it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand liking crazy.
It's fun.
It's definitely fun, and
We've all liked a crazy one in the past, Alex.
Exactly, you know, I can't fault them. I can't fault them. There's something about a crazy one, but there is also something about watching like kind of fundamentally sound Counter-Strike.
Well, that too.
Yeah, you know, I like both. I like both. I think I'd probably settle down with the fundamentally sound.
Yes. And have some fun with crazy one.
With crazy, yeah, for sure. But there is definitely some unorthodox
I see what you're saying.
Counter-Strike.
So we want Mongols to win because they're the safe bet to beat Pain potentially tomorrow.
Lin Vision have looked very interesting. Like they'll be making decisions that make no sense and work, and they'll be making things that do make sense and don't work. So it's a bit backwards sometimes. Lin Vision taking on the Mongols, and we start on Ancient. Let's get this party started. Looking to be leaned towards the A side. 3 CTs, however, started very close quarters. They'll be in mid.
And investigating, so probably a jump up, Tetris, and checking out the ledge and lane position. But as they push through elbow, they'll get a fight.
Oh gosh, yeah, this is a lot for G to handle here. They're ready, the trap is sprung. And just by pushing for that information, they've lost 2. Westmelon spotting out mid. Good start already for the Mongols on this pistol. Punishing the overextension.
They creep in Donut. That's probably a good call. Molly out towards Big Box. Westmelon will run the exchange. They can brave and play in front of that. Now locked off towards CT. The bomb should be going down once that incendiary to crowd control main some sides, but Blitz has the flank through Donut, even has a crossfire. This is looking very good for Mongols pistol.
Yeah, I like the kind of reserved approach. Letting the CTs outplay themselves.
Hello.
Oh, and with Zaka's back turned as well, he is a dead man. Nice response from Starry. Starry has impressed with some of his shots. I'd say the same for Zaka as well.
Yeah,
I think
clutches for Zaka have been, he's won a couple of 1-on-2s. Well, they're going to try and hold on to their Kevlar here, Westmelon and Starry. Understandably so. We should see a Lin Vision force by coming to the next if they're able to do so. Blitz has been in great form as well, highest rated player for the Mongols throughout the opening stage thus far. That's nice, okay. Well, Starry going to have no issues buying into a Famus going into the next round, so that's going to be tidy if they are, considering the force by Lin Vision. Now this was how it opened and essentially ended. Techno, I think him and Senzu are in the top 5 in terms of highest headshot percentage.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so we know that they're sharpshooters out of Mongolia. Young guns, we've spoken about the age of some of these individuals, Senzu and Zinho respectively. And actually not seeing the force buy. So the fact that they held on to the Kevlar does not result in Lin Vision shoving all in. There will be a Deagle upgrade, as well as Amelia into, I think, what is it, P250.
Yeah, I like the A main call. You've even got a flash
to
facilitate you pushing out. And the Armor getting himself a Deagle with some of the additional shots and kill rewards he got. It's not going to do anything, as Chad has highlighted. They're already basically outside A with the whole squad and the bomb.
How many does Blitz get this time around? Same position, different weapon.
Well, we could have a bit of a field day here.
They're noisy.
His teammate gets the info. Techno screaming. Blitz, they're all behind you. Like a
got lost in the
pantomime.
smoke.
Yeah, he's lost his rifle. I mean, that is
Save that.
suboptimal. And leaving with an AK is a victory in itself.
I think that was a time period.
Yeah, the Victorian era. And yeah, you're not going to be too happy with that one. If you're Blitz, you feel a little bit silly.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Once you're thrust out mid and you're around the red smoke, do you want to phase through it, knowing that there could be CTs on the other side? Didn't know exactly how many had thrust through that A push. So it does give over quite a hefty prize. Now it's more damage looking to be done. Lin Vision congregated with 4, searching through T-spawn outside the B doors. So if Mongols want to exit, they've got to do it the hard way.
Oh, this bomb radius is huge.
Yeah, this is probably great
huge.
damage.
Yeah, Westmelon
Run,
takes
boys,
down
run.
9-10. You have to get out
Techno,
of there.
you're
Techno's
dead.
gone too. This is actually ridiculous. Down another. Senzu loses his rifle. And with 4 casualties in what was essentially an anti-eco, there was nothing but a deagle and a flashbang.
Yeah, you don't love to see that. So as far as an eco goes, Linvision are going to be very happy with what they were able to pick up. 2 AK-47s, they were going to upgrade into rifles anyway. Good work from the Chinese.
Yeah, no, that's really going to set them up for success. Coming into this third round, incredibly potent AKs, AWP on G.
910 didn't have a gun for a while there. He was hanging around in spawn, so he eventually gets himself into a Galil. But if you can win... What?
Yeah, that was a little scary. Starry stabilizes, catches Blitz on a solo mid-adventure.
And they've been locked out of B doors as well. Techno's isolated.
I don't think they saw him there. They did clear some of the smoke. Techno on a glance. They might overlook this forward position. Clearing through. Zaka down, ready for Westmelon. And just like that, the Mongols have found themselves a man advantage. Starry trying to tip the scales back in his favor. The smoke obscures. They can slip into cave if they're brave, but don't know what's on the other side of
Calling
that.
a save.
And looks like they're calling the save. Techno's in hot
Yes,
pursuit.
yes.
Oh, dear. This is revenge from the previous. Gets 1 on that MAC-10.
Bit of speed wobbles from a few individuals so far on the Mongols. Even though they're 3-0 up, the aim hasn't looked as crispy as you'd like. AWP for G to be saved. He's been the weakest member so far of Linvision. Holding on to 4750 cannon is going to be important.
Has it been Mazinho struggling as well for the Mongols? didn't take.
I think it was Techno.
It's Techno.
I think it's Techno who was actually tied in terms of rating. Something I don't really reference as much these days. It definitely has a place, but not in the type of conversations we're having during a live game. It's, yeah, Techno hasn't been having the best of times. You've been practicing your Mandarin?
I haven't, but nonetheless, I do love hearing, you know, just as a constant reminder that these guys are, you know, from a completely disconnected Counter-Strike region.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I do think Counter-Strike would only benefit from seeing Linvision and the Mongols and maybe that extra slot you were talking about, you know, maybe more competition.
I didn't also put the icing on top of that cake either, Alex.
Go on.
The second major of the year, Perfect World and PGL in Shanghai.
Touché, monsieur. Okay. To have an extra spot for a major in Shanghai would be massive.
Wouldn't it?
Oh, my lord. Quick pop flash, and it's actually going to be Senzu who's braving a fight on Jag. Taking down Zaka. Westmelon just has to stand and take that nade for fear of the spray.
They're not backing off, so committed. It was the attempted support. But right now, the Mongols can take their time. Still have a little bit of utility for the finish. 3 smokes, handful of flashes, some Molotovs as well. Going through cave on, I don't want to call it an anti-eco because you know there were saved rifles, but you know that there won't be rifles across the board. Can always be quite risky. So does Senzu call it off? Is that the magic line drawn in the sand? They've applied pressure towards Donut. Now looks like they might want to... Oh, great molly. It's going to burn, going to sizzle. Westmelon, I know you're up close and personal. Just about clearing their corners. There should be Senzus.
Good awareness there from Senzu on the spray and clear, but they are walking into the stack. This is where every single CT was. Now the flank from Red comes through. Blitz, however, has not finished his shot onto Amelia.
Yeah, 910's just going to rotate now through Donut. To catch this needs to be Mazinho. He needs to win this fight against Starry.
Shadow advantage.
Beautiful.
That's very well played.
You see how they overlap all of that? Right, the runway opens up because they took the duel against the Silenced M4 and Starry had shot the AK and, well, the AWP now removed as well. So just playing simple Counter-Strike, communicating what type of rifles you're hearing and then making an informed decision on where to rotate. Good stuff to keep it clean. 4-0 start now.
Yeah, and not overcooking it there, like in terms of the fights on cave. After Senzu finds this one, even this, the AWP shows up. And Techno managing to get away with that on 2 HP. So really just some strong individual shots and good awareness there as Mazinho takes it all away.
That Shadow, huh?
I know, it's absurd how deep it is.
Well, there will be a buy for Linvision regardless. That was saved rifles and some light upgrades over towards middle. 910 will post up with the AWP. Molly deep. So the double mid mollies for the defense right now will be helped and supported by the smoke elbow. 4 players congregated the Mongols, with just the babysitter of the B lane being Techno playing outside the doors. In modern meta, with all of the nades that the CTs can throw, it is a risky play to take that control early. Mollies, HEs, smokes and flashes, everything in your face. As well, Linvision looks somewhat ready for an A maneuver. G posted up in Temple. You have the float player of Amelia right now having to address red, and on the jiggle is Starry. 2 players holding B of Zaka and Westmelon, but mid. That's where the Mongols want to head late. So not staying stoic. Linvision have actually played for early control and now dropped back when they didn't get the fight they were looking for. It's actually key that they haven't stayed forward though. Look at all the smoke still remaining.
And there goes one of them. Knocks you off Donut with 55 on the clock. Amelia responsible
It's a
for
good
the red
setup for what's
slip.
coming.
Sending the bomb through a 3-man unit. I want to ask questions of the red room. Setup is
Really good
perfect.
setup.
Yeah, they are aware of what's coming. This is the fight they needed. Starry only the one. G hits the orb shot as well. Onto Mazzinho, but it's 9-10's orb that's opened up the gates towards A. They know where G was. Last seen Temple. Westmelon Molotoved off, unable to contribute as this 3v3 gets high intensity. Bomb fake, 18 seconds. They're going to have to worry about it. If G still lives, they're going to have to find a safe haven to plant. 9-10 punching in the code. Gets it done, extends the time.
9-10 still has a molly, can slow things down for now.
Yeah, certainly for G, trying to hold that line as well. Just making sure they can't get back to main. Techno worried about
I like
flank.
this.
And it's going to lead to a nice frag onto Westmelon. Advantage Mongols, just when it looked like the setup was perfect for Linvision to find their first on the defense now with smoke and a kit. Maybe Zaka can get something done. But it would be a fumble at this point from the Mongols.
They're so worried about this flank red.
And by this point, you've really not got the
Saving
time.
again.
You have to get away. This is brutal.
They're going to hear all the steps as well. Mongols know they've won this round. And considering how good the setup was from Linvision, they had a premonition on exactly what was going to come out from Blitz and Co. 2 players in CT spawn, some decent trading, but 9-10 making the difference. And they're not overcooking it, right? Taking his time, not just running in towards the site, making sure they can play together. Good teamwork from the Mongols to secure their 5th. And this is the T side of Ancient, where they've already been able to accrue 5 consecutive rounds. From this point onwards, be feeling real good. As Linvision are going to have to stomach a bit of a partial again, potential. Well, no, they can buy. And they have taken the tactical, right? So we can actually do the maths together right now. G can drop a Silence Stem 4 with 3,800 and still get some util. There's also another drop available from the likes of Westmelon. And Starry has enough to buy with 4,200. I suppose this is more of a tactical discussion as opposed to a purchasing one, because they should be able to work this out quite simply. But it's how do you want to attempt to take the fight? Now, that last round we saw the double mollies mid. Then they smoked and played aggressive and saw nothing, and then immediately dropped back into more of a passive stance to block with smokes throughout the round. So they're not expending all of their utility early. When teams go for the full mid press, they haven't bought. They could have very easily.
Yeah, and considering that you had the AWP already as a guarantee.
And it's considering the score.
Yeah, they're almost like not conceding 6, but certainly not fighting as hard as they could for the avoidance of 6 in a row. Smoke deep. And a pistol heard. Okay, starting to build that mental picture of what they're up against.
Dangerous search.
Can do the boost. Oh, actually spotted out. Repelled and fragged. Nice team play here to open up proceedings. As the Mongols are now on the back foot significantly with a loss of 9-10 and Mazzinho catching some, a couple of bullets from Zaka. So now Senzu starts to investigate up the ramp, well aware that it becomes his responsibility in his forward position. They've just re-smoked ramp now. You can see that coming out from Emilia.
That's going to change plans. If they just wanted to simply execute B, they have some big problems because Linvision are full rotating. They've given up the A site completely. Techno's so risky against an MP9. He doesn't know what's on the other side.
And a second is too much to ask. Westmelon will get it.
Lost track of the aim, didn't he? It was very wild with the spray.
This gets uncomfortable now. 38 seconds. That full rotation you were discussing, I think it's starting to become abundantly clear. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Senzu should be a dead man. Emilia converts with a 5-7. Westmelon forced off by the molly. Audible. And no, God, he's done a lot with that MP9. This half investment is one frag away from getting Linvision on the board.
Oh, it's done, isn't it? 15 seconds. Mazzinho can't even get close to give this one a crack with the bomb down in cave. So the fact that they pulled this off, knowing the AWP was in play and still searching towards A, so Mongols may be expecting G to start elsewhere with the big green. I think Mazzino looking to save exactly that, so should be able to find 9-10 in main. But that one is going to start filling you with a little bit of confidence if you're on the Linvision side. Hey, look, we've just done it with a whole lot less than a full buy. Now we're going to get out with an extra injection of cash, the ability to have everything we want and more. Let's get it rolling on the gun round. 7 is still available. That should be the conversation. Linvision now. Win one more of those, and taking a look at the finances for Mongols, you can break them, and you can start to levy a few more rounds. This looks like an A rush. CT smoke deployed from Blitz.
Yeah, 2 to receive them. It's G and Amelia.
What is this?
Multiple elevations. G will hit the shot. They are backs turned, getting a bit blocked, but the flames at least buys some time. Amelia's
surely.
spamming his spray, hiding in the smoke in plain sight. This could be huge from Amelia. 12 bullets, pushes the smoke. He's in the perfect position to punish. If it wasn't for Starry already rotating through, Mongols, they try to change the pace and they're sent back to spawn instantaneously.
Feels like Blitz is calling the bluff of the hold that he just saw in the previous round, knowing that 2 players were relatively forward for A main control. They weren't pushing in and fighting, but they're at least searching or with the AWP for those early lines. And you're thinking, okay, well, now they're probably going to mix it up. We might see them go heavier mid or heavier B, expecting us to change up the tune. That's not the case. Mongols go all in with the A rush. Linvision are more than ready. The response time is great. The block utility there as well. When Mongols even try and extinguish and push the issue, which also tells me they're not expecting so many bodies here, right? Like, you're not going for the extinguish and the push if you're aware that this, because you lose the first, you can still cancel. There's still a whole round ahead of you. They've really pushed the issue and I lost that round and the finances. So Linvision, 2 and likely 3.
Yeah, but as you said, with, you know, what is that when Amelia's jumping on G's head? There is a world where that goes horribly wrong.
Were they boosting or were they just trying to stay in a stack? Either way, it's brought that flavor that we were hoping for.
Yep. Certainly an unorthodox approach. There we go, 2 now in a row for Linvision. And that call from Blitz, yeah, I don't expect to see anything quite as extreme in the all-in variety.
You're normally making it like an all-in A rush call when you're expecting teams to play heavy mid, because you usually wouldn't have early eyes on A, or if you do, it's a position where they're rotating back in. Right? They're supporting from red, or they're pushing out mid and then rotating back in from donut. So they've just run into a brick wall. So with 1 saved AWP, loss bonus going into the next to 2,400. This round is all about what 9-10 can do. Is he able to find them openings? Now, with how restrictive utility can be on the CT side of Ancient, I expect 9-10 to have a difficult task as they...
And the audacity.
Yeah, once more head over towards A. At least he can find a potential AWP head-to-head against G, who's currently in Temple.
Yeah, this is actually going to be very interesting to see how the AWPers fare. G, solo responsible for A, but they are going to be clearing lane. There's a timer on this.
They can walk close wall on G.
They've already swept B, so their rotation's going to be coming. Here comes the util, flashes him off the line. Oh, but he spots him. 9-10 now knows what's up. Rotation's already here. We've taken a little too long about this, guys. Your smokes, you were getting them lined up, and now then there's an incendiary at your front door, and you just have to cancel.
Was that misthrown, or did they hear the boost? Either way, it's worked out nicely.
And now Starry, he is in a prime position to collect anyone that braves middle, thinks twice about conceding his rifle, and all the way back around the world.
I guess fortunate that nobody's aggressive mid or B lane to hear that and get the early audible, but they're already quite aware. They've just blocked over towards the top of B ramp. But staying as a pack are the Mongols. 40 seconds. Can they break in? You take a plant.
Let's see if Zaka and Westmelon can do the necessary dirty work. It is that 9-10 AWP that's perfect for the clear. And now, whether they overrun him, good work from Techno on the pistol. That bomb plant is going down. Enzu, with the AWP recovered, but needs to hit the quick scope. Amelia will take it from him. A triple kill from Amelia. Make it a quad as he locks it down and gets that defuse going. Third round, Mongols, they have lost their advantage significantly.
Important to get the bomb down in that round to help facilitate a 9-10 purchase. So that extra flow of cash will help him into a rifle. and decent output considering the circumstances of the round. The bomb going down, I would say, is a success. 910 will probably operate with a Galil, indeed, and a slightly lighter on in the util department for him. However, still have something that is quite threatening. Now, they need to get around on the board soon because Lin Vision are starting to accrue a little bit of cash of their own. Residual buys available for almost all 5. This time, it won't be such a stubborn call towards A. Double mid mollies again. G. Up and over. It's an early peek from ledge down lane. And outside the doors are the Mongols. Do they flash over and fight? What's the play?
Flash, yes, but vision there and confirmation of the Orb's presence. But Westmelon, this is a very forward position. All the way down the ramp, they're trying to bait him in.
Fake. Oh. Smoke landed on him. He lost vision.
Thought it was going to be behind him.
Yes, there's a nice little bait in.
Yeah. Instead, you just have to reset the setup. G's actually coming over as he seems like the concern is B. Got 2 smokes landing in mid. They've actually smoked off red and donut simultaneously to avoid information retrieval for Starry. Doesn't have the info in mid anymore.
All-time block on Cave. I like the way they've rejigged this setup. Has to consider his timings on this though, Westmelon. Only with a flash. This will fade and then he will be left to his own devices. He could be the disruptor.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on him here. Still rains on in. Here comes the clear from Techno. He seems well aware. Perfect. Isolates the duel. Molly ensures he can keep his crosshair on the possibility. Now they're into the B site and Lin Vision's defense has got nothing. Absolutely nothing to celebrate.
You would have loved it if Amelia, the one with the bag of util, was a responder towards that. Could have mollied off towards the site, slowed down the plant, considering the time already starting to tick down. May have been enough and bought a bit of time for the smokes to start to fade, but Lin Vision are playing the long game. They will concede the 6th. Happy to give this one over, wanting to hold on to the AWP AKs and the A1S in the hands of Zaka. As I mentioned previously, they do have a decent amount of finances, but worried about this first half and down the stretch of map number 1. We have Anubis up next. And Nuka's the 3rd and deciding in this elimination series if we need it. Amelia, how many are you getting? They're coming your way. The lineup for the double. Blitz and Techno down. Decent damage on the way out the door. Guns will have to be dropped.
Yoink. 10 does manage to upgrade his rifle. And so we find ourselves towards the tail end of this first half. First map of this best of 3. One of these 2 teams is going to be just one best of 3 away from getting to the elimination stage.
Yeah, and I think Mongols obviously coming in with a decent aura of hype around them.
Yeah,
haven't lived up to that at all.
Nope.
Their first 2 best of 1s left a lot to the imagination, and even their win against Amcal yesterday, somewhat laboured, going the distance of a 3-mapper, losing Mirage. I'm sure they're probably quite disappointed because it felt like they had the respect of their peers. I think Jail made a tweet about them having a decent run. It just hasn't been the case so far. As Senzu boosted, smoke will obscure the vision for now. Would be another great round, Alex, just to go for a B execute. If you take a look at the radar, you have Starry and Float. He's actually responded in time if the execute was to follow through, and now they're starting to block with the util of their own. So, crisis averted for now, but Mongols more than happy to bait out the util, and Zaka very low. Like searching up B ramp as a T with an AK. As soon as the smokes are gone, always feels like quite a nice fight until you pass like the precipice of bricks, and then you have to start worrying about a bit more 180 degrees of angles. And well, don't worry about that. Techno's just one head to head.
He seems very comfortable on these fights on Cave. Westmelon already battered and bruised. Half HP on the side, spammed away again. Look at this, Techno just threw the smokes. He's been hitting everyone. Oh, it's so uncomfortable for Westmelon. There's flames, bullets, support from Starry onto Blitz. Nice from Westmelon to get away with 1. It's still competitive. Emilia's quick to this one. Techno
15 seconds.
Brought low. Plant from 910. Covered by Techno. Just heading on a swivel. Finds Emilia. And a 7th for the Mongols manifests.
Oh, and straight into picking up that AWP. Smile on the face of Senzu and Techno as well. So something they enjoyed in that one. But this is how I think it was expected to go, especially on Ancient, the home turf of Mongols. A map they haven't had the opportunity to play thus far. But yeah, okay, 9-10 really enjoyed that one. Good to see some smiles on the faces. They're normally very serious.
Yeah.
In victory and defeat.
I'm still trying to work out exactly what may have given them the giggles, but it's sweet all the same. 7-3. Still recover this half if you're Lin Vision. But it has to start now. G on the AWP punishes the Senzu walk up. He just wanted to test the waters. Instead, he's got a face full of lead from the G Orb. He's going to probably want to stay dynamic with that AWP now. 9-10 boosted up. Amelia and Starry erecting a two-tiered A defense. The bomb was towards A main, Jad. What does that indicate? A full reset now as they're going to park one main and bomb's moving back towards B.
Well, the fact that Mazinho's called it clear is good, right? Because if the CTs have forward A main control, it means you can start hedging elsewhere and stacking elsewhere on the map. And with a number advantage already, that would be great info. So the fact they've cleared that out, at least that's something that Blitz can work with. When Launders was talking about him, obviously chess master, I think is what he is. I called him a wizard. I think my terminology less initiated, but positional control was one of the terms that I think Launders was using. I might be butchering that as well.
No, that's definitely it. Positional control.
They definitely have a lot of map control right now. 30 seconds, can split in towards A. Vision have more than enough bodies to defend against this.
Yeah, nice leg shot there. The nade might finish him off. Taking in, and just the one and done. Amelia, he's in trouble. Mazinho nails the shot. It's still good for Starry, not anymore. A 2-on-2, but Westmelon choosing to hide in the smoke. Eyes on the radar. Trying to catch a little timing here. 9-10 onto Zaka makes it 10 times more difficult now for Westmelon. Just a little timing. Techno blocking him in the smoke. Next to each other, Techno will take his head. Oh, and a frustrating one there.
Yeah, I think Westmelon, because he obviously doesn't have the vision, might think he's caught on the wall and not a player, but he's holding down that W key, unable to shift through and probably questioning his existence at that point, and his Big Melon sticks out. On the back of the dome, and this all started with a G opener.
And all it takes was just a touch from Techno's keyboard to be like, that's suspicious. Why can't I move? There it is. Actually walks straight in front of his crosshairs.
Oh, Mazinho like that one, getting fired up. The 16-year-old, a big G.
That's hype.
I feel a bit bad for G. It took him 2 AWP shots and a nade to kill Blitz. So that's a lot of output from the AWPer. If he gets the first one clean and then can actually worry about another target as they're coming through Donut, probably going to be Lin Vision's round. And this has forced their second of the 3 tactical timeouts. Well, when you consider how they picked up a round earlier in the half, Alex, it was with a couple of saved guns and some upgrades, right? MP9s, pistols. Maybe they can do it again. It is only 1 MP9, so they've prioritized firepower over utility.
Yeah, the Mongols didn't get too thrown off, did they? From what would likely be classified as a bit of a fumble.
They're, without a doubt, the best team from the region. They made light work of the RMRs.
Look at this from Senzu. After losing out to the AWP, now they throw out the lurk smoke, he just goes again. Oh, Westmelon. He's not going to go down, missing the headshot, just a couple to the center of mass, and Senzu just gets the hell out of there. Knowing that's going to force some degree of a reaction. I say that, it hasn't.
Oh, wall banged him.
He goes back around and hits the bang.
Rough half for Zaka, only 1 kill on the CT side, and to go down in the final round of the first half with a wall bang, that sucks.
Really cheeky play here from the Mongols. Lurk smoke search, wall bang hits. Westmelon taking down Techno though, and Mazinho.
Amelia should win this.
He's walking into, Shadow. Amelia will take down the A main player. This is important. No!
Oh,
No, the collateral. Just a bit of a misstep. Starry and Westmelon go down to a single bullet. The B side is open. There's no way to stop that plant. Amelia and G gonna have to make their quick smart.
This is gonna be 9.
Oh, it looked so good. And now, well, 9-10's missed a shot, but that utility will completely limit their options. They have to go ramp, and that's already going to be the conversation. Leg shot to Blitz. Straight through the boards. 9-10 has more utility. Anywhere you go, there's a nade in your face.
Didn't even get a flash.
They're having a the best time. Senzu's giving him a gift here, and 910's the one that wrapped it. Down goes Amelia. G's got nothing here, and they're going to leave with 9. One hell of a T-half, one hell of a T-haul. 9 rounds on the attack for the Mongols.
Well, you can see they're in their comfort zone right now, the Mongols, not only in terms of the matchup, but in terms of the map. And I think this is more the type of Counter-Strike people were hoping to see. If we reflect on those head-to-heads that I discussed as we had our tiny little pre-match, in the last 2 times these teams faced, it was 2-0 victories in the favor of the Mongols. One was Extremes Land 2023, which took place in 2024, and one was the RMRs for qualification for the Mongols to this very major. Ancient being played both times. One of the times, it was 16-14, so the Mongols had to get it done in OT. And the other was a 13-8.
It's funny when you do recap a lot of the rounds that we saw going the way of the Mongols, a lot of them were down to very close affairs, like 2 1v1s, the pistol was a 1v2, and it's going to be for Lin Vision frustrating just to be able to feel like if there would have been that one shot I didn't hit, if it was slightly different, could have been a much more competitive scoreline, but instead they find themselves staring down the barrel of condemnation. This map is in the balance of this pistol.
It was more wobbly for Mongols early, right? Yeah. Like the way that the second round went where it was the eco and they lost so many rifles.
Yeah.
So those rounds and their aim earlier on wasn't hitting, but that's changed.
Distraction, good, finds 2 on the entry. Zaka finds his second frag of the map. And they are in. G holding for the potential heaven rotation. This man getting that bomb down. Blitz likely to clear this. Holding the angle is G. Looked away at the wrong time, but Blitz missing his first couple of opportunities, and they need to get through G if they want to find a way back into this site. Westmelon down to Techno. Now it gets a little uncomfortable. Thankfully for Zako, he's found another on the extremity. Coming in from Speedway. Just no time for this. Blitz having a look. Starry hitting a shot. He's very sharp. Top of the tables with Amelia. And the Techno 2 HP. 1v3 with no time. And he knows it. Lin Vision, they have a little lifeline here. Can they get a clean second round conversion, unlike the Mongols, where it got a little uncomfortable financially?
It's not the best showing from Blitz so far, but it doesn't need to be when you're calling and it was T-side. That's kind of where his scoreboard is doing the talking at the moment. But in the CT half, I'd expect to see him start lighting things up a little bit more. So it's 14 for Techno, 8 for Senzu, and 7 for 910. Mizinho and Blitz with 4 apiece, respectively. On the other side of the server, Amelia and Starry are the ones with double digits, 12 apiece. 9 for G, 7 for Westmelon, and 3 for Zaka, who was having a difficult time in that first half, only 1 kill, so he's been able to pick up 2 on the pistol. Well, it is a full eco from the Mongols. Chance for Lin Vision to make this a... There it is again. 9-5 game. Working 9 to 5. Na, 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 na.
That was too good. DMCA calling.
I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but I do know that working 9 to 5.
That's all you know? You don't even know the next bit? That's how I make a living.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
That's all I've got. This is also all we've got to talk about. It's for little pistols, a little bit of an investment from Blitz. He's clearly trying to just get himself hitting some shots again. $600 away to Amelia. Could be a whole lot more as well. Considering they're about to walk into B, call it clear, Amelia's going to have a real fun kind of side quest.
Well, yeah, this is where Amelia can make their money.
Yeah. It's a little bit different than a 9 to 5.
9 to 5. So we can kind of make it work.
Oh, yeah, no. Levels to that.
Yeah.
He's working hard. He works very hard. 9 to 5. Nicely done.
6, 12, $1,800 from 3 MAC-10 kills.
You'll take that all the way to the bank.
And cash it in. Or hope for some compound interest, because it looks like that MAC-10 is going to get some more usage. It's actually been given over to Westmelon. Amelia into an AK. Wonder if that's telling of how this round opens. But the Mongols, they will purchase into rifles, but there's some emissions It's Famai, Techno, and Mazinho.
Oh, hello. Linvision giving us a quick A hit. 9-10. What have you got for us?
Blind. Ooh,
Quick
only
switch,
partial.
careful. Vision restored. Only the one. They are in. Mazinho nading out the smoke to try and take a fight. Bit of a hero maneuver, and G nearly got caught out for it, nearly got punished. Quick rotations are in. Look at the minimap. Everyone's here. A deathmatch ensues. Trading blows. G dead after 2. And a Westmelon 1v1. Techno again. He seems like he starts with 1 HP. So consistently down and operating with a little. He's got 8 HP. A single bullet, but he's relocating. Is it audible? Gone around the world. He's going around the world.
He's heard him now.
Yeah, Westmelon knows now.
I can go to B, mate.
I'll see you later.
I don't even have to be at your bomb site.
I will see you later. Oh, wow. This is going to make it even more difficult for Techno. I can understand the
Well, he's
low
about
HP.
to know that A is clear. Like, A, clear. And he's about to get confirmation of exactly that now. At this point, it becomes a very difficult guessing game. Do you expect him to play heads up? This is great from Westmelon. How's he losing this? This would be wild from Techno if he
This would be the
clears.
craziest clear. When you know see the smoke as well. Yeah,
There's no way. There was absolutely no way
They're
in the
really
world.
smart.
Well, trying to be too tricky with it, Techno there, getting caught. Expecting Westmelon to slow things down. If he didn't push in towards Donut, if he just stayed towards main and went big box, maybe a bit more temple side, he wouldn't have gotten that sound cue and then likely flanked. So huge work, and yeah, you're right, Mongols did really try and respond to this with force, pushing through smokes, taking the jewels, but eventually losing the round, and now it's just a 3-round game, as we are starting to see Linvision get fired up, and understandably so. They put Mongols in another financially awkward scenario where they have had to stomach
Again, the audacity to just go straight back to it. You know there's going to be limited util.
literally nobody here.
It's unlikely there's going to be an A stack. So you're in.
Well, this one you want to keep clean, Alex. You need to keep as many bodies up right now. You've got the site for free. You're in a minute 31 and the bomb's being planted. You've got AKs, AWPs. Hold on to all of these rifles, boys. Do not give anything over.
This angle from Zaka. 9-10, just trying to make that Zeus connect. The smoke as well, so deep, really limits Techno's options. Running through it, trying to pre-aim the corner clear. And there you go, Chad. I mean, mission accomplished.
I don't love that from the Mongols, right? They were in such a commanding position in this game. Now it's just a 2-round game. You should have played for exits. Like, once you get locked off, you don't need to just be running into the blender, right? Okay, they've smoked us off. Let's reset. Let's rotate around. Let's try and do some damage. I think they could have gotten more out of that, and I understand it's not there's not much invested, but still, it just felt like, why were you running 3 people through a smoke into a fight where the T definitely has the advantage?
It just guarantees their secondary objective of keeping it clean.
Precisely. So, you know, if you had slowed it down a bit and tried to harass a little bit more or reposed, maybe they're really not feeling the threat of Linvision, and knowing now this being the first real gun round where they have all the utility and all the preferred rifles, they can shut things down. It's just 4 rounds required. See if they can right the wrongs. Elbow smoke, Molly in play. AWP, up close personal main, and he has company, does 9-10.
Let's see if he welcomes them with open arms. Or if he slams the door in their face. Shadow. 9-10 eats the flash, but nails the shot regardless. Emilia down, ahead of the donut smoke. He can hold this line if he chooses to. Anti-flash and fragging, 9-10. Locking down the A site. Support arrives. Mazinho empty-handed. Zaka nailing the shot, trying to punch in the code is Westmelon. He could go down to a nade, he could go down to a spam. Senzu provides it, now uncomfortable in the 2v4. No longer obscured, nade on the smoke. Zaka with it all to do, an ace clutch demanded of him. And 9-10 has done so much work that this really is his round. Techno will finish off the job. 9-10 gets a firm pat on the back for that one.
Yeah, very good work from 9-10. He gets the first, and they don't just start teaming out of main and scaling on him. They're a little bit late, and they're throwing flashes, which he's actually able to dodge. The first is good because it's fully blind. I love the second, right? Dipping in and out of that smoke. Very good work. And the response time again from the Mongols. They have these HEs left over. They do it in donor and to the CT smoke to be able to clear and take heads-up fights. So their protocols are down of how they want to rotate to space being given up on A. You win this one, Mongols, and you break Linvision, and you potentially just take the map right here and there.
Oof, deep Molotov.
Yeah, slight singeing. Bit of respite from the A bomb site this time round. Mid control garnered. Amelia across towards Tetris. Cave control next up as Techno on the jiggle. Needs to be quick with it. See the layering. They might even play through that smoke, understanding how they've used their Molotovs, and they will do.
Yes, brings the fight to them. That is disgraceful. 3 down. Gets them all.
He dinked the second player first, so he knew that there was another and just kept spamming, and then I think he killed the D. Oh my god.
Yeah, it couldn't have gone better. It could not have gone better for Techno on the reaggress. He had a slow start to this map, but he's having a strong finish. 19 frags, multi-kill, and just like that, I mean, look at G. What's he supposed to do?
That's so frustrating as well. Like, I love the fact that they braved it, right? They've done the layering of mollies. They've done the site, like the pillar cave limp one, as well as the close cave to get the control. And yeah, sure, you smoke it, but we know you can't be in here. And if you are, you've got to be crazy. But Techno, as soon as it subsides, as soon as the flames are gone, he comes in and he breaks the hearts of Lin Vision.
Oh, such an unenviable position for Amelia and G. Now they are just trying to hold on. Dying after time would be terrible.
Should get away with it. Hiding in plain sight is Amelia, and back where he started is G. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
A whole round determined by one man's spray.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, somewhat, I don't even know if you could call it accidental, but fortunate. I think fortunate is probably a better way to label it.
That's their last time out Lin Vision.
What do you think of the blitz head tilts? Do you think if it's to the right, things are going well, and if it's to the left, things are going poorly?
I think it's when he's accessing his left and his right brain. You know, is he trying to be? Is it a creative call? Is it a memory recollection?
All right.
Was it this strat from 2017? Was it? You know?
Okay. All right.
It's actually apparently a myth. There's no such thing.
Well, is your left and right brain?
Yeah.
Oh,
nice idea.
you could have fooled me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have bought.
Full focus for Mongols. Their Ascension is now well and truly within reach. For a second, you know, after that pistol.
Slight moments of doubt, wasn't there?
A run of 4, you know, out of the gates. It was definitely looking like we could have a very competitive game. This is what we were talking about. That dink straight through onto Starry. Yes. The fact that he gets him second as he's chasing the third.
You love to see it.
Yeah, look what they've got to work with now. That's really soured the mood in the Lin Vision camp.
Well, G and Amelia, they turn to you with the saved rifles to find impact.
What do you got for us, boys?
Nothing early. Techno, this time, much more entrenched. Fighting forward from cave. Spamming down the lane, looking for any damage he can. Senzu on high alert, knowing that this AWP is in the mix. A flash, a nade, and some damage. G and Zaka chunked down. So well placed.
Yeah, well timed. Well, that's information for G and Senzu.
Doesn't cross back with the flash, so he's quite committed. The bravery on Senzu is wild, knowing there's an AWP on the other side.
But it does
give us the smoke.
A missed smoke long. A frag and a make it 3 from Techno. Sprays them down. Empty-handed, our Lin Vision.
Yeah, that one happened quickly. I think it caught the camera guy off as well, because that round looked like it had a few more legs to it. Missed smoke, a quick spam, and the round's done. 12 secure, 1 more. And we're heading to a bit of a break and coming back with Nubis.
Oh, that's lovely work. Nubis, yes please.
I don't think we've done an Anubis yet. I think this is our first Ancient as well. We've done 342 different nukes.
Yep, specifically.
Oh, that's a peppering. Starry, chunk down. Look at the nades to work with for Lin Vision, Alex. They got nothing.
They're just walking up the ramp. Oh, no!
Gross.
Double headshot. Zaka, however, responds with a double of his own. Can they get themselves through? There is still an A main player. This is uncomfortable now with the 2 players on the site with the bomb. They've got 3 defenders looking for them, but it's the headshot from Zaka. Makes it a triple. And it's 9-10 to finish him off. Now the trade from G. And the red carpet rolled out for them to go and support and plant on towards a blitz. Last component of the Mongols.
They have to have a good idea. He's likely coming through Donut. Main might not be as suspected. Starry is actually going to deal with the play through CT spawn, so Blitz has some runway for this.
Yeah, no utility.
They planted for CT, so it's very difficult for him to win this round.
Yeah, but the bomb plant does at least indicate as to where to expect this post plant.
Thing is, as soon as he goes in Temple, he gives Shadow advantage. So even if they were here, they would exactly know where he is. So it's brave. If he's quick on this, Alex, there's still time.
This could go wrong if Starry looks the wrong way. Both on his screen, can't control the spray.
I can't quite believe that. I don't think they can either. Has he really just come through Temple to clear spawn? Really, Blitz? Come on now, as Mara, he thinks enough's enough. Boys, we get a little bit overzealous there. Senzu got us a nice little double. We had a 3v5. They traded out. They played us in the 1-on-2.
I mean, Zach has had his first kind of high impact round there. Recovering from the Senzu double. But 4 more required.
Holding on by their fingertips, Lin Vision.
Yeah, fingernails biting through them.
See, that's the left head tilt.
I hadn't even noticed, yeah.
You won't unsee it now.
Body language expert here. Boom, lovely work. I don't know about the time. It might have been very close running through, but the fact that he's even gone for it is admirable.
Double orbs.
Yes, off the back of the timeout. So that's Mara's pitch, one would assume.
Senzu with the secondary.
And A call.
All back to A, yes.
9-10's going aggressive on this one. On the line, caught out. Not running ready for this. No, Mazzinho's gone too. This is already a nice opportunity. You don't have to commit, but the smokes have been in the air. The rotation from Blitz and this additional incendiary, they seem to be backing away. You've got that man advantage. I think you also know that 9-10's got a 5 HP left, so the world's your oyster.
This is when Senzu's AWP can actually come into the mix because they know that 9-10 was over towards A. And Senzu is quite aggressive with this down B ramp. If he continues forward, if he plays ahead of this, which I think he's going to, he might catch them off guard.
Yeah, lulled into a false sense of security by virtue of the smoke.
One will be enough to stop them.
Especially with Starry onto Blitz. They needed one. Nice work from Senzu back. This could still go wrong for Lin Vision. Tekno pushed up towards the Cubby, 3 towards the doors, and he's got the power position.
Don't like this setup anymore.
Still worried about Senzu. Timing's perfect here from Tekno, the unknown entity. Oh, he's fumbled it a little. Just the one. 2-on-2 now. 30 seconds, bomb last seen on B. Starry, you've got to go around the world.
9-10 might have heard this. Nope.
You going A? Not see the bomb?
Starry's trying to get to B.
Yeah, Senzu's going to catch Starry
You
on the
saw
way
his
back.
pathing. You knew he was going towards B. You know Senzu's the B player, 9-10's the A player.
12 seconds as well. He's held by the... Oh, missed shot. There's a chance.
That's the plant.
There is a chance for Amelia to extend play. Hit by the wall bang. Running
over,
him down.
it's
He's
over.
faked it. It's over indeed. Unless he gets them both. There we go. The Mongols will take Ancient.
Oh, what a showing from the Mongols. Sure, it got close there for moments, but I think occasionally they thought, yeah, we're the better team. We're just going to take these heads-up fights, and a few rounds got away from them there. But that's map number 1 going in their favor. We have Anubis up next, but I think this is as expected so far, right? That was the map of their pick, and the last 2 times they've gone head-to-head, it was Ancient. They've won it. This one was somewhere in the middle. I think I said one was 13-8 and one was 16-14.
Yeah.
So this one was, what, 13-8 again?
One would assume that there's the same kind of conclusions for Lin Vision where there were a couple of opportunities, moments. But yeah, the better team taking the first map.
I'm excited for Anubis, and I understand that we're going to talk through the tail end of that game before we get there, but there's some moves that I really like from Lin Vision. I know I put one up on my Twitter not that long ago of like the double mid-mollies they do, and it's quite an all-in. They've also didn't get blown out to the sense they didn't get an opportunity to warm up, so there were some moments for some of the players on Lin Vision, but this is trending as we would expect. We know how these 2 teams match up regionally, right? Mongols were, without a doubt, the best team in the Asian RMR. Some fortunate moments as well. Hoping the Mongols get across the line with a few rounds. But when you go into today's matchup, if you're the Mongols, you're extremely confident with this game, right? Because it's not one of these where, oh, we trade, you know, they won this tournament, we won this one, or they beat us in this best of 3. It's been dominant in 2024, and I'm only really looking at modern day because I think teams are still establishing themselves in CS2 and how they want to play it. So I'm only really looking at 2024 results.
And talk about how it psychologically affects the Mongols in terms of, hey, we haven't lost to these guys, we don't lose to these guys. But on the other side of the pitch, you've got Lin Vision who've telling themselves the opposite. We can't beat these guys. We haven't beat these guys, and it seems like the same could be happening again. Groundhog Day. There were some standout individual performances. Good to see G having a good game, some good contributions from him.
That's the two lowest performers so far at the top of the scoreboard for each team.
Yeah, okay, there you go. So that's a little deviation from the norm there. And Techno having one hell of a tournament, not a tournament, excuse me, map. A strong start for him in this series. More familiar opponent, perhaps.
Starry a bit of a cleaner in that one, 17 kills, but he had the fourth lowest ADR on his team. Yeah, we'll love that.
You know,
mop up a couple.
You
But
got to do 100.
Techno with that really fortunate round in Cave. I like that. You know, that triple kill. We're just spamming on through with the Silenced M4. But just to reiterate and remind everybody where we're at in the tournament, this is an elimination match. Mongols started off with a loss to Eternal Fire in a best of one, followed with a loss to Ecstatic in a best of one, and then a backs against the wall best of 3 victory against Amcal yesterday to send them home as one of our first teams. Lin Vision started with a loss to Heroic, a win over Furia in the best of one, which gave them one more chance in the BO1s against the Ecstatic, where they lost that one 13-8. So this one now is for elimination, and one of the 2 regional teams were being sent home, and you can see the map pool on our screen. Anubis up next, and Nuke as the 13 decider if we need to get there. And like I said, I like what Lin Vision have to offer. I would love for them to push this to a 3rd and put up a good fight and take a map off of Mongols in 2024 to even just change that conversation.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, well, that remains to be seen. We're going to be focusing on checking that one out when we do return from our break. And Nubis to look forward to. I think there is definitely something to be said about the Lin Vision hopes and dreams, just to deviate from the norm, just to have something to celebrate. Otherwise, it's going to be rather bleak in your next day of play.
Yeah, for sure. And if people want to head over towards the mainstream, twitch.tv/PGL, they've got a desk over there and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And
hey, so do we. Look at this.
Yeah, and we've even got a nice little display here when your teammate tells you to plant. You get it?
I don't hate that.
Yeah. So you can also check out all the action for the major on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Kick, and Steam.tv, or you can go into CSTV yourself.
Yeah.
And you can watch. You'll be on a bit of a delay, but you get to pick the action. You can be your own observer.
Which may make you appreciate just how good our observers are.
Yeah.
Trying to keep track of the action, not always as easy as it may look. But we're going to take a quick one. When we do come back, Anubis, and we'll see if Lin Vision have got some fight left in them.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Lin Vision are coming in to the PGL opening stage here for the major, and Zaka, I want to just look at it from the Chinese community point of view. The last time a Chinese team made it to the major was 2021. How does it feel for you guys to be the ones here now for the first in CS2?
How to say, like still feel like a dream, you know. When we play, to be honest, I feel we can win, but not very confident. Just feel it. But when we win, how to say, our opera, when we win, he said, we win, we win the major. Yeah, and I said, yes. And after he react, he truly feel that he win, and he start crying.
Oh.
And after maybe 1 minute, everybody start crying because it's very hard. And like our girls is play major, and we did like a dream made.
You did.
Yes.
I saw the video, I saw the reactions after you qualified, and it's amazing, and that's the power of what the major does, right?
Yes.
But you guys have been the best team in China now, the #1 Chinese team, for a long time, where it used to be Tai Lu. But if I think of Asia, the Mongols are the best team in the Asia region. You still struggle, you still have tough games versus them. Why is it such a hard team to play?
I think because this problem make us not stable.
Okay.
And if I think we stable about our emotion, we can control it. I think we not very when we against the Mongols, I think not very hard and like a 50-50 like this.
Okay.
If we have a good how to say, feel good in game, I think even we can 16-40 like this. If we can control our emotion, I think we can win a lot of game like this.
Now, one thing I noticed with Lin Vision is you have experience more now playing international teams. You had international teams that you played against at CAC, you went to IM Sydney, you did ESL Pro League as well, but obviously this is going back some time.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you still have a chance to win versus good international teams? Do you think your style is ready to take them on in the game?
I think, yeah, we have experience more than before. For now, we against a good team. Like before I said, if we can control our emotion and play our game, focus our game, and I think we can win. Not impossible.
Not impossible.
Yes.
What do you think about a lot of fans put Lin Vision 03 in pick'ems? Do you want to say anything to them?
I wanna destroy their pick-up. To be honest.
Yeah.
Just like this, I think.
Yeah. You want to prove them wrong.
Yeah,
like
of
that.
course.
Yeah. And do you feel with the teams at the opening stage of the major, there are some you look at and say, okay, yes, we could beat them?
Everything very, I think they're strong than us. And for us, they all of is good team. And I think I just wanna focus our game. And I think, like before I said, every team we can, not impossible win. I just like this.
I like it. I like some confidence you're coming with. Thank you very much for your time, Zaka, and good luck in the games.
Thank you.
It's the major. It's the first one of CS2. This is where emotions run high. This is where that intensity, the capacity to capitulate can be at an all-time high as well. The mind, it plays wicked tricks on you, doesn't it, Chad?
Yeah, I think in this matchup specifically, however, for one of the two teams, they're probably feeling quite calm because in the head-to-head, in case you just joined us, it's Mongols versus Linvision, a regional matchup, a matchup from the RMR over there in China a little bit earlier in the year, where Mongols handled business to lock themselves in, right? It was easy for them. They didn't have any issues. Now we are moving on to the turf of Linvision. It's Anubis. And if you look at the last 3 best-of-3s, including this one, it's gone Anubis, Nuke, and now Anubis again as far as the Linvision's picks. So they're trying their luck on Anubis again. It's a map where I like some of the moves that they have. It's a map that where we saw them in Pro League back a couple seasons ago, that they actually made a bit of a splash. So I'm excited to see if they can take us the distance and go to the third. And no matter what happens here today, Alex, there'll be one Asian team with an opportunity in a 2-2 matchup to go from the opening stage to the elimination stage. And we know what that means for the region.
It does mean an additional spot at the second major of the year over in Shanghai, no less. And that definitely is an exciting prospect, something they'll be fighting for that's bigger than themselves. Well, Chad was crunching the numbers on his abacus earlier and told me that it might be paying, potentially,
yes, obviously there's a lot of variables.
There's lots of variables. It's to do with the results and the Buchholz system.
Yeah, look,
Buchholz.
Yeah, I stay away from all of that. I let people much smarter than me work out all of that stuff.
Yeah.
I just like to follow along, like you at home. And if you at home want to go to the rulebook, Alex, you go to...
Don't do it again.
You don't want me to do github.com/valvesoftware/counter-strike/blob/main/major-supplemental-rulebook.md.
It's like when your parents type out an URL. You're gonna tell me it's HTTPS.
Well, you could just Google Valve CS2 major rulebook, and it would probably pop up.
That's
as
probably
the
how you
first
found
one.
it.
Yeah, I did.
You monster. All right, well, we've got ourselves a second map. I am excited to see if Linvision can put up more of a fight, because they have, you know, they've had their moments. They've also had some struggles.
What was that?
What, a fist bump?
That wasn't a fist bump.
What would you call it?
People on YouTube, go back and watch it again in slow-mo. Get a clip of that. I'd like you to tweet it at me because I want to retweet it. So whoever does that, you win a prize. I don't know what the prize is.
The prize is a retweet from SPUNJ.
Oh dear. Okay, that was one of the more interesting interactions I've seen in a while. But all right. Let's get this party started.
Game on. Here we go. What's the pistol call? Going to be interesting to see how the Mongols look to set the pace. T-side Anubis tend to be expecting to see the lion's share of the rounds found on this side.
They're starting aggressively over towards Dark. Stari's been pushed out.
He's got help, though. They know there's two fighting for this, and they're going to get swarmed from behind. B main. Beautiful start for 9-10. Dispatches of the 2B defenders. The sight is theirs. The rotation quick, but look at 9-10. He's already going to be overlooked. They could jump straight over his head. Oh, this is good counter-strike from 9-10. 3 frags. Last 2 coming in from Canals and Amelia. He's got very low HP. The body shots from Techno should do the job. It actually finds their head on the dual Berettas. G, stubborn. No, don't you dare.
Put it away.
What's
Put
going
it away.
on? Oh, man. Yeah, a little bit of a party towards the Canals. Giggles for the Mongols, but quite the opposite for Linvision.
Yeah, that went very well for the Mongols. They could use the Molotov from Blitz towards Temple, and then after he's planted... Sorry for all of the Chinese viewers out there who are hoping to hear that. I never want to talk over the player speaking. He also had a smoke available to replenish Temple. So that round was looking done and dusterinoed after they cleaned up the mess over towards Dark. That monster's under your bed.
Were you ever scared about monsters under your bed, Chan?
No, but I used to have to take the trash out, and it was around the back of the house. And if you did it at nighttime, you're going around near the shed in pitch black, and there were spider webs and stuff. Yeah. And if you walk through a spider web in the pitch black, and I'm from Australia, you can only imagine the size of those bad boys.
Yeah, no, Australian wildlife is one of the many reasons I'm always on edge when I go to Sydney.
Blitz gave away the first death on the Eco last time round, and he won't this time round. 9-10, great shooting, easiest kills of his life. 3 for him in this one as Blitz will keep searching, and it's clean. All 5 staying alive.
This feels like it's going to be a lovely day in the office for the Mongols, isn't it? You're just going to be you clock in, you do the job, every call you make kind of works. You motivate the troops, they start finding frags, and you kind of come into the next day with a little bit more of an additional confidence, reminding yourself what you can do, but against a familiar opponent. It's the next evolution that we're waiting for with the Mongols, and the one that I'll be honest, I kind of expected to be a break point for them coming into Copenhagen. I thought that they might be breaking through that ceiling of not just being the best team in Asia, but being a competitive team here in Europe.
I think lots of people had that same thought. Nice little nade. Chip damage at the very best. I thought it was going to find more damage than that, but right between the
he's
two.
having one of these games, Chad.
9-10 is glued in.
Where every smoke you bang, where every angle you clear, there's an opponent.
I want to build on what you were just saying, and considering the potential opponent for the Mongols up next if they do win this one, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but let's just live in that hypothetical for a moment. Let's say, and I am also assuming that Pain lose, so I am making some assumptions, but let's assume it is Pain. If they don't make it to the next stage, and the three opponents they had to beat were Amcal, their regional opponent, Linvision, and Pain, then I overhyped the hell out of them, and I'm very sorry to everybody. I will offer you full refunds.
Okay. Yeah, that's understandable. I think if you told Mongols that list of opponents to beat, they would have high
be licking their
expectations.
chops.
Yeah, exactly.
3 towards A, 2 towards A.
Beautiful timing struck by Techno. Catches G just as he averts his gaze for a moment. Smoke to play around, some damage inflicted, but Senzu's there to back him up. Mazinho's made space. He's going to continue to try and force the issue, but does reveal the position of Amelia, and nice work from Senzu. You've got mid locked off, bomb now down. Your only real option is main for Westmelon, and he's got 4 to find, so really just going to try and save.
Do you think his name was inspired from the Senzu bean from Dragon Ball Z?
You know, if I knew about the Senzu bean, I would assume so. Wow. You just made me express my ignorance. The Senzu bean? Is that glowing orb?
No.
Goku's holding
It's one of the Dragon Balls that you...
The Dragon Ball, that's the Dragon Ball.
I hope you're joking.
So the Senzu bean.
I hope you're joking.
I'm sorry, man.
I really...
There's a lot of episodes. It's a bit, the barrier to entry is too high.
Exactly.
Yeah. The fans have found their way into...
Sorry, what?
No, I think that might be...
What's going on the mainstream?
I'm intrigued, actually.
That felt like cheering to be obnoxious.
Yes.
That's what that felt like.
Cheering so your opponents hear it in their microphone.
Yeah, and not even like that was sick. Like, we're trying to get in your head.
Yeah.
All right. The Melaneri. What's he got up his sleeve with this A4? Linvision. It is the CT side. This is an elimination game. There's an awful lot on the line. And so far for the Mongols, the pistol, anti-eco conversion clean. First gun round looking good. Sitting pretty. 9-10, 7-0. Only 3 kills so far for Linvision in the first 3 rounds of play. I don't expect that to change too much in a round like this, as an nade will follow through, lands at the feet of Starry. But they just need to start finding a little bit of damage to find some confidence, because you're in a tough position. CT side Anubis, 3 to 4 rounds, that's what they're looking for.
Oh, he's dragged across there, but they nearly lined up for him. Could have been a massive multi. Damage control from Westmelon with that saved rifle.
They can't just run in towards A, so Starry does have a bit of time. He's hearing the rotation back. That is the bomb. A chance for Starry. He's sharp.
Oh, he's missed his first. Nails the second. And Senzu with a jump. And Starry finds the header blitz. Ready for the rugs. Mongols limping. And the rotation's through. Do you commit to A or not? Finding the AWP, juggling it away from his opponents. 9-10.
This.
And Mazinho. Man, this is a power position as well.
Might not be expected.
Might not be cleared, but it is. Good awareness from Mazinho to clear, but it's going to cost him his life. Clutch, oh, it was on the docket. Oh, Linvision on the board early.
Yeah, just as we're saying, they don't have too many kills. It's not going great. They're able to pick up a round with a saved rifle and a couple of stunners as shots. All right, Techno does his job. Okay, he grabs 1, he gets info on 2. I was saying that they can't quickly make their way towards A because they were throwing baskets control util. They threw the molly in the smoke. That gave a gap for Starry, who the second, he's having a course correct in that moment on a jumping player. That is huge. Impact, Linvision on the board. Let's go.
Just the save rifle and a couple of pistols. They've given themselves a lifeline. Early days to take control of the momentum here. Pop flash for a main. Amelia will clear close.
Flash again.
makes better of it.
We're vying for the standard map controller, Mongols. You want to harass over towards Dark as well as A main. Seesaw between the two. Also applying pressure in middle. G stands with the AWP and searches as well. Might find a good timing. Had a chance. This is his shot. Amelia under pressure now. Fills the void.
Molotov doors. It's Senzu to draw blood onto Starry. Big frag. Oh dear! Emilias knows at least another one here. Needs help. He's helped by 9-10. Nails the shot. The Mongols have a man advantage, but there is aggression in the mix. Westmelon did find 9-10 on mid, but Mazinho's opened up the bomb site.
Need to get the bomb back somehow. Westmelon's essentially sitting on it. I like this play. Senzu's going to lose track. As he sweeps through, Zach has also aggressed out of B main. Coming back through middle will be Techno. Senzu's got a real chance to win this one.
Yeah, he's not expecting this full wrap. Zaka, headman now, all onto Westmelon, and he's only got 20 seconds. They knew where to find him. Orb recovered as well. Mongols straight back to winning.
That's exactly what 9-10 was saying. The AWP is just there in the smoke, and they've been able to scavenge that back. So a round loss, one that left egg on the face of the Mongols, but immediately getting it done with the guns in hand. And lots of action. So difficult for the OBS team when there's 3 to 4 fights going on at the same time across the map. We do have Chev, the 1s to 0s. Always feels safe when Chev's my observer.
Yeah, safe hands, safe hands. Baits the shot, Westmelon. Got to use every trick in the book when you've only got an armored P250, but it hasn't stopped Senzu from immediately surging into that position to apply some pressure.
Would love to just go into a B split right now, yeah, with this quick and early pressure. You said immediately, that was 1 minute and 35 seconds and he's already up and in their face. So this site should crumble. One of the biggest issues with the map of Anubis is obviously the T-side bias, and as far as the finances are concerned, the Ts can always stay a bit more threatening to the CT economy. This is where people's complaints about MR12 and the 1400 loss bonus, you could make more of a case than maybe some maps. But I think what it encourages, or maybe forces you to do, is to stay much more active on the CT side. You always need to make sure that the information of how many players are where, what space are they vying for, everyone needs that to be flowing, because there will be weak points that you can push, right? Okay, they're very aggressive over towards this point of the map, we need to push out B long. Or they're really pressuring middle, all right, let's turtle up and towards the sides, but we need to worry about our flanks, and if we get more pressure, then we need to leak out on the extremities and find the solo kills. And that's difficult to do because you make one slip up, you go for the wrong push, you read that information incorrectly, and there's great positions for the Ts to be able to hold those aggressions. You go for early out the gate, you do like a T-stairs smoke, and you two up towards rugs, you block middle, and then they just sit, they wait, the smoke subside, and they take back that control. So it can be quite difficult to balance for the CT side. Street rat. Na, 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 na.
I like it. You've got ancient soundtrack, you've got a little bit of an Anubis radio.
They should pay Disney for just getting some Latin musical playing.
Yeah. Looks like mid might be their target. Lots of movement here. Pressure onto Zaka. Flashes, nades, destroys him. No hope for Zaka. Good from Amelia, and an angle on the smoke from Westmelon gets
Beautiful.
2. Controls the spray, takes the double. It's awkward already. Mazinho and 9-10. Sure, you're in A. Sure, a plant is nice. But the round, I think, might be too far gone. It would take some heroics. Mazinho spots the head of Westmelon. This could start something. That snowball can become an avalanche if you hit this next shot. 9-10 does not. And so instead, it's just Mazinho in the clutch, 1v3. They're all coming from the same direction. Perhaps he can worm his way away. It's planted. Bit of an uncomfortable angle. Here comes the double swing. Starry to trade. They did almost line up for him.
You see frustrations there from the youngster on the pip cam.
Yeah.
Knows he could have done a little bit better there, but his biggest issue was the utility that they had. Right, they had smokes and flashes. It's very unlikely he was ever going to get a fair fight, and especially in a number disadvantage. Would have been an amazing 2v4 for them to win. And you like the move out the gates, right? You see the deep temple smoke with the flashes to flash anybody doors and the HEs in towards the hut. So it's all thought about, and they were able to get on top of that mid defender. But great response time from Linvision. They post their second.
The only thing I could be potentially critical of was just how, what's the opposite of deep? Shallow the temple smoke was.
Sure.
The fact it gave him that angle to fire around. But it was lovely. I loved the pace. Saw how helpless Zaka was on that opening engage.
9-10 and Senzu cop that one. That's something you can do on the CT sides. Make sure you harass proficiently with your Yuto.
Yeah, I'm definitely kind of studying Senzu. Tend to feel quite helpless when fighting for Dark, but he's got a nice little routine he's going through. That HE is significantly contributing to early chip damage. Excuse me. Starry just going for more of a Jiggl incendiary defense here, so he's happy to concede the space. Blitz is walking with the bomb.
He has support. There is a tail to this. Not just him on his lonesome, but the in-game leader setting the tone.
Yeah, follow me. Meanwhile, Senzu's keeping the defenders on B busy.
And main control's now been taken from Mazinho, so you're setting yourself up for an A-split.
Yeah, I like this. It's just a question of how Zaka and Westmelon handle this crossfire. Oh, spotted him. That's the bomb on the radar. Blitz will take him down. Quick reaction from Zaka as to turn away. Big find from Senzu. Starry had to start to activate.
They can call off.
Big find from Zaka. He actually just
They're going B.
Gets the info and immediately knife out. He knows they're coming to UG. Be ready. And look how speedy he's come. He's going to be right behind them on Dark as that smoke fades. He's maybe heard by 9-10. Great awareness from the but no scope. No need. And there is a Mongols round. Damn, 9-10 hitting both of those.
He has come into this second map wanting to run away with things. A quick day at the office will give Mongols even more time to prep this afternoon, getting ready for what is going to be a 2-2 match tomorrow if they keep up these winning ways. 9-10. The first is great. The second is brilliant. Look at that.
I loved the structure of that round. The fact that the whole time it looks like it's mid-A, you know you've lost main, you know you've got threat mid, you're setting up a crossfire middle, but at any point, you can drop down. If Senzu catches Starry on his aggression, you're dropping, you're into B, and you've got that window held for the rotation. It's brutal for the CTs.
Yeah, I had the privilege of getting to go through a VOD or a demo of Anubis recently with Snappy, and he was just talking about the importance of wanting to pressure through Dark and A main. Force the CTs to use utility and vie for control in those areas of the map because it allows you to go for plays exactly like that, but it's also these areas where the CTs are going to constantly use their nades, where in middle they're going to do it regardless, right? Middle they are going to probably drop a smoke or a molly, whereas these two positions you need to make sure that you're threatening enough, and Mongol's clearly doing that. Oh, this is an open runway into A right now. There is the M4 for Starry, an MP9 for Westmelon, and they are going to contest.
Through the smoke, that is very brave, and it has resulted in the loss of his life. Not the loss of the round, per se. Not the weapon for that fight, was it? MP9 challenging Techno. Techno will leave with a double. And that's usually triple kill.
They know where Starry was, so they're already going to try and cut him off at the pass and try to remove this rifle. Picked up that kill onto Senzu, I do believe.
What position do you play on your
Middle.
CT side? You're a mid boy?
Yep.
Rotation or anchor?
Normally hanging around.
Yeah, okay.
I just hate it after I use all my nades, and then I'm like, well, I guess. Because when you're playing Face It, you're not turtling up a lot.
No.
You're not going a 2-3 or anything like that. You tend to just stay and fight to the very end. I buy a lot of auto shotgun.
You don't.
Yeah, you play on the door side with an auto
I've seen
shotgun.
STY try it for 12 rounds straight.
Well, that's the thing. As long as you can cancel out their like hut and mid molly with like 2 of your own, then you can linger.
Yeah, just stick around.
Just chill on out. Well. 7-2. And in case you are just tuning in, we'll remind you of the ramifications of this. It's a survival best of 3 in the opening stage at the PGL Copenhagen Major for 2024, the first CS2 major. And one of these two teams will be saying goodbye to their hopes and dreams. There are 8 players in the server who find themselves at their first major. It is just the likes of Blitz and Techno who have been here before. All of Linvision are new to this, as well as 3 teammates Joining Blitz and Techno on the Mongols. Mazinho 16, Senzu 17, and 9-10 the AWPA. And it will be the third team eliminated, Alex. So we're quickly rifling through it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always go swimmingly.
3 days of play and you're done.
Just like that. Losing to Ecstatic and Eternal Fire, the Mongols really need to turn yourselves, or turn this one around. Zaka's being tested on mid again. Blitz walks through. Oh, Zaka's gonna feel robbed. He was holding for that exact walkout, and Blitz through the smoke wins the duel.
Head to head on the orbs.
Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking. If G is brave, he would have lost his life. So instead, his hesitancy is rewarded.
Which means they have to play for A main control.
Which is what Emilia's looking at now. Senior anticipates this. Oh, real opportunity, but squandered. Now you may not be expecting the AWP. Mazinho, he spotted out a rifle. Now they're walking together, blocking him for the AWP shot. Emilia's cheeks getting in the way. 45 seconds then, and they are starting to pivot, charging into the wide open B-bomb site. All of that pressure, it's resulted in an open runway.
Boys, what are you going to do? Both double peek from Temple? How?
Yeah, no. This is going to be horrible. Spotted out by Techno now. They're already out. And they are already relocating.
I flood their util, which has slowed down the Mongols a little bit here on their ascent towards the site, but like, my disbelief on two players picking, that's not favorable duels, especially when you don't know how far forward they are, so let's call it 8. Oh, LinVision's map choice. It's gotten away from them. If they salvage 4, there's still chance for a competitive map. It's just that the CT side of Anubis is very difficult, but just the tone and the pressure of the moment, I think, is unfortunately going to contribute to LinVision once we get to the second half. If this was just a game they were playing and it was every day of the week and we ended up with a 9-3 or an 8-4 half, I say LinVision can probably try and edge their way back into the game, but I think the moment can definitely get the better of you. Those demons of losing to Mongols twice this year alone.
Terrorists win. Yeah, it just feels like history's repeating itself.
Yeah, and also with games like this where they haven't felt like they've been able to contest for too many rounds, the game goes quite quick. There's the head tilt again, and it's to the left, and they're winning. If they lose a round, Alex, and it goes to the right...
Well, it's certainly not teaching us anything.
Just that if you're talking to Blitz ever, and his head's tilted to the right, he doesn't like the line of questioning.
Okay, that's really good info. I don't speak Mongolian, but I definitely...
Not yet.
Definitely speaks the language of Blitz body. Left or right, simple. And let's see if there is anything more for LinVision here on their CT side. Like you said, 8-4 is still attainable. What flavor does this round have? Starry Molotov Doff. He's been having a tough time on Dark. Senzu's really giving him a good run for his money.
They're going to push B main.
They are pushing B main, and Techno just looked away, so G can get set up on the line.
I think you need to keep searching if you're westbound. Look at all the nades they have left over. Need to start blocking somewhere. You push B main, so elsewhere mid and A need to block.
He's from Westmelon.
Blitz ain't ready for this.
No, not at all. Got his knife out. That's how unprepared he is. Westmelon's actually lost his advantage. His advantage is completely squandered now. You could lose your friend. G may not be expecting this. Neither was Westmelon. You're not going to clear this now, are you?
Blitz is more likely to turn around than Westmelon.
Yeah. This is uncomfortable now. Highly uncomfortable for LinVision. A fumble from Westmelon. He's calling B clear. At any point, G could die to this. Walk up from Blitz.
That's a kill.
There's a kill onto Techno. So now they're aware.
Well, Blitz is searching B.
But Blitz knows he has a gap. G, knife out, turn it around. He's been spotted out departing the B-bomb, so they come and B. Oh, wow. The misinformation is crazy. And G, yeah, of course he's not ready. Blitz is ready. Jail. He's like, what? You and B main? How is this happening? Oh, a horrible twist and turn in this one for LinVision. Westmelon's flank onto Techno actually leads to a wide open bomb site and a dead AWPA.
It's just been smoked off. They feel like they have to give this one a go.
Of course they do, but you got to get through this AWPA. Blitz has picked up G's rifle and is putting it to good use. Double AWP T side. I'm sure they'll get rid of that before the end.
Just another unfortunate timing.
Yeah, crazy. I understand the hesitancy from Westmelon, but it's also just a sign of where his confidence is. Beyond the bomb. Nice work from 9-10. A clutch added to his list. He's having one hell of a half. Big smile on his face. And understandably so. You already got 9 rounds in the bank. You're looking to secure a second win at the major.
Yeah, an attempt there on the retake, but the writing was on the wall. I think everybody could see that.
But his hesitancy, yeah, to get back to that, I think that's just a sign of when you're not feeling the game, when you're not backing yourself. He heard a reload, he heard him walk away, he knew he had a degree of a timing, just didn't want to take that risk.
Yeah, it felt like he had the jump on Blitz there, didn't he? And sure, it was great for him to find that opening kill, but it was a gap that they just waltzed on through, even though the first couple of frags or trades did go in their favor. Not enough as Lin Vision hit the big red button second of the 3 tactical timeouts available. That you need to be going into the second half with a bare minimum of 3. And like I already mentioned, this one is looking done, cooked right now by the Mongols. How do you want to finish? Will there be any flair in the mix for the Mongols in the final round of this first half? It's 4 rounds away. Keeping their dream alive.
Double orbs. Ilya going to pull out the second.
I feel like you have to go aggressive if you're Lin Vision in multiple areas on the map and at least search for an opening pick with Mongols default. But I say default, 3 towards B immediately. This might be a little bit more poppy if 9-10 has success.
She's holding for this angle. Oh, just get it. But Westmelon nails it, yeah. Some confidence behind that. Frustration, perhaps.
Got laser beam with the M4. Dink, dink, dead.
Good name for an open team. Waltzing up mid. Uncontested, silently. Ilya ready for Senzu, though. Oh, or not. Or not. Clotheslined, big swing. Got to give up mid now. Westmelon's responsible for cams. This is a nice reaction from Zaka. Gets there in time to find the first. Won't get the second. Mazinho good for that. It's a good spam from Westmelon. He's having a round here. Even chipping away at Blitz. Slowing his crawl into the A site. The A site, however, is open. Is this really going to be 10 for Mongols? Can they turn this one around? A numbers disadvantage.
The util coming through main on Starry, I think that's slightly problematic. It's not like a flash to facilitate a push through camera to smoke and a molly, so he's not really going to be able to use this. Very slow Lin Vision, and Starry has the kit as well. If he goes down main, Alex, they're not going to be able to get it back.
Yeah, you're right. It really hinges on Starry living to tell the tale. Down goes Senzu. Looking the wrong way, distraction, it pays off, and we will see just a third at the end of this half.
It's something to work with. It's something to work with indeed. So that split stalled by Westmelon on the A4. Here it is, just a swing immediately off the missed shot of G. Senzu takes a bullet between the legs, removes Amelia, and this is the key frag, I think. Westmelon through the smoke. And then Blitz having to worry about too many leaks in towards that bomb. Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. There'd be some real frustration getting swung on like that. This round taking place momentarily. We can start to take a look at the buys and how they'll take shape. Smoke for Starry, smoke and a molly for Westmelon. Now it was the T side with Lin Vision where I like some of their ideas. We'll see if they get many rounds to actually play with that.
Yeah. You might not only get to see one of your exciting Lin Vision mid-takes, but you might get one.
What's Mazinho opting for? He has yet to buy, still 800 smackaroos in the bank, and it's just going to be 5 sets of Kev, so it shows you some confidence from Mongols, and maybe to see them taking some heads-up fights. Oh, they're going to be at mid.
They're going for an interesting division. Got P250 to try and welcome that dark duel. Window, however, is occupied as well. You're in trouble, G. Pushing middle at the same time. They've got a good idea now, and this might be a little bit of a problem for Lin Vision.
Surely they know it must be possible.
They're taking their sweet time, Chad. That flank is closing in. The backs are turned, but they do just round the corner as they try and hit this site. Techno to delay. Does nail the first. Amelia. Just the one down after it. 9-10 fast on the flank. Zaka trying to take Heaven as well. Distracted they are
Haven't planted. They're going to try and go B.
Yeah, they're trying to run down Mazinho. They're aware of the potential for the flank, so why not just keep going? No,
You can't go back now.
Ooh,
You have to go. You have to go forward. I don't know how you can go back because you've given up way too much. Well, this is awkward. You don't see this.
You don't see this. This is very unusual. Because they
If this was capture the flag and it'd make a lot of sense, but you got 35 seconds and you're waiting in CT spawn and Senzu knows that you can't have gone anywhere.
They're even a bit confused as to what the gap is. Senzu's still comfortable on it. They're going back towards A. 910's been here. Blitz is still lingering around main.
19.
Yeah, this is so awkward. Oh, Lin Vision. Overcomplicating things. Heaven swing. USP's favored in this engagement. They need to get the bomb into the site, trying to plant safe from the two of them. Zaka needs to live. Still miraculous to get the bomb down. Senzu, however, arrives just in time. Multiple bodies, good from Starry. Maybe Lin Vision have done it. As Blitz is in the clutch, he's made it a 1v1. Puts down Zaka. Starry, a sharp shooter. Can Blitz pull it off? Yes, he can. The Mongols, they did not fret, did not get concerned, did not overthink. But you can't say the same for Lin Vision.
Yeah, look, I understand why they want to charge down Heaven, and Mazinho drew them so far into the beach, right? That was great work from him, and then just having to stay static. You think if you were even going to push those stairs and try and go towards B, that's great jewels for the CT, just seeing little heads pop up. This one here from Senzu that I'm sure we're about to catch in the replay package was brilliant. He just piped through Heaven and took down G. Starry doing his best, putting the aim on display, but the Glock's not enough, and Blitz stays calm, stays collected, and gets the boys fired up for a 10th. Bomb down, buy through. Lin Vision fighting for their honor and their tournament life with Galil's, Mac-10, Deagle, and Util. So it's a decent looking second round by virtue. The C4.
Third day of play. Could be the last.
Oh, Starry, you are so dead. You cannot repick that at all.
Yeah, and you're under the the double peak, the triple peak. This is it. It's up to Techno, and he's going to leave with 2. Mission accomplished on his aggression. Profits, and now it is a man advantage with Lin Vision putting all of their chips to the center of the table.
First CT rifle quote-unquote round, or round with anything really brought into it, and they're immediately active. Straight out main, taking jewels, making sure that they are fighting for some territory on the map. And once upon a time it was Techno 4K, but 2K might be enough. The double on the plat as well. The bait and switch. It feels like this is a recipe for success if it is a B finish. Doesn't look to be the case. Molly left over, 45-second mark, store you out for another 7. Still a lot of nades available for Lin Vision, however, but they don't have a clear end. Now you can turtle up. 2-2. It's beautiful. It's great.
They're playing some fundamentally sound Counter-Strike now.
You want to see.
Now look at the options available to the Lin Vision. They just have to walk, and they know the time is very, very brief. You've got 19 seconds. You're running into 910 with the SMG. How good are you clears? Not good at all. He'll take 1. Mazinho just hiding out on the site. He knows he's 1 frag away. Nails it onto Amelia. And now there's nothing here for Westmelon. A plant might be denied. He's going to get run down by Senzu. Shot in the side, and 11 for Mongols. Happy boys. Feeling good about themselves after the way they've handled business here today. Coming into this best of 3, making it 2 maps, making it convincing in those 2 maps. And for Lin Vision, quite the opposite. You know, these domestic rivals, sure, but when they find themselves here in Copenhagen on the European shores, they are looking to represent the region positively. The fact that they're forced to play one another, eliminate one another. Lin Vision just can't keep their head above water.
Oh dear.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
Eagles, you're accepting 12. You're backing yourselves for one hell of a run back into this game.
Well, there's a large portion of the community all aboard the Mongols reverse sweep hype train. 0-2 down. You're just 1 more best of 3 away, giving themselves plenty of matches to warm into things.
Blitz isn't shying away from an engagement. He's got just enough bullets for 2 more, so good restraint making it work, and the pistol to finish. Very poised from Blitz there. He's not going to fumble that one.
Oh, just one more round. And this is the thing, you obviously want to tell the story of Lin Vision being eliminated, going out as the 3rd team from the opening stage. We will be losing 2 more teams today, one of Ensign Furia. That'll be the final game of the day on that mainstream. And well, you can probably go check out that mainstream action. But when you have this type of a matchup, it felt like it was always going to head in one direction just based off of the history between the 2 of them. Mongols have had Lin Vision's number. Mongols are the king of the region. That's not even a conversation, and there was conversation about a lot of hype around Mongols coming into this major and hoping to see them do some damage. So far, that has not been the case. They've only beaten Amcal and are only 1 round away from beating Lin Vision, 2 teams that we'd all expect them to topple. I don't think they'll make a dent against a upper echelon team unless they make it to the elimination stage.
Yeah, like Ecstatic, that's a team...
Exactly.
I'd be expecting to, if you were the Mongols that we'd kind of created in our minds. Oh, there you go. It's the double mollies, Chad.
Yeah, a little bit late. I like their fast version, but let's see if they find the same success. A molly needs to be extinguished so the space can be taken for Starry.
Looking for it, finding it, Blitz. He's comfortable in mid right now. Smoke towards the cams. He can play ahead of this if he's brave, doesn't need to with the man advantage. Maybe Zaka can work some magic. 50 seconds seems like the last round. With 3 pushing a main upon the fade, they are going to be in hot pursuit with the molly to delay. They're going to be trapped in canals. Now they can start to try and hunt them down.
Beautiful.
Oh, they're playing good counter. Look at this. Blitz loud. Brings the fight. Emilio won, but they're sensing from behind.
Oh,
this is so good. The counter strike from Mongols. Aggression on every front. Zaka, however, this is the gap. He has pipped it through mid. They might not be aware of it as G's managed to find Techno. The bomb can go down. The rotation through Temple. Smoke arrives and so will the plant.
He's going to give it a go. You know he is.
Just going to walk through. And a world where he finds G. Low HP, just a single one from the MP9 could have made that an interesting 1v1. But yeah, they actually, I'm surprised that that wasn't how it ends, considering how well structured it was.
Push just bad aim.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? Like you look at the push, you look at how well timed it is. The dink's there, but it's the fights that follow up after. You feel they have the jump on them. G able to get 4 within the round, so great shooting from him. But there were moments for Mongols to close that. Still have enough for a bite. Orp in the hands of 9-10. Famous for Mazinho on the other end of the spectrum. A whole lot more where that came from, Lin Vision, and that's a great start. G picking up where he left off. 9-10 down. I'll ping the Orp.
Well, now he's seen it's disappeared, so information that Techno's wielding that. Starry being across double doors already. Can park the bus for a minute. He smoked to take a main.
It does look like they want to go for an AXQ finish, but that doesn't have to be a guarantee. There's still a minute on the clock. Zinho has util to be able to block, so he can just replenish that main smoke. It looks like he's done exactly that. Oh, he's actually just opted with the molly deep, so holding onto the smoke on the clear, doesn't see anything at all.
Gives himself a smoke to play around. Zinho anti-flash, ready to try and just isolate a duel, but he's confirming that there's nothing committing. Starry's found the rotation. Down goes Blitz. Starting to flank on towards B. The bomb outside A still, so this is a call from Starry. Westmelon, however, by taking down Senzu, forces him forward. He confirms the bomb's location. Techno, wrong side of the map. Up against the world. His exit's covered, and his frag is shy. Westmelon the one to pull it off.
Interesting that Starry smoked camera and fought Temple and made it look like they're going B. All the meanwhile, the bomb was still heading towards A. So the kills came their way. Still a great opener, a very nice shot. Blitz must have known that that was always a possibility. But Lin Vision, I wouldn't say it's working back into things. It's just fighting for their life. As they forced Mongols down to an eco. There's one flash in the hands of Blitz. They're pushing mid.
And Westmelon has already solved it. That's another ace added to the tally. Sprays down the eco.
20 bullets,
yeah,
5 kills.
That'll feel good.
Real good. And it was a quick round. The ecos don't often go in that fashion, do they?
I would say it because you would have maybe liked a little bit more time to catch your breath, kind of realize just how up against the ropes you are.
I think they're in the crowbar method.
Yeah.
This is the Mongols crowbar era. They're just going and smash and grab right now.
It's working.
They've gone in, they've already checked out all the security cameras. They know exactly what they're dealing with.
Yeah.
No problems.
Their flight path's planned out. And it's actually just the first time out. This is where Mara does his best work. Gives them a quick
three
call.
of them line up for the first kill, really.
Yeah, 4 headshots as well. Nice work. Look at that even ADR as well from Mongols. Everyone pulling their weight.
Nice opening kills as well. The only one not to find one is Mazinia. 5 for Blitz, 4 for Techno, 3 for Senzu, 2 for 910.
5-0 in opening duels. That's a dream to see from Blitz.
Isn't it? No kit for this one, for the Mongols. So we do find ourselves in a post plant. Keep that in mind. Lin Vision. Can G do it again? This time no AWP to tussle with. Boost. Sorry, they definitely facilitate him in middle. And the top deck removed.
Wow, 910 gets the duel, wins it out, and it's actually a brave one from West Melon. And that's a nasty death for Zaka. Just caught Tracer fire tracked. Senzu is giving them the man advantage.
They execute towards A. There's a moment right now where it is just Mazinia on the site, has the smoke, has the flash, the response of 910. But as West Melon silently retrieves the bomb, the 2 members, G and Amelia, are working on control. Senzu working on info. And a well-timed smoke. That might be it. They might call that off. Just as they threw the camera smoke, they're going to go back into the push.
This is beautifully orchestrated. Senzu, he can throw the knockout blow here. Taking down West Melon. Lin Vision fighting for their lives. Elimination just a couple of clicks away. G with the bomb on his back, partnered up with Amelia. 30 seconds. Running out of options. And it's going to be Mazinho to close. There they go. The Mongols throw the knockout blow. Lin Vision eliminated. One of the first teams, day 3. And their Copenhagen journey ends.
Yeah, no hype. The writing was on the wall, and that one a dominant performance on the map choice of Lin Vision for Mongols to take things 2-0. That's 3 head-to-heads this year, all of which have fallen in the favor of the Mongolian side in a 2-0 fashion. And Lin Vision, with their first major, their first showing, only 1 victory for their troubles, and it was against Furia. A loss to Heroic, a loss to Ecstatic, and now a loss to regional rivals in an elimination game. That is the worst way it could have gone down for them. You really don't want to go head-to-head with a team that you know so well. You would have preferred to have tried to put your wares on show against some of the bigger top names, but this is how the draw has, well, fallen into place.
Yeah.
The cannibalism of the region. One of them lives on. Mongols get an opportunity tomorrow in a 2-2 matchup to book themselves a ticket into the elimination stage, the top 16. So they've been able to turn their fate around. As we did see at the start of the day, if you were focusing on that mainstream, bringing up the tweet where these teams were celebrating together after the victory for both of them, and respect being shown. It's great to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's all smiles from Mongols. There is an air of dejection from Lin Vision. It really did. I'm sure it kind of met expectations, maybe not the expectations they vocalized, but they probably knew this was going to be one hell of a challenge. A qualification, a victory in itself.
Yeah, so look, for them over at the RMI, they defeated Greyhound, and they've changed the status quo of the region, at least for the time being, which is a massive victory. They sent the Australians packing, and they booked themselves that 2nd position, which was great. It was returning Chinese Counter-Strike to the major. The thing was, when you look at that RMR, the Mongols head and shoulders above the rest, and the Mongols, with the type of Counter-Strike they can play, with how heavy some of these players can hit. We've seen great stuff for the likes of Senzu. We know what Techno and Blitz can bring. Mazinho, obviously only 16 years of age, right? He has that raw ability, but I think Pressure is his biggest nemesis, and today 910 putting his AWP on show. The elements of Mongols is what's brought the hype around this team into the major, which is yet to be made good on, that promise.
Yeah.
They'll have an opportunity tomorrow. I don't think it'll be against a European opponent. We don't know. We have to wait and see how things sizzle out. But a loss to Eternal Fire and a loss to Ecstatic, a win over Amcal, that is their run so far. But the victory today, it's gonna feel good.
Yeah, I think my biggest takeaways, I was about to start singing the praises of Zaka as I see his scoreboard. But yeah, Starry and Zaka have had performances on maps where you know, it's a name I'm going to remember. It's a name I'll be regurgitating next time I see Linvision as ones to watch. You've got to give Westmelon his props for the fight he put up against the Mongols here on Anubis, up to 19, and actually has the highest ADR in kills in the server.
Big team effort on the other side. Look at this, 79 top ADR, 73 bottom. Everybody
Boom.
contributed and had their moments in a dominant performance. I think this is hopefully a sign of things to come with Chinese Counter-Strike. Tai Lu, after not qualifying, went and had some roster changes. They removed Advent, they removed Kaze. They're bringing in some players, some younger individuals, because I liked what we had from the likes of Jam Young, Mercury, Mozia, right? Yeah. Those names were a little bit more exciting. It was the older boys who I wouldn't say weren't contributing, but maybe it's the older style, the older approach that wasn't working. So hopefully this is going to usher in a new generation of Chinese Counter-Strike, and we can see them trending in a more positive direction, because if the global scene of CS is more activated. Americas have done their part, right? Whether it's been North America with the likes of Cloud9 or Liquid over the years, obviously the Brazilians, right? They're one of the most, I would say, talented regions with just how many individuals are coming out of the woodwork inspired from the Luminosity SK days. We're seeing that in this event with the likes of the Pain players, the Legacy players, plenty of names. Imperial with decent.
Yeah, no, for real. But I feel like Brazil right now has a bit of a chokehold in terms of talent to like nurturing. There's just there's the Gamers Academy, stuff like that, where there's a lot of players that are chasing that dream, but there's a platform for them to play each other, find each other, build teams. I think that is the amount of Brazilian attendees is a product of that. Well, maybe China's on the way to doing something similar.
Hopefully, right? And Mongolia, we know, right? They have other teams as well there. I think there's a whole bunch of, I don't want to call them rejects, but alumni of the Mongols, right? They went by the name the Huns. And there's a bunch of those players in that team. There was also ATOC. So there's some more talented individuals. And when you look at the interviews that Blitz have done and you try and look into the region a little bit more, you know that there's a local area network, a LAN scene over there, where these players are being plucked from. And the better the Mongols do, the longer that they can extend events like this, you're going to get more opportunities to see players like this. All right, well, we're going to head over down to the sideline and get an interview with Zaka and the coach Gum.
Hello, guys, and yes, Sponge, that is absolutely correct. I'm here with Gum and Zaka. Always tough to speak after a loss. Thank you for your time, firstly. Commiserations on exiting the major. Guys, what's going through your heads right now?
Going through our heads? Like, we need to review the game, what happened there, and today I think we missed a lot of the key information, and I think our communication at one point is good, but at another point it's very chaos. So there's so many useless information there. So that's cost us a lot of chance. Yeah.
And Zaka, what about yourself? What are your thoughts?
How to say? I think I just didn't play our game, and our communication not enough. We get some key, like Gum said before, we get some key information, but we didn't use it, and that's why we lose some important round. We get the key information, like we know they will play B, but we didn't
rotate in time.
Yeah, something like this. I think just this 1 point, and another we need a. 怎么说呢？回去再看。
Yeah. So most likely we go back and review our games, and for our feeling, it's like now we lose the game, and we need to cheer up for Mongols and hope them and can keep fighting and give one more spot, and to have Asians Counter-Strike, to have more people play this game, to have more professional teams, and then maybe next time we can have like more teams here and we can grow stronger. Yeah.
Talking about that, Gum, it looked like there was still a lot of love between yourselves and the Mongols. I've heard that you've also been celebrating outside of the server with them when you both got your wins. Going forward, what would you like to see from the Asian Counter-Strike scene as you continue to support the Mongols in their endeavors here?
You mean the Counter-Strike scene in Asia?
Yeah, so what would you like to see going forward from the Asian scene?
I like just more teams and more players, more professional players, and to make the scene more competitive. That's it.
All right. Well, guys, if there's anything else that you'd like to say to your fans and the people watching at home, please do go ahead.
Oh, it's so hard. Like, thanks for your supporting, but this time, actually, we can do better, but we are very sorry we didn't make it. But yeah, we hope we can do it at the next major, because actually for us, we achieved our goal here for the first half of this year, and for the we are looking forward for the second year for the Shanghai major.
Zaka, anything from you?
Same.
All right, commiserations, you've now exited the major, but it's a pleasure to see you guys here. And I truly think you guys can be the next generation for the Chinese and Asian scene. Best of luck moving forward. Chad and Machine, back to you.
Yeah, tough one there. You can see the emotions are so fresh as they're basically processing that defeat live before our very eyes. I do love, you know, that they're acknowledging some of the things we were talking about, Chad, about in terms of this being bigger than them, focusing on acquiring that third spot for the Shanghai Major if they can make the top 16. Well, if the Mongols can make the top 16, Lin Vision's journey ends now.
Yeah, precisely. And I think when you think about what that will facilitate, it's exactly what GUM is hoping for, right? More opportunities to be able to play in the biggest of events, the most prestigious of events, because I can tell you as someone who was fighting for that once upon a time, to get to play against teams from the biggest and best regions or the bigger regions than when you're from, a victory even just against them in this context, it means a lot. Like, it means the world. It really fills you with that it's difficult to put it into words, but watching them there, and their immediate thing was, yeah, we need to now be supporting the Mongols, right? This is like a region, like we're a team in a way, and that also extends to my part of the world as well. So it's beautiful to hear on the bigger picture.
What do you, what does your Counter-Strike brain, how does it digest Emilia's observations about there being a lot of communication, but sometimes a lot of useless communication? Can you kind of put words to what he's describing there? Is that just when people are so nervy, they're maybe talking too much, not giving the right information, or? Sometimes
you can be over, like, you need proficient communication, right? So sometimes you can be a little bit verbose, or sometimes you can be doing like too much asking of questions back and forth. But in terms of, you know, knowing information and not responding, that hesitancy because of the moment, that's when we talk about pressure, right? Because you hear pressure and you think, okay, well, what does that actually mean? We all know what it feels like in a certain moment in our life to be pressured, but it's how it has that effect. So it's essentially this fatigue that is being applied to you because you're so tense. And then when you're tense, you're not doing what you would normally do, which translates into the, we didn't play our game. It's such a simplistic thing for players to say that, but it is when you know, when you're on your A game, when you're having a good day, when we're having a good cast, when you're having a good day at work or a good day at school, things are flowing in a certain way, right? And to go to communication, that's always a tell. If the communication isn't flowing and isn't as crisp and concise as it can be, you know something's off. It feels a bit more labored. Everything feels a bit harder.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's multiple examples. I think that pistol, that pause after chasing down Mazinho in the second half of Anubis, where they ended up kind of stuck at beach, and this kind of, it was like almost like someone said something and someone said wait, and
at that point 30 seconds have gone by.
Yeah, exactly. And there were multiple instances of that where the Mongols, you know, they stayed very proactive. Those spaces were taken. That techno round where Westmelon just didn't kind of punish, and it ended up losing G and losing the round, losing the site. There are those instances that are already at the forefront of my mind as to where things went wrong for Lin Vision.
But I love the way that they conduct themselves, and like I touched on before, I hope that this ushers in a new era for Chinese Counter-Strike.
That Furia win, bro, I was absolutely gassed for them. Like seeing the passion, the emotion for when they took that win. Lin Vision, they did not get 0-3.
Yeah, precisely, right? And they picked up a win against a scalp of players who have played at quite a top tier of Counter-Strike, Fallen in that team, right? Quesarado, the absolute best Brazilian player out there. So regardless of how Furia are struggling, that's still a massive win. But Alex, we got plenty more Counter-Strike coming today.
Let's bring up the schedule before we say our goodbyes. Myself and Chaddy B done for the day, but more Counter-Strike around the corner, because check this one out. We get Legacy up against Apex.
That's an elimination.
Yeah, very intrigued to see if Legacy can fight tooth and nail to live another day. Apex, quite the tough opponent. And then Ecstatic versus Imperial. That is another intense one.
Yeah, that is going to be a qualification match. So I think it's a free crack for both of these teams. Ecstatic, obviously, Danish representation, the full 5. This is probably the biggest event for all of these players ever. Actually, I would say it is. It definitely is. And Imperial on the other side, Vinny taking over the realms of the in-game leadership. Some of the newer names alongside of Decent as well as No Way. And then you have the older boys of Henny and Phelps who found some impact in the game. We did it theirs yesterday. And we've also got the mainstream, which you guys can check out, twitch.tv/PGL. That's all from us.
That's all from us. We'll see you guys tomorrow, but do stay tuned as all that Counter-Strike's coming at you from both streams, full frontal. See you soon.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Good afternoon, everybody. Scrawny and Launders taking over for Machine and Sponge, who
have handled the first game of the day so elegantly. Obviously, Mongols dispatching of Lin Vision, that one's all wrapped up, and another unfortunate departure from the very first CS2 major. Now, we got to send somebody else packing.
And it's two teams, maybe neither of which you expected to be here for different reasons. Maybe a lot of people had Legacy 03, a lot of people had Apex, I would say, going through. So maybe it's the Luth 6 team to make it. In this bout, however, we're in a 1-2 game. It's on the line, and Legacy, they do have a good win, right? They beat Fury on the first day. That was very impressive and a big moment, I think, for Cold Zero specifically. Dope Goods Fallen.
You know, it's not all bad news today. Ecstatic versus Imperial. Maybe, again, two other teams you wouldn't expect to be where they're at, but that is, of course, for the next stage of the major. That is going to be the biggest game of Ecstatic's lives, undoubtedly. And then, obviously, for Imperial, I mean, just nice to see Phelps back where he's at. We can no longer doubt Vinny. Very exciting game. Personally, for me, I'm really stoked to get to that one, just because, again, it gives us a chance to celebrate a result, whereas this one, although it is very important, is a more somber story.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, if they don't actually make it through, like if Imperial don't make it through, they can't be excited when a few months pass about just qualifying, you know, just getting one win, for example. So Vinny, I think he's got to be thinking about how much he has to prove, and we're already flying through the veto now with Apex, and again, a team who, well, they threw together their roster based on trying to make it to the major. They got Stiko in. Stiko did a great job of, as you pointed out, doing his job to get them here. Yeah.
That was his claim to fame, right? Needed to get this organization back to the major, and he did it.
He did it, yeah.
Now it's a matter of stepping up into a level, because to be honest, at the moment, Apex are not hitting that groove that I think we have all come to expect from them. Their year has had struggles, yes, but they have consistently grinded their way through results and events to at least progress to a point beyond this one. At the moment, the best piece about Apex, the one shining star, is the man on screen at the moment, Sense, who I would say previously had left me wanting more from him. Now at this major, shows out. Seems like he's finding his place within everything, and he's trying to keep them kicking and screaming in this event.
Yes, working very hard. We saw lots of interesting things come out of this team. I mean, Jacob was such a star on Overpass, but then we saw Sasanio was kind of uncomfortable, but then got it together towards the end and started fragging out like crazy. So no Overpass in this veto. It's actually an interesting one. I think there's a very high likelihood we get all 3 maps in this situation. So let's see. Hey, Legacy going up quickly into the B site. And, or sorry, Apex, excuse me, on the attack. Getting the plant down so easily with a 4v5 for a second.
Otto's stuck in the cutout. Stiko would have been a great Molotov to end up throwing for any kind of a defuse attempt. That's why he's got a second one, right? So he's just staying outside of the bomb site. An additional Molotov to deny any defuse, and poor Lotto without a smoke. You know, he's feeling good about this. Oh, he just picked one up.
Wow.
And now that he's got the smoke, the Molotov's not going to work for Stiko. And he goes for the kill towards short side. Oh.
I really wish he stuck that because he did it perfectly. He had the smoke out, and then he diffused, and he dropped the smoke right after to kill an extra second. They were lining up a Molotov for it. It would have definitely been a stick. I think it was the appropriate setting to do that because you don't assume that someone's coming in with a smoke in that situation. So, you know, you're likely to not peek until it's too late or whatever the case may be. But for Apex, they're the ones who got the entry. They made that look really simple getting into the site. So fair play.
Uh-oh. Missed CT smoke to block elbow. Luckily for them, it's not going to be punished. But Barton with that M-Force come in with early impact. And that is now another player dropped by the M-Force. So this conversion from the pistol was all in on one idea, straight to the B bomb site. They're starting to rack up losses. Stiko, lucky to be alive after the nade, hanging on by the skin of his teeth, and now having to go big versus Barton and Cold Zera. That M4 given an excellent chance to force buy back, and it works.
That's some excellent gameplay out of Barton. It's his first peek towards the rush, instantly gets a kill into falling back, and then his teammates are dropping like pawns all around him, but they're the ones with pistols, so they're doing a good job of sort of being his frontline defense as he goes and gets refrags, right? Like, that's beautiful play from Legacy, where they're playing to trade out and protect the best gun. and they trusted in their rifler, and he delivered, man.
I mean, really giving Barton all the gunfights he would favor, right? Just leaning back on long, every single fight from the bomb site. Some of those players are having MAC 10s. And the first one, okay, you learn your lesson. There's a rifle back there. But everybody else made the same mistake, one after another, with low trade potential, and it costs Apex that opening momentum. They'll force buy back, but man, they are strapped for cash already.
Yeah, this is sort of a very good posturing of the map right now for Legacy. You kind of love to see that type of energy right away. Game plan from Apex: come out fast, swing hard, and now they have to change it up.
Holding my breath to see whether coldzera gives us another awesome showing. A flashback to the past.
Yeah, I mean, there are genuinely a lot of people watching this major that wonder what the hype is about coldzera, because it was a long time ago. I mean, he's one of the very few players in history to have 2 #1s in the world, right? And he was also one of the only players to do it with a rifle. Him, Get Right, like, his first year of Pro CS was extraordinary. It was unbelievable, to the point that we still talk about him and hold him in such high regard like 8 years later, seriously.
Probably looking over at the other Brazilians who have found success in Copenhagen, taking a quick glance over to Phelps and thinking, well, if he can return to form, then why can't I? Both teams doing it with young blood too, but right now, Knock empty-handed, and the Brazilians convert.
And there was a lot of doubting coldzera on some of the previous lineups in the last couple of years, with the mixes of Brazilian players that he was getting, and wondering if he was really in it to be a competitor. And there was that quote, I think it was the Rio Major RMR, where he said, I didn't shower for 3 months, I have no friends, no one loves me, all I do is play CS,
yeah, something
grinding
like that.
for this. And that's when we knew, okay, he really wants this. He wants to be back.
And that, of course, was a successful event, getting to Rio,
yeah,
then to only bomb out of that one.
Yeah.
And it kind of felt, oh, well, I guess this is his team's cap.
And we can see from this opening stage that these are some of the best sort of Brazilian lineups that we've seen in a few years.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That third and fourth is a little egregious, right?
That was a 2015 spread right there.
Those last couple of shots had magnets in them, and unfortunately, Apex, they didn't even have those helmets. Wow. Absolutely shredded, but you can hear it. Looking to get right back. Let's go, let's go. Here's our gun round.
Yeah, that was the key feature, was his spray downs. Like, that was the thing that you just couldn't explain with coldzera. It'd be like him on Ivy on train, and Team Liquid would send 5 guys out with auto snipers, and he'd just kill them all with 1 bullet each. It was insane.
Yeah, his spray downs and his jumping op no scopes.
Oh man, yeah, that's right. Yeah, just one of the few players with a graffiti as well.
Absolute legend of the game, and off to a 7-2 start thanks to that 4K anti-eco. Now, it's going to be a challenge in mid. Nice flash from Stiko to set up Jacob. Mid player goes down for the defense. Lotto lost in smoke. Neck is next to jump up box. This is a great spot for him to punish Sense, but the trade frag potential is high. Chase out from Stiko gets him. We are into the 3v3. Cave has been conceded, and we get a rotation from Legacy to lighten the defense at the B site.
They've got the defense thinned as possible, but with the A push and this timing, and since there's only 3 Ts, this is really big information for the CT side. That's hard to deny. There's also a lot of room to push and take your time. So Apex, yes, they're outside B, but they're at the minute mark. So there might not be an exec right now. They're still working on Cave. I think this is a great timing play from Legacy. Like, clearly they're coming up behind him.
Just missed his timing, but the Cave player.
Yeah, that's free on Cave.
Yep.
And the intentions are clear now, as again, A was pushed.
Getting proactive. And then getting the response out of Knock as bomb goes down.
Was it Barton to get the first kill?
It was the flank, yes, sir.
Yes, they might not know where he is, this guy.
Ooh, but coldzera creeping out with the op now.
I think he saw something, yeah,
He's got the shadow, easy. Stiko down for the count. Knock, you love to see Knock in a clutch. Doesn't have his trusty op, but still catches Cole. He's worried about the ramp. Worried about that second flank, but it's a reroute through the cave that gets Legacy back on top, and props, because they could have played that more stagnant. They got active in the mid-round 3v3. They get the reward for it, and the round win too.
Yeah, it's a perfect round. They have to take some kind of risk, but it's coldzera on an op holding A main, like that's as safe as it gets. Also, I think Lotto, you know, they made sure not to run after they just got that first kill. They kept walking and let one guy trade himself out. Lotto totally inconspicuously walking through cave. Not surprised Apex couldn't figure out where he's coming from, so what a good start to the day here for Legacy. But there'll still be a bye.
Double molly out of the defense, looking for that fast jump up, and with no mid pressure from Apex, it's very tough to keep anybody off of this play. Legacy, they want this fight, and the only route Apex have is up ramp. They've been completely stuffed out everywhere else and with no control, and then even then, once they get to the bomb site, they lose a double. Nekis swaps on the ramp. Stiko's supposed to hold it. Nekis, what is this?
No, between two smokes. He walked through, and that's the risk that Apex took right there, though. They assumed that Legacy weren't going to go for mid control, that they wouldn't do a play to get into heaven quickly, and then they decided to run by their smoke and hope that they had time to get the bomb down before they go back and watch flanks. And Nekis called it out perfectly. But as a team, this is beautiful. And the initial hold is 2 kills, too. 1 guy on the site.
Excellent rifle work as well from Nekis there.
This is a scary situation now for Apex.
Talk about momentum out of the gate. Now they're back down to the Tech-9s. Now Cold Sarah's landing shots with the deep A-main angle. Tatsanito, he's got 1 back, but where there's 1, there's more. Lotto taking the place of his dead teammate, could line this up with a nice burst. They creep into him and he falls back. They're on for the chase. There's the potential for the mid jump up. It's trying to come save the cave control, and with the elbow smoke fading, Dumao is of 2 minds. He has to take the risk by going through smoke. Tatsanito on the reload, easy pickings, and now it's full control back for Legacy again.
They have such good court vision right now. They know every risk to take looks easy to them. I mean, these could be scary pushes if they weren't so positive about what they were getting into. Apex did a good job in the first couple of rifles of fighting for mid control and actually winning, even if it cost them a couple players. But Legacy have not stopped going into mid. And when they don't play there at all, it kind of removes the option for Apex to just go in extremity quickly, because Legacy will have those rotations. They need to respect Apex. Apex need to respect them inside of mid.
At the very least, because of those kills inside cave, we get the double M4 pickup here for Apex. All these mid-round moments have been Legacy's name stamped on them.
Oh, silent.
Nice crossfire, tons of damage, bomb down, and Jacob blindsided by it. Legacy go up to 6-1.
This is crazy.
Oof, man. And you know,
these rounds are insanely good.
You know, this is actually a trilogy.
This is a trilogy?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Apex have 2 losses.
Really?
Pain, Imperial. It is Apex versus Brazil here in Copenhagen. This could be a full Brazilian elimination for Apex to deal with.
Wow. So it's a Brazilian barbecue, and Apex are the meat.
Mm-hmm. And, well, Brazilian teams beating European teams is my favorite type of NA cope.
Yeah. You did the math on how many slots we would get back if like all the Brazilian teams made it through. What's still possible now?
So I'm not entirely confident in the numbers. Okay. I haven't gone back to the rule book.
All right. What's like potential best case situation?
Potential best case situation is, I believe it's, what I think we need is 2 South American teams right now, 2 of these Brazilian teams in this stage of the major to get to the elimination stage. And at that point, with complexity plus those 2, I believe we get 1 spot back at the Americas RMR, and Europe will lose its last chance qualifier.
And that will mean nature is healing.
And nature is healing. Out of the gate, though, we get more of the Apex pain. Guns in middle get completely stuffed, and there's this duality to Apex right now. We've seen rounds where they go completely into B, foregoing any mid control and hoping Legacy won't try to do that jump up. What happens? Nekis slides down smoke, total control of the map, and then they lose it. They try to go for boosts and elbow to contrast. What happens? Legacy's pulling players off the top of totem poles, and it's again an Apex 3v5 situation.
I mean, they're being too antsy. Like, Legacy have earned the respect and checkmated early B aggression, mid aggression. Apex either have to fight them inside of mid, or they have to wait them out until nades are low and then take B or take mid back. But they're not willing to play those slow rounds. So, of course, Legacy are going to win. This is exactly the kind of round they were expecting. Apex are refusing to be patient about this approach. Just hoping to get the kills.
Lotto gets one right before Tatsunito's able to come out from cave. It's another untraded kill, and there's so many players here, but the timing's nice.
It's about to get spotted,
Oh,
yeah.
it's the long guy. I was going to say short looks away, so all is good. But no, sir.
There's a lot of trust in that rifle setup they've got going on. 2 or 3, they're covering everything. So Apex are really, you know, I don't say they're giving the half away, but they're making it as easy as possible for Legacy. Everything Legacy's calling is expecting early plays like Apex are making.
Siko, ooh, he's lucky he didn't die after time. Final second is when he falls out.
I think the one thing you can do is people pull guard on A lot. These B rushes are surprising to me because they're using this cool smoke that they've got to try to make the B plays happen. But, you know, A rushes in the current meta with people not playing A almost at all sometimes, that can work out. But we haven't seen them really try that. And it's not like it's free to win the round if you get out A main, because it's hard to win past Donut and get the bomb down safely and everything like that. But it doesn't seem like it's an option that's even crossed their mind. And I can only assume that now Legacy are going to think, well, that's probably coming next. I really think they should just go slow down to a crawl, go for mid late, and then if they really want to go for the B attack, do it from, you know, a point of power instead of doing it by bashing their head into the wall.
Yeah, their heads are getting bashed all right. Difficult to point at anything that Apex have been able to offer up in this one. Neck is coldzera and Barton all at 9 kills apiece. Lotto right behind them. All cylinders firing here for Legacy. They're going to go for lane out of the spawn again. Remember, this is the one AK.
Apex won the pistol.
And then thought that an all-out B rush was going to get them the conversion.
And then tried it again and again.
Oh, man, look at the activity.
Wow. Yeah, and they haven't done a default, right?
This site gets stacked ahead of it. They are being outplayed.
Dude, this is top level play from a Legacy. I mean, they're just clued into everything right now, like so quickly too.
Oh, dude. Mao. I mean, he could very well just spray down this entire ramp.
Just put the bib in right now, Mao.
We got 4 players sitting in the site. CT's rock solid hold. Barton, disgusting couple of headshots. I mean, can Legacy do anything wrong right now?
It's literally a masterclass at the moment. I would say there's clearly things that Apex could do better, but like, I'm not gonna say that it'd be easy even if they were playing well. Site holds are on point, rotations are on point. And they did try that one A rush. coldzera got the 4K spray down, so I guess can't say they haven't tried it at all.
Need I remind everybody at home? Apex's map pick.
Yeah. This is. I thought this was going to go 3 maps because Apex have beat better teams on Ancients.
Finally, something gets going here for Apex.
They win mid.
There's been enough chances for that fight. There we go. Headshots galore coming out of Apex. The best individual moments we've seen from them yet. And it's Jacob and Knock. As you've come to expect from this Apex squad, those are the 2 players, the 2 stars. A swift reminder that headshots can change every round.
Oh my god, the bomb's going back towards A.
No.
They're going to split Donut to A?
The A main player comes out and dies, bomb goes middle.
That's how you know you're scared, right? Okay, they finally get one.
There we go, all's good. Back through the T-spawn, all the way to B. Deep control from Apex. This will, at the very least, be a 2-round T side.
I like how they're hunting, as if it's like, I think Barton's happy to get kills, you know what I mean? They've got so much money. I don't think Apex should be trying to take every dollar from them at this point, if they risk dying.
No, it's 100% more about preserving themselves.
Yeah, right. Oh, okay. All right, so they get away with that. They have lots saved. It's the Jacob 2K entry as they fight to take over mid control. At least they do that instead of going straight into B, and they eventually win. Maybe this is the round they need, but ooh, and a great spray. It really was.
Yeah, Stico got them flashbangs for middle. The only kills that Apex have gotten in middle have been with a Stico flash assist every time.
Let's go, Stico.
3 of them.
That's my YouTuber.
Get this mid smoke out, and Dumao trying to press through it. There's a player behind him, I believe. Yeah, by box. Jacob, good return frag, but he doesn't win the spray duel, and that quick lane control coming out of Lotto. You want to fight, you've got one. Legacy will fight fire with fire.
They are so happy to just try again.
Because they are burning brighter. Tatsunito looking to get something going at B's, being held from long, and Barton's going to win his fight. Barton is white hot at the moment, 14 kills deep, and a 1v4 attempt out of Knock with plenty of time to try to make this happen, but already 3 members of the defense on B. The A main push, he is corralled.
Oh, I got smoked. Yeah, Barton's white hot, and they're flying too close to the sun right now. They have run into B, given him so many kills, and why would you? Not in this form. But I mean, where is the easy place to go? They've been destroyed in mid, on A, and up B almost every time.
But barring that one anti-eco Coldzera from the A side, I feel like A, we just haven't seen much action.
They didn't even try. Yeah, they didn't even try. And I mean, late rounds, so when they go donut splits are only happening late round most of the time, and we haven't seen them win mid to even try it. So yeah, like the main rush, something.
Here we go.
But no bomb here. It's a fake towards A.
Okay. But even that, even a fake towards A is enough to start to get the mid setup unraveled. That's a double donut push coming out of Legacy. You know they'll try to fight you head on. And in doing so, Stico's found that 5v4. Still, we get this 3-man cohort waiting outside of B with Barton in the wings waiting. A second entry towards A is excellence from Sense. And as he goes deeper, they're just cleaning house at the moment. How convincing is that A hit? Only now does the bomb go down on the opposite side of the map. And so a little A action from Apex nets them another round win.
Yeah, nice. I mean, the guys who faked got kills, which is the hard thing to do because they're coming in with the least support. Only 2 guys. Full respect on that, but at the end of the day, numerically, this is basically a despondent half. Like 3 rounds in total. It's total despair right now on Apex's map pick. They have so much work to do right now on CT side.
Question remains, did they wait too long before trying to throw out that play? Because they do it once, they win it once. 100% success rate on the early A play, but no longer any T rounds to play off of. When you compare that, just even a spread out default, to some of the very uninspiring straight up B rush pushes.
Mm-hmm.
A T-side Apex will not want to remember, but one that is over nonetheless. You said it yourself. A lot of work to do.
We're definitely looking to Jacob to help him a ton on the pullback. Like, he already showed some good rounds on T-side. Like, aim-wise, he's also just been great so far in the games I've watched. Leading into this one, and CT Ancient should be his friend. So Jacob might need to go into superhero mode.
We know he can do it.
See if he can still fit into the spandex.
Tatsunito dives back sight, gets his Beretta's kill, but he's not the only one with the Cowboys. Deep peek into the back lane. Dumao, double kill on the pistol, and a man advantage in the post plant for Legacy. Enough control of the site that Nekiz can turn attention back towards lane. Oh, Stico doesn't get it immediately. And as he starts to trudge down the lane, they're going to come to him. And he's drawn all the attention from the site. Now his teammate can start to move forward. Knock knows where both T's are at. But can he still unravel what's left of this? Oh. Yes, he can. Instant headshot within the bomb site. A fake defuse and a slow crawl from Lotto up that ramp. He sees that there is no commitment. He tucks into the same place as his dead teammate. And because time is on Legacy's side, double digits secured.
Oh, Legacy, they win the round the exact same way that Apex do in the first half. But this is for 10. 10-3 right now off that rush. Some very strong entries in just a basic B hit. It's good use of this deep smoke too, Mal, with the pressure. And I think, I don't know, what could have been done better? Maybe if Stico had delayed longer, letting his teammate come in to help him with that trade first, then they could have had a 2v1. But I think he was worried about getting flanked all the same. Hard decision to make in real time.
They switch sides and they suffer from the same problem. Still no mid control for Apex.
Yeah. I got the Salvation Army investment here. 3 pistols, an SMG and a FAMAS is your best gun.
Nice boost. Might work.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Wow. Just seeing a tactic like that in a round like this, it definitely brings joy to the heart. That's solid play for the anti-eco.
Playing some real Counter-Strike right now, Legacy. No holds back.
And they kept an option open on A the entire time. They know there's no A push. I think they need to lead in with the A player if they're going to go B in this situation. Otherwise, they got to find out it's a stack.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
Something to work with. A little more damage as well versus Bart. They line up for the FAMAS, but it also gets nothing in response.
Last player.
CT has been found out, dealt with, down for the count. I'm not just talking the last player. I'm talking Apex in general.
Yeah, no kidding. It's going to be full investments all the way through now. And anti-eco's here for Legacy as they essentially try to get the 10 out of 10, right? They've already shown great CS. They've already...
So sweaty.
I don't think they believe they can lose at this point, but yeah, like, just the perfect tactic just to make bad go to worse. And
at 10-3 versus a force buy.
That's what you love to see, man.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Did not expect this to happen.
Down and out is Jacob. Just pistols here, so it's going to need to be the 9-round comeback. That's what Apex are signing up for. Opting to at least get some sort of a buy round, a fledgling of a CT buy round. This one could get weird.
So you can see the
snapshot.
You can see him through the box, but he crouched under it, and Stico wasn't pushed up enough.
Tatsunito just alone here. Praying to God that this P250 can do something, but his teammates completely smoked out on the back lane, so there is no support, there is no solace. As far as Apex are concerned, there's no God. A battering to kick off this best of 3. All hope, all dreams in the hands of their next gun round.
Man, what a statement. What a statement.
Slaughtered.
Apex with, well, the 1 win so far. Who was it that they beat, actually? Watch so many games. Let me go ahead and check.
Ends?
Oh, was that yesterday? Okay,
I might be wrong, actually. You check.
There's just been too many matches.
Actually, I've got the match page here.
It was Amcal.
Oh, yeah. By the skin of their teeth in overtime. On Overpass.
It was Overpass, yeah. I mean, so that's a free win. That's a gimme. I mean, doesn't even really count. Imagine not being able to beat Amcal in Overpass.
Imagine only being able to beat Amcal on Overpass in overtime.
Yeah, true.
Well.
Can't say this game wasn't fun either.
No,
because
no,
it definitely was.
Because it was still, I mean...
This was a straight-up masterclass.
One of the teams in the server is playing some real good Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
All I needed to see was that boost outside of Cave.
Yeah.
You know, you're coming in the flow state.
Yeah.
Ideas, dripping out of your ears.
That was pretty much like their one tactic of this entire game, and it just worked out perfectly. Like everything else was good rifling, good setups.
And kind of a lack of any real weight behind any of the things Apex did on their T side.
Yeah.
No, you didn't even get Legacy's respect in the first 12 rounds. They've been playing with one eye open, and it's worked. So, Jacob, now or never, for all the Apex members, the one real gun round they'll be working with. Ooh. Bit of spam damage for Cold Zero. He doesn't even blink.
Okay.
And that's why. Posted up, ready. Tatsadito gets a little crazy.
Sense is like, I just got to try something, but they're surely going to watch this smoke.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not just watch it, but crack it open. Now, he does win his duel, but there's a second nade for him. This one finishes him off, and this is Legacy finishing Apex as quick as possible. Jacob floating around over towards A. Watch Legacy now just slow things down. Make sure they sink their teeth into the jugular.
This is grim. Apex got murked, man.
Legacy with a masterful Ancient showing. Sort of result that is going to pique the interest of the other competitors still alive and hoping to play their games tomorrow.
Yeah, like I'm peaked now. I'm like, who else can Legacy beat if they can just turn up like this and get better and better?
You know, a domestic best-of-1 match win over Furia. Okay.
Yeah.
But it felt like more people were putting criticism on Furia than praise on Legacy. This one, in this nature,
yeah,
whole other story. 10-second, last second rotate over towards A. But Jacob's getting pinched from CT spawn. Oh my God, what have you done? How do you throw this one? Time expires, the bomb just comes running out from Donut. I mean...
Okay. They...
After...
Sometimes it's so hard to build the story, you know what I mean? Game's going on, everything's leaning in one direction, it makes sense. I mean, if they had 10 more seconds, they probably could have just done that, but
that's why I'm surprised.
What business do they have going towards A in that situation? They had to lurk in a mid. They didn't see any other pushes.
You got 3 players.
You're better off just grouping, taking something slowly.
And the other T in Legacy, he has the crossroads of, he could have flanked back B the same way he just flanked back A. The difference being, you were already outside B.
Exactly, so use the time, at least to your advantage.
I mean, you weaponized the time against yourself.
That is giving them a chance.
Well, I guess it's not allowed to be too perfect.
Yeah, something was weird. Like, how are Legacy just mopping Apex on their map pick like this easily? Surely some kind of mistake had to be made at some point.
Yeah, but how much more does that one mistake cost them? Because it is the only mistake that Legacy have made on Ancient. Ramp peak is at the perfect time. Knock, nice control as well. Last couple of shots find its target. And Lotto, minute to the clock, 1v3, missed shot, and a flank coming at him from spawn. So his time is limited. Jacob ready for it. Seals the deal for Apex's 5th. Apex are indeed alive.
They're still thinking about how can we win this. Like, they got at least one big mistake. They're here at the majors, nothing else to do today. They might as well get a team who are under pressure to try to close out and just win cleanly. Who called a perfect day. But being close to the finish line is just as nerve-wracking as being far away from it, right? Like, they have to win the game. It's not over till it's over completely. So it's the best part about majors, seeing that everybody is human. Except for that very few, right? Except for that very, very few. But I'll see it when I believe it. Or I'll believe it when I see it, because this is a long comeback.
The next one comes for free. 4 Glocks, 1 Deeg. It's one of those moments that keeps us tuned in, but doesn't turn away the odds of this map getting closed out for Legacy. Tatsunito's been pretty all in on some of these cave hits, and this round, obviously, he's got the advantage to flex, but even versus guns sometimes, I think that, that could very well serve as an opening into the B site. It felt like it was the opening into the B site before Legacy decided to rotate A in the last 15 seconds. We'll keep our eyes on it. The confidence starts to come back as you're winning rounds, but you can't let it boil over the side of the pot.
The way that Apex won their second rifle round was basically Jacob running out through the elbow smoke and getting 2 kills. And that's the biggest fear, I think, for Apex, because they're going to want mid-control in a game like this. They know that Legacy are going to fight them at some point for it, and there's always the risk that you just mess one small thing up, lose both your players, and then the round's over. So they need to be super solid, and that's a good start. Oh!
Stuffed.
They're sending more into it. Sense is not getting cleared.
Nicely done. From down beneath the jump up.
Oh, look at this. They're just sending every single player into this.
They know what they want. They're going to fight for it, but they can't get it all. Jacob on the reload's going to get hard cleared from the corner. Down he's out of his, and it's a Coldzera 1v4, 1 kill deep.
I do remember a Coldzera clutch.
Do you? Unfortunately, he doesn't have the bomb. It's sat outside of elbow, and there is this flank from T-Spawn.
He's expecting that they come find it, of course. Oh my god. He's actually going to find a time to peek this. He really is. He knows they flanked. Oh, but he doesn't get the kill. Wow.
Let's go!
He was piecing it together, had his opportunity, but doesn't get the second of the 4. So a little liveliness from Jacob down bottom middle. Not the first time he has stopped them outside of elbow. Into the Tech-9's Legacy shall go. Apex are now within touching distance of this. Said they had a lot of work to do. They've also got nowhere else to be. Fast rush up the B ramp, working with the Tech-9s. Why not throw the Hail Mary? Why not topple the cave player? Why not grab his M4?
Use your nades. Yeah.
Neck is. As he plants in the numbers, Barton goes deep to lane. This is a 3v5 retake demanded of Apex to keep their dreams of Ancient alive. Stiko gets his. Coldzera pressing the Tech-9 in. Lotto, nice deagle. And we go down to the 1v1 for Dumao to try and close this out. A Tech-9 close on cave.
He's walking out.
And Knock not looking the right way. Pistol to the back of the head is the end of this first map. Legacy, another Brazilian team to take a significant chunk out of Apex.
Yeah, and that thing can win some confidence back as they show they could just win it with just any kind of rush. Their individual skill was there. Apex will have to think about that one, and if the game got a lot closer, they might have been able to instill some fear in their opponents, but they just got trounced on their map pick, and at the end of the day, Legacy made one big mistake that entire game.
Yep.
And then they won 12-7. Like, that was a map that Apex should have had going 24 rounds at the minimum every single day of the week. So Legacy have shown us that this is a good day for them, and this could definitely end 2-0.
I mean, they came out in excellent form, right? Just individually, there's not a moment you can point at Legacy other than the decision-making error, right? Form-wise, beautiful. And unfortunately for Apex, just as Jacob starts to get his, there is a huge drop-off for the rest of the pack of the Apex players, right? We've been praising Sense as he has kind of been the shining star, the one best piece of Apex in their opening games. This is not one of the maps that he'll be remembered for in Copenhagen.
And I loved how Apex or Legacy were just, if something went wrong, like when they were trying to approach mid and they lost players, they just kept coming in with more and more to win this sort of key piece of map control. And they were very much on the same page when it came to trading. That's how they won that last round. That's how they won their first pistol in this half. Their spacing, their belief in each other is apparent.
Coldzera from rifles to the AWP, didn't matter, had his name across multiple rounds. And the young guns of Legacy as well, putting forth, right? When Legacy start their run, we're really talking about Coldzera going above and beyond everybody else. But safe to say, Barton, take a bow. This first map, that B site, I mean, he locked it down.
Plenty of times he could have got one kill and it would have been a relatively successful situation because he had no support, no flashes behind him. They ran up into the site already and he was getting 2 or more sometimes. So this was a game just as much about individuals as it was about team play.
Yep.
And I think that's indicative in the scoreline.
Exactly right. I mean, scoreboard off screen now, but you see it. Nock, Jacob, 18 kills, 16 kills, and then beyond that, not even double digits for the other 3. And the other 3 of Apex have to put up, right? At the RMR, it was 100% Stiko, coming through as one of the better players rating-wise for this team. And that return to form for Stiko was something we were not expecting, but that's why we sang his praise and said he did his job. He got them here. Well, the job's not done, and unfortunately, his form may be, alongside an off-map from Sense, and unfortunately to say it, another instance of just little impact out of Tatsunito.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I was most disappointed in the calling, I would say, from Apex. Like, the game plan right there just seemed antithetical to what you would expect based on the rounds you saw. From what Legacy wanted to do, it seems like Apex had no idea they were going to try it, or they just thought they would be able to avoid them in that game or something, or they kind of disrespected the fundamentals of the map, I feel like, by just trying to pretend the problem wasn't there. So Legacy, they put themselves in a position to win that game. They had the better game plan. They had the better individuals. That's why they won.
You can run and hide from your problems, but not when you're locked in the server with them. Right now, the biggest issue for Apex is Brazilian teams in general, but in this moment, Legacy. Map up and heading to their map pick. We'll be back from the break in a moment.
A special guest with us here. We've got Arthur Mello, who is one of the co-owners of Legacy, also a fantastic football player as well. And I want to start by looking at that. We look at Barcelona, Juventus, Liverpool, hopefully I say it right, Fiorentina right now. But how did you get involved in Legacy? How did this start?
Sempre gostei muito de Counter-Strike. Desde da minha adolescência eu sempre joguei Counter-Strike. Foi um jogo que me apaixonei desde a primeira vez que eu joguei. E conhecendo todo o pessoal da Legacy, todos os jogadores, tive um primeiro contato muito positivo com eles. Então quis me envolver, entrar nesse cenário, primeiramente porque tenho uma grande paixão pelo Counter-Strike e também porque eu tenho uma grande confiança em toda a equipe, a empresa Legacy.
He loves like Counter-Strike as a sports title. He started playing when he was like young.
Okay.
When he was like a teenager, and he's been playing so far. When he actually met everybody that was like behind Legacy, he didn't think like twice, and he met the players, the staff, everybody that actually is involved in a daily basis.
Yep.
And that's why he actually made the decision to jump in.
Okay, so you played when you were younger. That was cool, first of all. How much did you play? Did you have a balance between more football and more Counter-Strike as a kid?
Mais CS.
He used to play way more CS than football, actually.
Okay.
Eu tinha mais tempo livre na adolescência, então eu sempre estava jogando CS. Hoje em dia, obviamente, é um trabalho mais profissional, meu trabalho, minha carreira, sempre estou jogando, viajando. Isso é a minha primeira... dedico mais meu tempo hoje em dia com o futebol, mas sempre que eu posso, meu momento de lazer é Counter-Strike.
When he actually was like not really professional, he was starting in the playing. He was actually playing a lot of CS, especially because he had like more free time.
Yep.
Nowadays, for him, it's kind of hard to actually keep like playing and everything. But every free time that he has, he actually play. And nowadays, of course, being a footballer is the main focus for him.
Yes, makes sense.
But when he has free time, he definitely is playing.
I want to ask this. Okay, so Brazil loves Counter-Strike, but they also love football. These two come together a lot. We know now you play, I know Neymar plays. Is there other footballers you play with as well? Do you play Counter-Strike with other football stars?
Tem muitos. Casemiro, Paquetá, Gabriel Jesus. Inclusive, sempre a gente tem um grupo no WhatsApp, sempre que a gente tem os horários compatíveis, a gente joga os campeonatinhos.
There's a lot of like players that actually play CS, like Casemiro, Gabriel Jesus, Paquetá, and they have like a WhatsApp group. When everybody has like the same kind of time available to play, they jump and play tournaments.
How good are you?
Se sobrar uma vaguinha na Legacy, eu vou estar aí.
If you ever need like somebody to fill in, he'll be here.
Oh, okay, I like that. I like that. That's brilliant. Now, you're here seeing the guys come to the first CS2 major. Did you travel with them to any other events? Or have you been here before with the guys supporting them?
Não, esse é meu primeiro evento que eu viajo para acompanhar de perto a equipe. Então, estou muito feliz por estar aqui.
Is the first one that he actually comes. He's really happy to be here because he's a CS2 major. But yeah, he's really happy to be here, like watching everything like really close.
So we're lucky we get to see you first here. And when you look at the team, when you look at esports as a whole, do you see a lot of comparisons in how they practice to how you practice in football? Obviously, with not being the physical side, but other aspects of it?
Eu acho que, tipo assim, são esportes muito competitivos, né? É esporte de alto nível. Então, essa rivalidade, essa adrenalina quando você vai fazer um jogo de futebol ou um jogo aqui tão importante como esse de Major, acho que a adrenalina é bem similar. Eu tive ali eu fiquei um pouco embaixo, então eu pude perceber essa tensão dos jogadores, essa vontade de vencer, essa adrenalina.
He actually, before the game that we played today, he was right there with us. Nice. He saw like all the adrenaline that was like run through the veins and everything. So he would say like the adrenaline is pretty the same. He was able to actually see the guys, how competitive they are, and that's pretty much the same.
And what do you think of how well they're doing? I know, okay, we didn't get the win today, but in general, like for them to come through, quite a young team, obviously, like it is younger players within this roster, and just how far they're able to push some of these teams and how they're able to play so far.
Então, acho que perdemos nos pequenos detalhes. Obviamente, jogamos contra equipes muito fortes, bem preparadas, então eles também têm o mérito deles. Mas eu vi a equipe muito bem, a rapaziada treinou bastante para chegar aqui, estão motivados e espero a classificação para a próxima fase.
Of course, it wasn't the result that everybody wanted, but he actually followed like how hard the team is been practicing and so forth. And it's not like kind of diss the other teams because we all understand that we lost for really good teams. They actually put a lot of work as well. Everybody deserved to be here. Everybody actually got the spots to be here, and we're just hoping that actually we can qualify.
And I'm going to ask the last question to you, Dad, because you've been here a long time, right? Everyone knows you. You've seen it all go. Brazilian CS right now is not in the place it was, right, at the top, but we have more high-level competing players, right? We have more players that are able to take that step. How far away do you think we are again from seeing another Brazilian team get to that stage?
1 year or 1 year and a half, I think might not be the next major, but the first 25 major, I would say Brazilian teams will be pretty competitive by not like just being happy to go through the other stage here, but actually to like setting the goal at least to get to the semifinals of a major.
I like it. Okay, very realistic as well. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Meet you. Thank you, Dad, as always, man. You're a superstar. No. You are, man. You do everything. You used to coach, then you're a manager, then you're organization side, you're a translator. You've done everything for a long time. Everything.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back, folks, to the B stream of the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major.
B
The
for
very
best.
first. What was that?
B for best.
Ah, yes, sir. Legacy, or B, is it B for Brazil? And is, you know, is it both? Because right now we're talking about, as far as Apex are concerned, Brazil is best. They have beat them twice on this journey for Apex, and now this isn't just a beating, it's a whooping. 13-7 on Ancient. If you guys are just tuning in to after the first map result, let me remind you, that was never close.
That was very one-sided. That made me feel like literally this next map almost comes for free. I almost hope that's not true, but it was Apex's map pick. It was Apex's map pick and a good map pick at that. It's one that made sense. So I thought we were going to get a third in this series.
Okay.
Now it seems incredibly likely we only get two. Inferno is also just a sight for sore eyes. I mean, I'm definitely not surprised we don't see as much Inferno right these days, but at the same time, it's kind of nice to see it again, at least once, because
I'll take it.
I feel like we've only casted it maybe once or twice this entire year.
It feels like that. Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
I mean, was never played in the first day of the major, is now falling into the least played map of the pool.
I don't think it was played in the showdown.
Which is insanity when you think about it, you know, because we're talking about what's considered the best deciding map of all time.
Yeah.
But the CS2 version map is just a little too straight and narrow, you know? I like to get off the beaten path.
And the smokes are a bit too big and it's a bit too bumpy, and like the utility is just extra powerful. So, I mean, it's not beyond reproach. They could save the map, but I think it needs some adjusting.
You're just gonna make everything bigger.
Make everything bigger or make the nades smaller. You decide.
Well, don't touch the nades because I think they're great on the other
make
maps.
the map bigger.
Yeah, you know, let's get that sorted.
But you definitely notice, like, normally it would be fine, but the smokes, because they're volumetric, that they on maps like Inferno, they really get a lot bigger.
It's like if it's inside of the mid arch, it just feels like it goes all the way to the rooftops.
Yeah.
So, you know, Inferno is what it is. But this is where Legacy wanted to take the series, so obviously they're fans of it.
Yeah. And we actually saw Inferno today as well. It was another team. Gamer Legion played it just last map.
Yes. Here we go, folks. Legacy have left such a mark on Apex. This would be a real traumatic way for Apex to drop out of the CS2 major. From semifinals of the last CSGO major to not even making top 16 at the first CS2. At the very least, they'll be banking on this CT side to try and hope the defense gets thrown up. And again, we saw the impact from Knock. We saw the consistency from Jacob. Jacob has been always good for this team. It is the floor of Apex that must rise, or this ship sinks. Smoke grenades over the top for Legacy. Coldzera holding off on the flank, but it's a three-player flank that comes at him real quick. Will they anticipate a second player? Will they be able to stop him? Good damage from the P250 out of Lotto. The bomb site and the bomb plant belong to Legacy. We've got Nekis on oranges, but he has lost the crossfire from his teammate. Does he need him? Glock's starting to pop off. Last players found out. CT's confirmed. And he's going to take this one back around to the CT cross, but it's a fake. He doubles back to Coffins.
It's a long diffuse.
It's a very long diffuse. Tatsunito's got to give it
got
cover.
Him. Oh my god.
Back on top of it. 10 seconds should be good. No stress. Apex, a CT pistol round win.
I was just worried because that was almost like a straight bullet. It felt like that was that would have been a tough pill to swallow, but Apex get a much needed round. They're actually on a 3-map loss streak on Inferno. They're 2-4 in their last games. They've lost to Metasport twice and Ecstatic, no shame in that. But their CT side is what struggles a massive amount. Surprisingly good on pistol somehow, but CT side is where it gets tough, which is understandable. A lot of people aren't figuring that out right now.
Straight through smoke, huh? Disrespectful. Nekis, nice entry with the Galil. MP9 goes dry. Oh boy, we saw Apex pick up a pistol to start Ancient, then lose it. Do not force yourself into that spot twice. The nade almost kills Dumao. Left with 8 health over, and gets across. Stray shots from the A1S flying through, not going to stop the bomb plant. A much-needed retake, and a Molotov and a frag grenade that could maybe help now that they're down to the 2v3.
It's already a save. It's already a save, isn't it? You have a utility? Yeah, they do.
Come on.
The thing is, they didn't use their nade to stop the plant. And now they just don't feel like they have the time to even tempt it. Well, Legacy, rush and win. That's actually Apex winning 2 pistols and both unable to convert between this and Ancient.
Both
so
maps.
when Legacy get into the elimination stage, are you going to take them to go through the playoffs?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, I had them 0-3.
Yeah, actually I did too. Yeah.
As others did.
Yeah. Feeling
Actually,
real
no,
silly
I didn't.
about that one.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I lied.
Oh, okay. A lot of people did.
I had pain.
I had both.
And I looked... and I looked just as silly for that.
My 0-3s were not the best look. You know, I don't blame myself for not seeing the power of Legacy. I am kind of upset with myself for not seeing the power of Pain.
Okay.
Just because I really believe in Big Guzera a lot.
And Imperial?
And Imperial...
How dare you doubt Vinny?
Yeah, I did say, Vinny, I'll never doubt you again.
And he just said, okay.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Having the time of his life right now. They play Ecstatic after this one here on the B stream for the next stage of the major. Opening kill. It's versus Sense. I like that Stico at least slips into the balcony room.
No, this is not good because he's a little late to this. So they're going to search back info. Oh, okay, actually they got one at the end of the halls. I didn't see that.
Try to just go past him. Flashbang's great. Stico will not be afforded the fallback. A second ultimate player.
The bomb is still on steps, right?
Oh, it is. Ooh, you done made a mistake.
And they got 3 players in pretty key positions.
But if you just kill everybody, you know?
True.
Murder does solve some problems.
Sometimes justified, says Connor.
Can't recommend it every day of the week, but when you're in a tough spot.
Okay, now they got info on where he is. Oh, the Galil hot swap. Oh, okay.
No second chance there. No bomb needed for Legacy on this one. Could have been a problematic situation, but they get through, no problem.
Yeah. Of course, Apex can't assume they would have left the bomb that far back. This is a weird situation for Stico to figure out because he comes into the balcony room thinking they're just still in some kind of default, but they use no nades coming up to bracket, and there's no one in bracket spotting, and no op, obviously. That makes a good play for Legacy to just push up against it. Again, shows their comfort on the map. And so their CT struggles begin.
Gonna try to run this one down with USPs. Hands were busy with nades. That actually caused the team damage from the nade. And Doomau doesn't give a damn.
That's big money.
Tears up 3 with the MAC-10. Cashes in. And Barton to close it out. This is Legacy. Owning versus Pistols. So
Owning
we can't
versus
get ahead
Pistols,
of ourselves.
yes. But just the sheer number of rounds, obviously, is alarming here. And Apex discomfort on Inferno is expected. They've got to play above their level, just like Legacy did on Ancient.
Yeah,
they've got to play above their level here.
Yeah, I think it's still this open wound that Legacy left on them following Ancient. And if Apex aren't careful, it's going to start festering.
It's like that quote from Kerrigan where he said that, like, even if you're going to lose the map, try to make it close.
Of course.
You know, try to make it close for your own confidence and to dent theirs.
And the only reason that last map got a smidge closer is because of a poor decision from Legacy that ends up giving 2 rounds back. And even then, final score 13-7. Little exchange of utility towards top banana. Good posturing from Legacy. We see it draw that 3rd CT over. Doomau may very well stick around for this one.
Oh,
nope.
Using all your ammo.
Yep. All your ammo in a 20-bullet magazine versus the 35 shots of the Galil.
Getting cut off at the pass. It's a low util round, but they do have 3 players in good spots. The thing is, top banana is totally open here for Legacy, which makes the CTs a little worried. And they're going to push for info. This one, next fight will dictate the round. Oh, I didn't think it would be over on B, actually. What's happening right now?
Make it sound on the approach. Pit player's got a great shot. Knock, double kill. Stiko in the site versus 2. Lotto jumps over, doesn't get his chance, but coldzera's into the clutch, into the 1v3, he's gone. It's a trade frag and enough time for the bomb plant, plus a slow rotation, so he's trying to figure this one out. Goes for the duel, and shaves a lot of Jacob's health off.
He could push off he's a few ways to play this if he wants to. Inside of the smoke, and he can jump up on the box if he wants to as well.
And they're trying to figure out where he's gotten off. 2 bullets whizzing by him. Tap, they figured it out. He's got to be in this back corner, surely.
Oh, no, they don't know.
They've not lost track of it, but Jacob,
okay.
Man, Jacob goes onto the USP because his rifle's empty, so good on sense to jump for the kill instead of just sticking that bomb.
Yeah. Tried to be sneaky. coldzera NT, but it's the double push off short, so I thought the next engagement was going to dictate the round because I thought it was going to be the A players, obviously, who were pushing up. But as soon as the B contact was made, the A players peeled back because they were like, oh, okay, there's only one up over there. That worked out really, really well for Apex. And we didn't see, obviously, how that happened because the fights went down simultaneously, but that's a position where if Legacy were quiet everywhere else, Apex would have maybe walked into a trap. But it's not to say the double push on A wouldn't have worked either. That was still a good move from them.
I'm just a little surprised coldzera plays that clutch so passively, just trying to hide in the smoke in the
I know,
back corner.
honestly,
like...
him on pushing onto lane side, knowing that there's one on Arch, would have been an interesting decision for sure.
You know, a glimpse of timidness. And not Jacob, no sir.
Ooh.
Down middle through smoke, in with the double kill. And we've got Apex starting to look a little bit better, but it does cost them. No fallback afforded for Jacob. 3v5 for Legacy demanded. And they've got a lot of banana control right now, right? This is another moment where in the last round we see Sense end up getting a solo kill.
CTs didn't throw 2 smokes that round, did they? I think it was probably countered by the T-smoke at top mid.
Yes, sir.
So that just cut off Jacob's support, which actually gives Legacy a chance to fight back. 2 on B versus 3. Very classic situation. Let's see if they can hold on.
Gonna lean into the site. Molly lands on him. Oh, man. Burning them both out. Holding on to the little pillar. Knock insta.
Oh, Barton with both. Jesus.
Dude, we saw some excellent rounds from him on the B site defense of Ancient, right? We were saying how every time he could have just gotten one and left his teammates to do the rest of the work, it was multi-kill after multi-kill, finishes that map as the highest rated player. Beautiful double entry in a critical gun round here.
That was next gen. Hats off Barton. That was,
you know what?
A+ gameplay.
It's next gen. And that's what this Brazilian showing has been in Copenhagen. It's the next gen of Brazilian players that are finally getting their chance to shine here at the start of CS2.
And it's no one you don't recognize, but it is finally a group together that makes sense. And it took a while to find that formula. And I think just as an aside, I mean, the economic situation of Brazilian teams reportedly, you know, charging a lot for their players, making it hard for the shuffles to take place, slowed down maybe some progress. But it has really come together just in time for this major.
Pain in a good place, Imperial in a good place, Legacy in a good place.
That's something that we kind of haven't had in CS. It's like a second coming of a region, you know?
Sure.
As we've had every region has had their stamp, whether it was Sweden at first. I guess Sweden technically had 2 periods of time with Fnatic and NiP, but they were back to back.
Feels like they're on the brink of maybe a third.
Yeah.
Shout out Metasport one time.
Metasport, yeah. Well, yeah. But, you know, it is Brazil here with 18 players or something, so.
Yep. Most represented country at the very first CS2 major.
Oh,
beautiful,
that's a cool
beautiful
shot.
Camera angle, boys.
Oh my God. I feel like it was in one of those, like, that was like an old boy fight scene type camera shot. I love that.
Someone's getting a bonus.
I'm getting a boner.
I just love Counter-Strike. Jacob dead to the top banana peak. Oh, dude, CT's trying to get frisky with it, right? We see the double peek up into the apartments. We get this banana fight queued up. Sense has been doing his job towards B, as he has been doing his job in Copenhagen up until that last map. But now as Lotto tiptoes through the pile of corpses and apartments, he's not finding the next point of contact, which will be Tatsunito. Holding on Arch, his second teammate here. So Apex rotating into the bomb site at the right moment, foregoing total control of B to give themselves a chance to hang on to the 2v3. Smoke ahead of Tatsunito. He's gonna maybe go through this. And the timing could be perfect. Sure enough, gets Barton off the play. They're gonna go for the pit kill, and does he turn back? Oh no, Lotto can't get the second. There's a moment for Tatsunito.
Yeah, finally. And he's been really trying to get kills through smokes, getting punished for it as the B rotator when they have hit the B site. But finally, he finds a good time to push. And of course, I think his aim, shows us his best moments. He definitely can do that.
Huge 2v4 for the record. Sense gets the kill back banana.
Was it?
Mm-hmm. Sense then also gets one from Pit, so he is everywhere this round, from banana to Pit with a kill in each spot.
And there's good spirits here. I mean, that was not a good first map, but even when they were down to the final round, when it was like 12-4, every win, they were, milking it for all of its positivity, I feel like. So really trying to hang on here. It all starts with belief.
I like that Sense is a little bit rowdy. It's the loudest piece of Apex. And topping the charts now for the defense after that round. Still, great spot for Legacy. Map up, 4v3 the lead. Just a good sign that Apex are going to fight for this one at the very least. Let's go! Sense again. A third kill to be had. That's an MP9 versus the full buy. And then Tatsunito here to pick up the slack. We can forget about it. It's all good. You never saw it. Sense, don't stress.
Yeah. Felt a little excited. That's just funny.
You see his player cam after?
Yeah. No, I didn't see it.
Both hands up. What have I done?
You did good. You did good.
You're riding the adrenaline of a frantic MP9 2.5K moment.
Bloodlust.
Yeah, I am so.
It's getting too hot.
Watch. Oh.
Yeah. That's still good, man. This round. Oh my God, Bartini, baby.
Yeah, okay. Some big olives. It's an AK, though.
It is an AK, and the Deagle's still up. I hate when Jacob does it inspect. It just blocks his whole screen.
Yeah, right.
And dies.
Oh, no.
No, they're going to the end halls?
Nobody holding pit.
Boys, that's dangerous.
Nobody holding pit. They want middle instead.
Yeah, but this is going to see 3. Now the halls guy's definitely going to come out, right?
He's slowly getting out, and that third player, that one halls guy, guess what?
He needs the silent drop.
It's the AK.
Oh my goodness.
And as he gets down into the site.
Wait, he got spotted.
Yeah, it feels like Stiko knows about him. Yeah, sure enough, they'll double back. So good timing there from Stiko to at least catch a glimpse of it. It's because he has to spend all that time silent dropping. Ooh, another one at the very least for Cold Zera. And Nox gonna put a quick end to it. So Apex in the lead now.
Yeah, and this could already be considered a better CT go of it than they've had in the last like 6 or 7 matches. So that's nice for Apex. Fighting hard against a very strong map for Legacy. And a very rare pick. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of teams are just simply not practicing Inferno these days, since most people aren't playing it at all in officials. This is actually such a great map to have be your primary map. If people aren't willing to play it, but they aren't really willing to ban it.
Since when are Secret Lab head pillows stuck on by magnets?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What's up with that?
I love the colorways of the chair.
Yeah, very nice chair. Very nice. Just branding something for the major is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what PGL is going to do with those chairs once the major's done, but...
hey, yeah. I can always sit down.
Y'all got my address. You know what I'm saying? I'll take 40. And if you'd like one, well, you know where to reach me.
Wholesale. No low balls.
Little exchange of nades. 3 players in Banana here for Apex. Looks like they're trying to set up a fight, perhaps. You know, they don't want just the top of Banana. Couple smokes deep into A. That is a great way to draw out the rotate. We're not talking about 4 members on A. This deep op angle from Knock. You should just hit one, drop the Molotov.
Window flashed here.
Ball sight. But the shot is a miss.
Yeah, he got blinded.
Holds with the molly. What's happening? Barton just burning the entire time. Then the CT peek queues up an easy second on the hold. Felt like Barton was getting like shoved by his teammates into the fire, and he didn't really want to follow forward.
You promised you'd go. Uh-oh. There is still a lead off towards this side of the map.
Huh?
Oh, no!
Tatsunito tries what had worked previously. This time, missed chance. Jacob on the pillar goes for the second of the 3. Oh, wow. Nice rifle work into the USP versus Cold. It's another clutch attempt for Cold Zera, but Nox got it shut down. Apex hang on to that lead.
Jacob is just Mr. Reliable for this team, man. He is so good, especially CT rifling. His multi-kill consistency is way up there, man. He really saved the day with this 2K spray. And I think in this situation, when they got knocked to go back, they didn't think he would hold the molly. And obviously, smart thing to do. He didn't have anything else to do either. So another big win. Yeah, he's hyped.
Yeah, hyped about that one. Understandably, right? Now
yeah,
it's
a
Apex
2-for-1 round again.
Really getting a good half out of the CT side. And after losing the force buy following their pistol win, you know, that was worst case scenario. Tatsunito does not want to think about that last round. Recovering this as the Tech-9s flood into him. Good utility up towards balcony to shave off a bit more damage. Total control from the Macedonian. These Tech-9s will eventually overpower him, but he's done a great job to queue up the close of round 11.
No plant possible. They have the bomb and ult. Yeah, it got picked off.
All right.
From the window peak.
So they just follow through, but very vital kill out of the balcony play. Tatsunito, not just the 3 frags, but dropping bomb. It's gonna be a disaster here for the remnants of Legacy. Oh!
Yo!
Dude, nice snap from Lotto. But that's all she wrote. Knock and Stiko here to close it, and Apex just cleaning up these last couple rounds.
This is beyond excellent, actually, now, with the 7 rounds here on TT side. So this is a great game, and a great recovery after getting the pistol, losing the anti-eco. They've recovered in this half massively. Legacy score far better on their CT overall, but based on what we saw in that first map, you'd think they were just going to clean house right here and now. But now there's big hope for Legacy, or for Apex.
Ooh, a little excited there, sense swinging. He's gotten away with it previously, not this time. Molotov to destabilize Jacob. He's hoping to find a spot between them. They spread to him, but he still takes one down. Making the most of a bad situation with a double molly commitment out of Legacy.
There's a tiny gap for him to stand in if they didn't put any more pressure in there. The double push is coming. But this is a good counterplay. See if they get a timing.
Oh, damn. Instant headshot. Barton just took one to the leg. That's 2 wounded members for Legacy's 4. Can Apex win a second 2 versus 4 in this half? Knock with a lot to do. Smoke flash to play with. Misses a shot, and that's pressure on him. And as he dives behind oranges, Knock is laying down the law. 2 more to go!
Yo!
Holy hell, nearly does it all. As they layer in front of him, the no-scope shot
Oh, didn't get that kill.
Doesn't give him what he needs.
Ooh.
And so Stiko into the clutch is the last to fall here. Legacy sprinkling a 5th on this T side.
Thought he did everything and more. Nice try from Knock. I mean, good hold still. Just needed an extra teammate or something to go in that situation. But the first kill from the Logs peak, that's what kicks it off.
Honestly, Knock, he had a screen full of Ts. It felt like that no-scope was less likely to miss than to land.
Some days you're lucky, some days you're not.
Second one.
He played it so well, though.
Excellent.
I mean,
coldzera just coming over the top.
All right, now it starts to get a little scary for Apex again. Again, pistol could mean a lot, and even though Legacy have won half the pistols so far, they have failed to convert. So they're not even safe from that point on. This is where the major starts to flash before your eyes. Apex semi-finalists of Paris trying to survive the recreation of their team.
Really, boys. Big push down middle. Sense caught jumping back around. Doom out. Looking dirty on the USP. Stiko. Looking for dirty feet. Pops up. Brings this one back. 2 more players. Sectioning them off nicely.
Both spotted. Bomb's trying to get back.
Evened it out, but then they continue to try and fight. Now, Jacob's just going to run this over. He's got the Kevlar. He's got the Molotov. He's got the smoke. He's got the bomb. He has got all the pieces to try to pull off this 1v2 clutch, and it is much needed to keep Legacy at bay. He's going to smoke them off.
Ooh, okay.
Daunting task to get through this one. Flashbang goes too deep. Jacob trying to get it, but a jumping coldzera. NA knows it best.
Jumping coldzera.
Legacy will take second pistol.
Oh, man. Oh, that just got so messy. He put himself in such a good spot to do that. That smoke down, they were going to run against that wall to scale into the site. If he got the first headshot, the second one's easier, but it is just too much with Cold jumping in. So 6-7, and this is now a very tenuous, terrifying, and unforgiving position for Apex that they've got to have basically one of their best halves on Inferno that we've seen. In the most high-pressure situation possible, and yeah. I mean, literally a moment like that does feel extremely severe because the pistol just takes so much weight off your shoulders. You need this map just to survive. It's not even the game if you win it. It's just a chance to play a third map. And if we got there, they know it's anyone's game. But if you're going through hell, keep going. This map is still live. Jacob's still overall playing insanely well today. I mean, he's only 10 and 11, but we saw the rounds that he had.
Impact undeniable. Much better performance from the pack of Apex just in general. When your tournament life's on the line, everybody starts to step up. Sense
I got tagged.
Just gonna charge on his own, head first into the arch side. coldzera waiting for the flash. It's a little bit late. Tatsunito's gonna finish him off, and then Jacob's already got his kill in arch. This one is doable. The lineup for the A1S. Doom out to recover something. And it's still pressure into the CT spawn, but that pressure supported by Lotto, and now they've just stuffed Stiko into the library.
Perfect zoning from Doom out. Nice one from Lotto. Last man up, Stiko with the bomb.
Looking for the pit contact. Down to 28 HP. Molotov to deal with it, but as he crosses over, Barton's going to end him, and Legacy hang on to a high-pressure situation caused by that arch push.
Yeah, it was a crazy round, but they had the tip-off with the Molly tagging people running through the smoke into a very good setup overall. They just got that initial dink-off on coldzera versus one player. Finished him off, but sneaking into CT was tricky. But look at these rotations. They're so fast. How could you expect after just hearing someone in mid, both B guys are already in spawn, ready to help out on A? But they're not going to play the CT side slowly. They know this map. Kicks in former IGL from Apex. had a chance to go to a potentially great team. It's a call up to maybe a bigger or more revered org, I guess you could say, but like Apex were obviously a great team for him. And that was a risk for him to do, and it actually paid off. A lot of work, a short amount of time, and Heroic just flying through the RMR into this opening stage of the major. I'm sure he'll be cheering for Apex as well.
Damn, no respite, huh? Not even gonna let them make that move with the Glock pack. Dumao interrupts the backside of all this. You know that sinking feeling for Apex, realizing this one's gonna get wrapped up quick. They'll flood the site. Molly's in front of them, guns chewing through them. It is a total ownage on the short side.
Yeah, there's no kills. So yeah, it's a lot of money made, and that's the key to victory here. CT Inferno, build up as much bank as possible. There was no map where nades are more important. And as long as they can keep replenishing them and using them freely on anti-ecos and things like that, then that's when the CTs are at full strength, and that's when the advantages really start to show themselves. Dire straits here for Apex as they'll put together another buy. They need to get, well, they need to get round wins, but they need to be ending these rounds 3 kills or more. Bomb plans down. Make it competitive.
Connected straight in.
Oh, no.
Can't afford that.
Wow.
Barely any bullets left. 90-degree snap, and Nekiz gets his double. 6 and 13 as he goes running down middle to stamp his name on round 16.
That was dirty. That was actually like his last bullet, wasn't it?
Yes. I mean, he did not want to stay to fight. The last thing he wanted right there was a second fight.
He said, "You made me do this."
We do have Sense finding an opening here. Good chance to maybe contest for the A site. Barton just jiggling on the walk up. Coldzera goes for the more passive porch angle. The rumblings of the A hit and that close arch support, but as he falls down, that's going to be audio for Sense called. He wants to get into the cover of the wall. He's lost his closest support. Lotto's not too far away.
Didn't hear that molly tag.
So now it gets cleaned up. They're chasing inside of Little Pit.
They're looking for Ghost. They didn't hear the molly tag. He was so tricky about it because they mollied Big Pit, right? So
yeah.
I think there's no one's going to play there. He didn't smoke it out.
But he did take a step in, and I thought at that moment, oh no, you try to get tricky. Instead, you fed yourself to the wolves. Satsanito, there's a nice headshot. 33 HP to play with. They still haven't considered it. He's trying to get in. Didn't know where Coldzera got off to. How slimy is that one from Cold?
That is Coldzera. Slimy. He's a slimy man, okay? All his clips against, all the 4Ks he got against Team Liquid, he's a slippery, slippery guy. That guy's Coldzera. Wouldn't trust him with a nickel. It's too tricky.
Heartbreak for Stiko. 7 bullets. He gets the kill on his 6th. And Coldzera just, he dodged all the duels.
Yeah,
3 players hunting him down, doing nothing but looking for him specifically.
He said, when you need me, I'll get the last one. That's it.
Popping open the mid-smoke. Sense wants to make sure that pressure that we've seen from Legacy, fond of the mid-play Legacy on the CT side. Molly on Satsanito. He dives out, gets away from it. Pretty much unscathed.
Going back in.
There's 2 CTs caught in transition here, but
yikes.
Dumao, while blind, sprays through, finding knock, and establishing a 5v3. It's desperate out from balcony, but that challenge is a good one. Coldzera, it gets away from him. When it's a fair fight, they win. Damage out of Nekiz as he just swings out of Arch, and he has got them stuck in on minimal bits of HP.
Oh my goodness gracious.
One straight shot could have done it.
All warning shots. Bomb's a little late. This gives the CTs time to get organized. And they're going in for the lane retake with a little extra time because, again, bomb's not planted. The Ts are going to be guessing, why is this the case? Sorry, the CTs.
But the health advantage here is immense. Full utility for Dumao. A second Molotov on Lotto.
An early fight. Oh man, that's not a good peek from Sense.
Not at all. Close on the wall. Graveyard player gets a chance at a free one, but that doesn't happen either. Now Jacob backside working with barely any health. Back turn, first one's free. Looking for the follow-up, but Lotto has him pinned against the wall. And with that, it's a defuse for Legacy. It's double digits to Legacy.
Oh, it's so calm for them, the way that they approached. They didn't even really need nades in that situation, and Legacy can feel it coming now. The victory, getting 2 wins in the opening stage, potentially eliminating another team, exceeding expectations, making themselves proud, and maybe attracting some new fans. A lot of people have said that teams, will be happy enough to qualify to get stickers, but the teams that make it through to Legends, like that shows how much respect is really earned here, how much fight they actually had to show to not simply go 0-3, just make it. Legacy could have been that team and forgotten about and not even blamed, just credited for qualifying in the first place. But here they stand in front of their stiffest competition in the opening stage so far and making light work of them.
Guns back out from Apex. 3-round deficit and some difficult moments trying to crack into that A site. It does feel like Legacy, much like back on Ancient, have not always let Apex breathe in some of these rounds, right? We saw how cautious Sense was of that mid-smoke, and when there's not even CTs behind it, just the presence of it, it's got Apex on their toes every time they come out of spawn. No part of this map has come for free. They are elbow deep in a tough fight, but timing. Nope, Sense doesn't go around the corner.
Wow, his own flash.
Ooh, Dumao just rocks him. And while this deeper position from Tatsunito, it starts to get burned out. It gets burned out entirely. Another double from Dumao. We've got a setup here on Arch side that goes swimmingly for Nekiz, and all the while, coldzera.
And it's a bait too.
Cool as ever in the corner. Nock and Stiko going to have to combine on short side, but Cold comes out at the perfect moment and pushes this one down to Apex's Opper. He will hit the ground empty-handed, and Legacy 2 rounds out from eliminating Apex.
Yeah, we are definitely going to get an explosion of emotion. I mean, even though this isn't the potential for Legacy to get, well, even though they aren't going to move on to this next stage based on this win, they are going to be excited as hell to take this victory, and it's something that will give them so much confidence moving forward if they can do it. Again, if this was Ancient, I would say this is close enough that Apex could reasonably make this comeback. It might still be scary for Legacy, but Legacy already won that map. They are up on their map now. They're looking good on this side of this map. And I'm not seeing anything from Apex that's making me believe.
Especially not in a round like this with a bye like that. Unless they think they can flex some kind of apartments hit.
Yeah, but it's still a pit setup, so it's perfect for a Hall's pop.
Barton and coldzera here. Third CT's dealing with the brackets control, so 2 of the T's are gonna get cut off. It's a jump out from balcony, cleaned up by Cold. Clean spray as he body bags 2 and leaves what's left of Apex stuck inside apartments, working with little health, and still they fight. Nock, it's an upgrade, but it's no bomb control. And it is 3 Legacy players sitting on top of it as the dire reality of this situation starts to sink into Apex. 5 map and match points queued up here for Legacy.
Oh yeah.
Not the first, not the second, but the 3rd Brazilian team to knock down Apex here in Copenhagen. They are going to be Brazil's punching bag at this event.
Yeah.
Somebody from Brazil has really good notes on Apex.
Yeah, this is the kryptonite. Yeah, they're definitely sharing them. Different ways that you can beat Apex. Here's a whole booklet for you. Legacy with the final blow. And, Jesus. What could be the last round of the series. Way faster than a lot of people, including myself, expected it to be. All the games that have gone to overtime, this one was going to 3 maps, almost certainly. Dumao with an opener. 1 back from Jacob. Banana control still one from the CT side. The reclaim of Banana hasn't been too successful for the T side. Won't even be an attempt here. Bomb gets scooped up. 3 players pushing up against bracket. CT's all around.
Nice off angle. Nekiz stops it. And I mean, this has just been the impenetrable bomb site that Legacy holds off with. Barton, another different angle. Stiko's kept his head right down, but he gets spotted out. And so this one has all fallen to the shoulders of Nock, as it all too often does, and he will die with knife out. Apex have fallen as Legacy thrive.
Wow, incredible win here for Legacy. All the players on your screen contributed. That was so clean. All the way down to Cold, you know. He wasn't even a guy who got carried in this situation as one of the older players. He played his role perfectly, and that is the end of the line here for Apex, who are eliminated to a team that many people had rated lower than them in this opening stage. So Eve, as much as it's a sad day for Apex, it's an impressive one for Legacy, and I want to make that clear that there are both stories to be told.
And the nature of this Legacy win, what's important as well is when we go back to the Furia best of 1 to open it. First of all, opening game, preparation at an all-time high. You know exactly who you're up against, and you know them intimately, right? coldzera goes above and beyond on an individual level that makes you think, oh, of course, it's the coldzera effect. But in this series, we got a great showing from the younger players that he has chosen to surround himself with.
Yeah.
And if you're on the list of young Brazilian players that a legend like Cold believes in enough to compete with, this is his chance to be supported by them, and God, do they ever deliver.
Yeah, no, we saw some good moments from Nock. We had overall 2 good maps from Jacom. But between that, there wasn't much else. And I would say that the calling was definitely a problem here for Apex that held them back on Ancient, a map that they should have been way better than Legacy on. So I think they can be disappointed fairly, unfortunately. Like, it wasn't really any luck involved with how they lost. Apex, they've got stuff to work on, but unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be thinking about that right now.
Well, they know they have things to work on, because what we have to remember, right, when we have this conversation that you even just brought up, like, there's this pool of teams that we say, you've made the major, and then it's time to be eliminated, right? We kind of get that with LinVision. All the teams you expect to put 0-3 kind of get that out. The reality is, Apex lost their in-game leader at the start of this year, and we're banking on Stiko returning to the team in order to deliver, at the very least, to get to the major, right? And that was on very short notice, and maybe not the most ideal formula for this team. Now, to get eliminated by 3 Brazilian teams, I'm sure that stings. Apex had bigger ideas than this, right? The hopes and the dreams are always alive, especially when the core had experienced a semi-final at the last major, right? When you contextualize it that way, it is disappointing. But if you try to reframe it, and I hope that for their sake they'll be able to, you could have been in a worse spot where you didn't even make the major if you're Apex. It took an overperformance from Stiko at the RMR when he did his job to get them here.
Yeah, no regrets getting Stiko. That worked out for you. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the stories done with. And in terms of continuity, that's something that for a lot of people who have been watching since Paris are wondering who's going to continue on into CS2. Well, there goes one playoff team.
And there was already a lot of organizations from Paris that we don't get featured in Copenhagen, right? That's the whole thing. The pack had changed so significantly, and yet Apex were one of the remnants. And in this case, you know, you're hoping, I'm assuming if you're them, and I would say the expectations of the community is, well, you might not get another top 4, but surely you'll get another top 16.
Yeah.
Not the case here at all.
Yeah, because they don't have J Legend.
No J Legend. No Kixan. And no more future for Apex here in Copenhagen.
Thank you, Scrawny and Launders. Always tough for... Be good? Okay, cool. Yeah, always tough for a player and a team to speak after a loss. Nonetheless, I'm here with Stiko. Yeah, Martin, yourself and Apex now out of the major. What's going through your mind right now?
It's a lot of things. And it's not a good feelings, obviously. It's tough. We came here with higher expectation than this, but I think it was really unfortunate with the way, you know, our like preparation and slump, individual slump and team slump is kind of affecting us right now. We had a couple of good maps, and we didn't really get to play those here. Obviously, in best of ones, they don't allow us, and that's how the struggle really started. We had to play something we're not really comfortable on, and we didn't prepare enough, I guess.
Talking about struggles, what do you think went wrong against Legacy?
Again, hard to say without the rewatching because now emotions are kind of flowing. But I remember on Ancient we got a good start with the pistol, and then we got insta countered back on it kind of ruined our vibe on T side when it comes to like flow and the way we want to approach the game. So that was unfortunate for Inferno. It's not a map that we play a lot, so we tried to get into their faces. But they were ready for it, and a couple of close rounds that they won were kind of crucial. Could have gone either way, actually. When you look at the scoreline, it's maybe we were beaten by a lot, but I feel like the game was much closer.
So you're going home, but are there any positives that you can take away from the Apex run at the RMR and here during the opening stage? Any at all?
From RMR, definitely. There's a lot of them. Good stuff that we showed and good mentality and attitude. Here, we kind of struggled, but as I said, it's all connected like individual performance of all of us. I think we're not just hitting our A game, and it's just unfortunate that we timed it this poorly, I would say. So silver lining of this tournament would be just to understand in the future that there might be times where we go into tournament and we're just not ready, and we have to play accordingly, adapt better, communicate more, or cheer each other up. Like it's really hard to say right now.
Martin, final question then. Going on from that, probably a hard topic to go into in detail, so don't try to like dissect it completely. But what's the plan from here to bounce back? And is there hope and belief that you and Apex will?
Well, that's a good question. I don't want to reveal anything because nothing is set yet. But well, I was with Apex until the end of the major, and this was a few minutes ago. We played the last round of the major, so in theory, this will be process for me as well to understand if I'm continuing. If not, we will see how it goes. And I cannot promise anything. I cannot really say anything. But hopefully, soon enough, we will see a stronger version of Apex.
Well, I think you guys, Apex as a team, you haven't necessarily reached your potential here, but we've seen glimmers, and you've been a fun squad to watch. Martin, I'm not sure what's in store in the future for you, but I'd love to see more. You're a great guy. Is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans, the Stico fans, and the Apex fans out there?
Of course. So it's been a rough past weeks actually online as well, and those who really cheer for us even during these times. Like we appreciate you. I see a lot of positive comments, so that's kind of nice to see for a change. And hopefully we will just make you proud that you stick with us during these tough times, because those eventually have to be over and we'll just bounce back.
Martin, thank you for your time. Commiserations, you're exiting the major.
Stico, always a professional and a welcome member of the Counter-Strike community, a great representative for Apex, and nothing but respect for taking an always difficult exit interview.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I just want to shout out to his YouTube channel, probably post some content about this major. On there, he is a consummate professional.
Always.
We know him from the Mouse Sports days.
Yes, sir.
He got a chance to play on Apex. They maybe got farther than they even should have in the beginning, since they threw this team together as quickly as they did. And as you can see, they're really taking it hard. So as a competitor should.
And, a little bit more praise that I would just like to throw on Apex as they head out the door. Paula asked, is there any kind of takeaway from the whole run between RMRs and Major? And Stico says, more to be proud of at the RMR. I think that on an individual level, for him to come back from that leave of absence from Apex, he put his best foot forward at the RMR, and I give credit to Stico for being one of the driving forces that Apex were even here to compete with at all. So shout out Stico one time. Apex, sorry, this is the end of their road. But we have a continuation of the road in Copenhagen coming up next. Our next match here on the B stream, Ecstatic versus Imperial. Somebody is making top 16.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas, and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL Setting to Share now has Auto Game Mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto-apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
I think coming into the RMR, I expected a lot of the lesser known teams to do well. I think with the Counter-Strike 2 coming out, it was to be expected that some of these teams would grind hard. They would see this as a new opportunity, as a massive opportunity to make a dent into the scene and to maybe surprise some of the bigger teams. However, what we've seen so far and what we did see during Group A was that a lot of the favorites played well and a lot of the favorites made it.
A team that really reassured me was G2. Everyone is very amped up on G2 and ready to scrutinize their every move, and we know Nico has had a little bit of a difficult transition to CS2, and here at the RMR he popped off. For Virtus Pro, we were all hoping for a reaction. It was a very different flavor of VP that we found during the RMR. Much more aggressive than we were used to, much more ready to fight, and definitely disciplined in how they were closing rounds and closing games. They made mincemeat of Na'Vi in a game that I thought would be much more competitive, but when you have a Fame that is performing the way he did at the RMR, and you know the value of Flip and Jame right behind him, that was a deadly recipe that nobody can handle, and I really hope that this is the VP that shows up in Copenhagen. Another positive is definitely FaZe and the fact that they were able to sustain an incredible rhythm at the beginning of this year. You have to imagine, ever since they brought up Frozen, they've had very little time to practice. They went from event to event to event, And finally, they have a few weeks where they can work on their gameplay. And in fact, even if they were not completely ready, everybody knows that FaZe is not a team you want to take lightly, and they're going to be ready for Copenhagen.
A lot of the teams that, you didn't really know what to think of as well coming into it, you look at the likes of Movistar Koi, who made it a great story as well, a team from a region that's had a tough time finding success at the majors. They qualified 3-1, very impressive, very cool for them. You look at a team like Saw, who in their game to qualify for the major absolutely destroyed Fnatic. I thought going into that game, Saw versus Fnatic, close game, 50-50, could have gone both ways, but nah. The Portuguese players from Saw, they absolutely killed Fnatic and left no doubt whether or not they deserved to be at the major in Copenhagen. So that was a cool story in itself. There was also a couple of teams that I was left disappointed by. We cannot not mention it. NIP, a team who's won a major before, a team who has a rich history in Counter-Strike, did absolutely nothing during this tournament. They went 0-3 for a team of the caliber of NIP, for a team with a big budget like NIP is working with, and for a team with such a rich history in Counter-Strike. It's just mega disappointing. There's no way around it.
And they just couldn't keep up with the context here. They couldn't keep up with the expectations, in spite of having a couple of close games where they showed here and there glimpses of quality. It was too fragile. This failure here at the RMR is going to mark the end of this roster, and we're going to have to see how they rebuild.
We saw Falcons play at Katowice, made it to the semifinal, made it to the playoff at Katowice, new lineup, obviously a big budget, high expectations for them. Coming into this group as well, the seeding wasn't that great, but I still expected them to do way, way better than we saw. They also did not make the major. We're not going to see Sonic take on home turf major in Copenhagen. We're not going to see Magix, who, as a matter of fact, right now is the reigning champion of the major. He won with Vitality in Paris. He's the latest Danish player to win a major together with Dupree, and he didn't even qualify.
It was very desolating to watch. The camera shots were tragic, seeing the sadness on their faces as they were eliminated against Amcal, and I don't think there are any excuses. I think they were aware that in spite of how young of a project that is, they needed to do better. It's going to be very painful for some of these players to miss the Copenhagen major.
Apart from that, as said, I think it's great to see some of the big dogs, the favorites, making it to the major. You have Carrigan coming in with FaZe, obviously home turf in Copenhagen. He's played many times in Royal Arena as well. Same could be said for Huxi in G2. So we have some of these well-known Danish in-game leaders. For now, they've made it. Apart from Snappy, it's looking good for the Danes out there who are looking to see some of their favorite players inside the arena. I'm at least excited, and I cannot wait to get started.
We're just completing the PGL Copenhagen Major, the European RMR Group B. And there's some good things and some bad things to take away from this past week of Counter-Strike. So let's start with the good. For Mouse, a wonderful showing from Brolin and for the whole team. This is a team that had to replace Frozen, one of the most exciting and impactful players we have in Counter-Strike, and his departure to FaZe. But Brolin stepped into this squad, and they look great. Shuhei looks like the real deal of an up-and-coming in-game leader, of the next generation of in-game leader, and Mouse was able to sail through 3-0. The other team that goes 3-0 is Cloud9. Obviously, Boomich stepping in, and the whole conversation around Cloud9 is they don't have an AWPer. How are they going to perform without an AWPer? But they've proved that they don't really need one quite yet. In today's game of MR12, of switching into CS2, they've been able to get by. Boomich has come back resurgent as an in-game leader, and for a team that's perennially considered underachievers, Cloud9 actually sailed through this process with good performances from Electronic, good performances from Boomich, good performances from Perfecto, and they look solid. Next up is going to be Vitality, and obviously, what more can you say about them? Best team in the world, probably going to be hands down the favorite to win the major overall. And individually for Zaiwu, who in the midst of Donk Mania just showed that he's the best player in the world still to this day.
Let's go! Let's go! One more! Nice button.
Nice, boys! Sick on A!
Nice communication!
ENCE as well deserves a lot of credit for their run, showing that the Katowice playoffs weren't just a fluke. Glaive has reinvented himself as an in-game leader, has shown that he's still got value to teams, and has shown that teams that, didn't think that he actually had it anymore, they were all dead wrong, because he's taken a Polish core, powered by Hades on the AWP, and had a beautiful upset over Astralis to qualify for the major. And if there's good teams, there's also bad teams at the RMR, or teams that performed badly. And I think two teams you have to name out of the gate are going to be someone like OG, obviously not getting a whole lot of wins. They had a lot of favorable matchups, and still this whole roster situation of OG where they can't find a lineup that can consistently produce for them continues. Bad News Eagles we're going to put down here because they've been such an exciting team over the various major cycles over the past 2 years. They caused no real significant upsets in this RMR stage, and failing to qualify is extremely painful for a community that really roots for them to be able to take that next step forward and become a little bit better of a team. But most importantly, you obviously can't get out of the bad section without mentioning Astralis. A name brand organization, the most successful organization in Counter-Strike history. They had the best lineup of all time, and coming into this event, qualifying for the Copenhagen major was everything to them. But it probably put a little bit too much pressure on the team, and for a lineup that had 4 of 2023's top 20 players, this was a massive underperformance, and I can't get away without having a little bit of criticism for Device, one of the GOATs of CSGO. We saw him missing standard op shots time and time again, shots that were his bread and butter throughout his Counter-Strike career. This event, we're well off the mark, and it was just underwhelming from Astralis, and they'll miss the Copenhagen major. And obviously at this point in Counter-Strike, we can't forget about talking about Spirit, because they got Donk, they got Shiro, they got Chopper, they have a strong lineup as well and looking good. If we got a little bit worried and overhyped them after Katowice, now we have to look at this and say, this is a team that's not a shoo-in to make a deep run into the playoffs. There are things that can be exposed by their opposition, and they're going to have a tough time because everyone's going to be looking at Donk, everyone's going to be looking at them, and they're at the next stage of the journey, which is, can you succeed when the target's on your back? Last team we'll talk about is going to be Heroic. Now, Heroic's a team that obviously went through some crazy roster upheaval, and I'll be honest, looking at this team coming, after the roster changes were announced and the swaps were all announced, I look at them and I said, there's no way that these guys are going to be dangerous. I thought this team didn't look constructed all that well. It looked like kind of a desperate bid to pull things together. I thought Nertz would struggle as a star player coming into a brand new lineup, and all of that was proved wrong. Kixon has shown that he can be an in-game leader to mold this squad together. A big piece from Apex that he came over, and it actually has made this team pretty solid right out of the gate. Tesses and Shush continue to be fantastic role players. So Heroic, a well-earned qualification, and we'll see what they've got in Copenhagen.
The PGL Copenhagen Major, the first CS2 major. Where did it all begin, and how did the teams get here? Well, for Asia, it all began at the Asian RMR, and there was a lot that went down this year. There was a lot of chaos, a lot of upsets, a lot of heartbreak, and some teams that arguably shouldn't have been there but didn't know they were going to be there. There was a whole storyline of who should be there, who shouldn't be there, and who should be qualifying, and the favorites, not all of them, made it through. The team that stood out above the rest, that was the most solid team at the RMR for sure, had to be the Titans from Mongolia, the Mongols. Led by the captain Blitz, he managed to form this really young squad of misfits into a super strict, super solid, the most structured team I've seen in the last couple of weeks. They came out of a European boot camp looking better than ever, looking like they needed that spot, they deserve that spot, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing.
And of course, it's the Mongols, the first to make it through out of the Asia RMR.
The other team that qualified through was the Chinese youngsters, Linvision. They were fueled by passion. They did so much work leading into the RMR, and they drew a lot of attention. They were kind of an underdog figure, but we didn't even tout them as the best Chinese team at the tournament. The question for me, though, is how are Linvision going to perform once they face adversity against the European teams? Not even just the American teams, any international team. That leads me to my next point. Tyloo. Where were they? What happened? So many questions going unanswered, but at this point, they are not the strongest team in the region. Linvision have easily solidified that title. And now for the heartbreak, Greyhound. To me, of course, you'll understand they're very close to my heart, but unfortunately, things didn't work out. They had a change of leadership leading into the competition, only with about 2 months, maybe 3 months to get ready for it. And in terms of practice, because of the schedule, the amount of qualifiers they had to play in, there was no time for them to go overseas and have a boot camp leading into the RMR. And ultimately, that was their downfall. As for our Asian representatives at Copenhagen, the Mongols and Linvision, I really hope that they're going to be able to put Asia back on the map again. Linvision are going to have a tougher time, so hopefully their prep leading into Copenhagen is solid. But the Mongols, they are going to be a team to watch out for.
The Americas Armor again proved to be a fun experience, or should I call the Americas Armor or the Brazilian Armor? It was dominated by some of the Brazilian powerhouses. You're looking towards Euphoria, you look towards Pain Gaming. Imperial as well did fantastically well. They were the first 3 teams to qualify through the NA, or the American Qualifier Armor. Again, we know it, the Brazilian powerhouses, they always come in with great experience, they come in with great energy, great fire, and they once again proved to be the stronger region out of the 2. Now, it was a fun one though. It was a very exciting one in terms of all the different upsets, all the storylines with obviously Team Liquid and Complexity, them going at it, in a game where only the winner would progress into the major. Well, you all know how that went, but imagine being Team Liquid and Complexity, finding yourself playing the final game of any of the RMRs, and only one of them can go to the major. That was the highlight for me during the Americas RMR, without a doubt. Apart from that, as I said, the Brazilian teams, they surprised, they played well. It was filled with emotion, raw emotions as well. It's always great to see when these players and these teams are constantly fighting for it. We know that qualifying for the major can be life-changing for some of these players, and you could see it in the body language, you could see it in the energy, you could feel it in the vibe. This meant the world to all the players. Again, as I said, credit to the Brazilian teams, they once again showed up. The NA boys did as best as they could, and there was some NA success to find. Of course, for my money, highlight Complexity versus Liquid. That game on the final day, yikes. I'm sorry we couldn't have both of them here, but at least we got them.
It is the PGL Copenhagen Major with the opening stage, and I've got in-game leader for Imperial, Vinny, with me. And I want to touch on this straight away, is that you have reinvented yourself, you have rebuilt yourself as a player, and you are having a lot of success, at least within your region so far. So what has this journey been like, Vinny? Because you're still smiling.
Yeah, I don't know for how long, but I'm still smiling. I don't know, it's just, it's a great journey. Like, it's a lot of work, a lot of things to think about it, and the ways I see the game and myself. So I pretty much like switch everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, like now my focus is like less on me and more on the team and about performance and how they want to play. You know?
And tell me about just the whole meme, as it was, of Imperial being a last dance. Because Fallen's not here anymore. You're the only player left from this last dance, but Imperial still exists. So I look at this, is Imperial's a real team now and we're just playing?
Yes, I was fooled, man. I was fooled. Like,
you were fooled?
Yeah, I was fooled. Because,
we were all fooled.
Yeah, Fallen was like, no, man, I'm going to stop playing, then blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Furia. He took my spot.
But so yeah, he should basically, Furia took you to go over to Imperial. There was a space and they just recycled a bit, waited for Fallen to have the last dance and said, come.
Yeah, you had your fun. Let's play serious now. So it was pretty, I don't know, man. It was like really weird. I just had a great time. Right now, Imperial was a team before, but not that big. So right now, what we're doing is like, we're a team. We're sticking together. Let's grow together.
And let's talk about sticking together, because I'm looking down, close qualifier, you go 3-1, RMR 3-0, and Henny, I don't know what happened to him, but he was insane. This dude dominated from start to finish. You qualify for the major. You then qualify for EPL. You qualify for Blast Showdown. You guys are on a tear. Your confidence must be sky high.
It was.
It was?
It was.
Oh no.
It was. I mean, multi, we don't talk about Blast.
Okay, yeah, you just got off a plane, bro.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Exactly. But I don't know, we know that we're really good in that region, and we just need to transform that to Europe, you know? We know it's gonna be harder. Like, the first time we faced Furia, we knew what they were gonna do, but like pretty much everyone choked when we couldn't play. So we know we're just trying to get this little thing better. But I think we're gonna have good chances against good teams that play more normal, I would say, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, so right now, the problem with Brazil, like, we face the same teams every time.
Yeah.
And everyone's just used to, so I think that's why it makes it easier, to be honest. Like, our kids are like, we just win against them, so we can win again.
Just do it again.
Yeah, do it again. And that was the first month of January, pretty much. We already win against these guys, let's just win again.
Again.
Yes.
Copy paste.
Yes, pretty much.
And that's one thing I want to criticize you guys of a little bit in a negative way, is that you've had 54 officials played over the last 3 months, which is great. But it is all against South American, a few North American, and then Monty. What do you do now when you come up against the elite? Because you've been here in Europe, you've had, 10 days practice in the United Kingdom. You've survived the UK, so well done for that. But 10 days of practice in Europe, what has this told you? What have you learned?
I don't know, maybe practice is really weird. Personally for me, actually, people don't play how they should play. Yeah, that's the thing. So we're just taking some, like, when we're losing practice, we're just like, why we're losing? They're like, we try to do the big part of the map, not just you're whiffing the guy on our spot. So I think we managed to fix the city side. I mean, too soon to say, but let's see. Yeah, I hope. I don't know, we're just gonna try to play our game, to be honest. They have a lot of material, but what we gain with that is that we have a lot of confidence playing officials.
Yeah.
Like, we find it awful to play 1 month boot camping. We try a lot of new stuff. You think you're gonna like wreck everybody, and nothing works. So I think we have a solid base that what works for us actually, and how we want to play the game. So it is just about the preparation. We're gonna see, like, against Saints, for example, and just kill the guys in the server.
Okay, well, I like it very much. I like what I'm hearing, and I wish you the best of luck, Vinny. Good to see you again, man. Thank you.
Welcome back to the B Stream, folks. It is the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major, Day 3. Imperial, they're ready. Ecstatic, they're improving. And this is a game where we can actually celebrate something going down over here on the B Stream, because you and I have been casting a lot of negative Nancy's over here. You know, a lot of elimination games where it's more tears than it is cheers. This one is big. Hands down, undoubtedly the biggest match that Ecstatic has ever played in their lives across the board, all 5 players. We look to the other side in Imperial. Well, you've got some real experienced players here. You've got guys who have seen it, who have been in the thick of it. And now they will have a chance to do that again, to continue what has been the Brazilian celebration that is the Copenhagen CS2 Major.
For sure. And still, with all of those TRBR teams alive, it's, well, we're talking about Pain, who just went through, Legacy, who just won their match with another chance to play, and now Imperial with a chance to actually qualify to the elimination stage. And it was already impressive to have so much presence in the opening stage, but now the fact that they could have 3, maybe 4 teams get all the way through, making it to at least the last day, well, that's just another story in and of itself. But we are here in Copenhagen, and Ecstatic are the only team with all Danish players, so they've got sort of a different story in their minds as to what they're trying to do when it comes to competing in this opening stage. They did a lot and impressed by qualifying to the opening stage, but clearly they're good enough to actually continue forward. Whether they make it through elimination is a completely different topic, but based on all the games we've seen, the teams we've seen in the opening stage, they're good enough to qualify with the right seeding.
Yes, they are. Absolutely. And you know, that comes down to this really cool story that is Vinny has become the in-game leader. To me, that's something I never expected out of Vinny, and I thought of all the Furia pieces that, you know, slowly got plucked apart. I was worried there would be a time where maybe Vinny didn't have what it took. Maybe Vinny would be kind of falling back into the irrelevant elements of the Brazilian scene. But now he's back with fresh blood, right? New faces and players who have shown that they do have the talent. And then on top of it all, Phelps back just as good as he ever was.
Yeah, in rare form. 2017, I believe, SK he stood in for when that team was sort of starting to fall apart, and that's the last we saw of Brazil. Phelps was one of the final big moves to try to revive the scene and the roster, the famous SK Luminosity roster with falling IGLing. And then since then, we haven't really seen much from Phelps. So looking to make a deep run with a brand new team, with some lost pieces and misfits from different great rosters in the Brazilian scene. He finds himself on Imperial underneath the tutelage of Vinny, which is such a crazy story, and it's very fun to watch.
So here we have, of course, map pick Imperial, Anubis, map pick Inferno for Ecstatic. It'll boil down to the decider, and Launders, you are one of the few who have predicted Ecstatic to move into the top 16 at this major. What is it that you saw or know about Ecstatic that made you feel that way?
Well, I'm gonna keep it 100% honest. It was basically came down to Ecstatic and Apex as the last team in the 3-1-3-2 that I thought could get through, and I thought Ecstatic were probably going to be stronger than Apex. Okay. So didn't really have them much higher than that. But I would say, well, that's clearly been a decent thing to talk about in this stage. Apex just leaving, not having a great game just now versus Legacy. Ecstatic actually been very impressive, and I think they are one of the teams. I mean, I had Pain 0-3, and then Pain are obviously through now 3-1, and they looked great. So you couldn't tell everything from the CS that happened before the stage started. Fair. And that has definitely been a consistent thing. A lot of people have had surprises, whether it was good or bad. We saw that exit interview from Stico where, you know, he's like, the RMRs were great. This is obviously a step down. Whereas Ecstatic, they're trending upwards. Imperial are just continuing on from how good they were at the RMR. And the only reason I didn't have Imperial going through is because I just didn't see them playing against other European teams, or of
course
there were no other tournaments to look at to think, okay, they have what it takes. But Decenti, no way on this roster, great pickups. Vinny's leadership's been great. This whole team looks amazing.
Yeah, what's awesome too, right? We're talking about somebody who's been in a major grand final. Henny, baby, always finding his way back into some sort of Brazilian mix-up and doing it in good form as of late. So Imperial's map pick, which means Ecstatic take it to the T side first. And we are going to get into the thick of it. This one means a lot, and Phelps tears through too. He's got no way behind him. Henny in sight, and it's Salazar to keep a little space rolling forward. You get the bomb plant, you're happy with that, because you could have gotten completely stopped.
Oh my God. All good, all good. One round at a time. We respect hitting someone else. It's, you know.
Get it out of your system early, you know? Oops. Oops.
Every bullet from here on out hits. That's okay.
Oops.
So, would it have mattered? I'm not actually sure. I think it was 3-1 still. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Oopsie daisies. Small hiccup here. It's a microphone problem, boys. On the long list of issues that can arise, this one's easy.
Said we have a small mic issue. Does that mean we need a bigger one, Connor?
Yeah, we need a bigger one. I don't know. The pop filters on these mics are massive, dude. I feel like I've got a watermelon growing off my head.
That's just your ego.
Actually, you know what did matter about that kill? Looking back at the kill feed, because things kind of happened so fast, the bomb actually didn't get planted.
Oh, okay.
You kill Vinny, that bomb goes down. I don't think it matters much more after that. I think the CTs still come out with the retake, but that bomb plant could matter. So it matters a little bit.
Ecstatic are one of the teams who I don't think appear to be as nervous coming into this stage. Whereas I think Imperial maybe a little bit more. And I mean, we've talked great things about Vinny, but like, yeah, eventually down the line, months from now, if we look back on this and they don't actually get out of the opening stage of the major, I mean, they were only kind of good. You know what I mean? Imperial only kind of good. I think they do need to actually qualify to the elimination stage now that they've set this sort of expectation.
No, I agree entirely. There are milestones that must be met. In the heat of the moment, this feels important, feels impressive. Vinny, he's got that nade on Patty. They go smoking out the Molotov so that they can keep this fast tempo ecstatic, and it nets them another kill. Kragan barely alive. Salazar even worse off, but that UMP has been picked up. This would be a hell of a 1v3 attempt as he switches into the M4, gives himself a smoke to work, looking to recover from that awkward pistol moment, but it will still go down to 2 players alive for Imperial's second win.
What if Vinny was the best IGL on Furia the whole time?
I would say that's impossible because the first event that Vinny was the in-game leader, I remember interviewing him, IEM Cologne, last summer. I said, Vinny, you're an IGL now. How'd that happen? He said, I don't know.
Yeah.
I said, well, what's your style? He sat there, pondered, and went, I don't know. And his whole teammates kind of laughed around him, which at the time I thought, oh, they're doomed. And then the struggles occurred, but you know, I think that they did kind of come in with this like blank slate mentality, and
yeah, like if they had a better IGL around, they probably would have used them.
Yeah.
But Vinny has risen to the challenge.
And you know, some in-game leaders are not leaders of men. And I think that's a very important quality to have as an in-game leader. The people around you have to believe in you, they have to support you, and want to listen to you. I think that Vinny is the type of leader of men who doesn't come through with an iron fist, but he's just such a mood boost, a morale boost at all times. He ends up being exactly what you want.
I would personally die for Vinny.
Yeah, okay, I wouldn't take it that far. But Ecstatic, they're killing. We've gotten the top mid kill. There was a lot of map control here for Imperial when they went into that bridge drop / A main push. But then they are met by the AK. That one AK. Henny's backing up. Why? A little awkward. Remember, there's an AK over there. Gotta be cautious with these fights. And No Way still concerned about mid as well. 30 seconds. Smoke goes over into the bomb site. Henny's just gonna stay tucked on plat. They hear that shuffling of feet moving forward.
Well, they've actually been able to walk up into the plant. This is going to be impossible to stop now. Interesting.
A little extra money. Kragan.
Wait, what? That's a pretty big gap that they left on that side. Both,
oh
in
my
fact,
God.
And now they suddenly have, what, lost the round? One MP9 left.
Trying to get this off of the platform. Second rifle hasn't been picked up just yet, but the pistols are serving a great distraction. This is a glowing moment for Kragan. And as he sat back in dark, They're just playing with him. Henny cannot get this moving forward. He's got 7 bullets in the magazine. Now he needs to reload. That's precious seconds shaved off. Doesn't have a kit. This one is gone. Kragan, huge round. That's an ace with the only AK in the round.
Oh, man. And from the pistol, what a juxtaposition of gameplay here from Kragan to come into this round with the ace. He got all of the venom out, okay, in that first one. All those Glock bullets that didn't go through. It was all just a giant warm-up. Well, what a massive round. Now, I will say this is Imperial with a very interesting setup, okay? I know that wasn't an ace in a big individual moment, but that was a T team coming in on a save with not many pieces of utility. And technically Imperial were not holding either side of the bomb site with 2 players in it. So they created a problem and didn't have a solution.
Oh my God. 8 kills in a row here for him.
Oh man. This come up needs to be studied.
He's got, honestly, he's staring at the back-to-back ace if it wasn't for Nodios here to seal it off. So that one AK-47.
That is why it's so important to treat every round as a new round.
Back on the cards for Imperial. Didn't have to wait too long to try and bounce back.
Zipple told me that we could change the Ecstatic logo and branding to Boxer branding if they won.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That is an incredible deal for you.
I mean, for the community as a whole, no?
Sure, but what does Ecstatic get out of it?
My love and adoration.
Oh, okay.
Free close.
Okay, sure. Yo, Boxer jerseys?
See? When you think about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Nice push out from Phelps here. I like that he didn't hesitate to get deep. I think this catches him off. Patty comes out to clear it. Then that second side of the A main push, and Vinny not going back. He holds his ground. Him in no way. So ready to come into the fight here was Imperial.
They were in the choke points, but hanging around. They were loitering. They were not leaving. So after the initial push came in, Ecstatic thought, okay, now's the pause. Now's the time where they're going to go for some new type of aggression. And we can try to approach, but no, they were all ready to fight on each and every part of the map, even with the smoke push. So a little misread of the situation. Imperial pounced on the opportunity.
And he gonna post up.
Oh.
Patty playing in traffic. Look out for the semi-truck that is Henny's AWP. Secondary op as well over here,
And
Vinny.
since Henny took a shot, they might try to dry swing it.
Yep, set up perfectly. Try to chase forward. Vinny calling for assistance. Decenti's right behind him. He's not biting on the shoulder peak until he sees the elbow. Shadow had no problem for Vinny, not too concerned. Support comes over as 2 shots are a miss, and Salazar's bringing it back.
What?
Nodios from down in sight. Gets man advantage established. No Way has a choice, and as he hears that utility trickle in against him, he's gonna try to press his luck through smoke. Nodios just turns back in time, stuffs it, and we've got Ecstatic continuing on.
That was an incredible couple of entries from more than one player right there. Salazar sealing onto the site perfectly, and that looked like it was all going wrong with the first op shots that came in here from Vinny. They fell for the bait, they fell in the shadow.
3v5.
And then Salazar from above really made this possible. Just good stuff between him and the rest of the lineup. That was just a few guys in a can of WD-40, you know what I mean?
I do.
Getting in there.
Getting in there. What do you know about WD-40?
Fixing stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Did some plumbing the other day.
How'd that go?
One time I was stuck on the tarmac in a plane,
Mhm.
and it was like raining. It was like storm outside, and I just saw a guy out of the window standing on a ladder with a can of WD-40 with his hood on, spraying it into the side of the plane. I was like, I'm not gonna make it.
And yet here we are.
Here we are, born just in time to watch that round.
Kraken still sitting pretty at 11 kills. Only 6 into this one. Ecstatic, I mean, we're talking about a 3 versus 5 in the last round. A solo AK ace already just sprinkled into the start of their Anubis game. Edge of your seat Counter-Strike to keep this one all tied up and to keep the money on the line here for Imperial. That double op setup costly, almost got them the round win. To get a 5v3, only then to lose it. Tough pill to swallow. Patty wants control of Dark. No way, loses half his health on the fallback, and a frag grenade that goes beyond the 2 defenders. There's a third, heading over towards the long cross. He's gonna flash them in for the Dark fight. Beautiful flashbang.
Wait,
wild blind.
Excuse me.
This reposition into the corner. And now Henny on his own, on the reload. Sure, the Temple player rotates in to help, but it is a one and done out of Vinny. How much could Patty have realistically seen?
That's insane. I mean, nothing. I mean, he literally just trusted his instincts right there, because the first spray down, okay, he's lined up with the doorway, and then he's falling back because he's blind. So that's insane. Another trade comes down through the smoke. And in the 3-on-2 situation, of course, very hard to scale from this position for Henny, but no smoke down is an invitation forward.
Down goes the Temple play, flashes fantastic, and Kraken hitting headshots.
He's back. Never really let one bad Glock spray, okay? That's all it was in the beginning.
I mean, you literally said you've gotten it all, now you've gotten it all out of your system.
Yeah, you got it all out. Look at this, man. Literally.
Wow.
And that's lizard brain. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And who is Patty? You know what I'm saying?
Baker.
Ecstatic, just not a team that was on many radars, to be honest. Here we go into the A play. Fast one coming from Ecstatic. Huge advantage in the guns, but the flash does work. Queenix is out. The bomb's sitting back a bit. Dink comes through versus Patty.
Look at that. I mean, we can say, wow, it's amazing that Patty gets that double kill while blind, but then we look at how high the efficacy is here for Imperial's flashbangs. Almost every single one is doing something.
Vinny stole that AK. Like a pack rat. He scurries off with it. They can't really go anywhere. A nice guarantee from Kraken going deep into the B play. Nodios, 2 kills. A little wild on the spray. That's a second weapon to be grabbed, second weapon to be saved, getting the money back in line. Let Phelps go try something else. This is Ecstatic starting to pull ahead on the T side. And what a game to start strong in. Biggest moment of their young careers.
Yeah, and this is a 2-1 matchup, but that doesn't mean they're going to be treating it like anything except for an elimination game, because no one knows what happens tomorrow. Nobody knows what kind of seed you draw, what team you face. This matchup right here between Ecstatic and Imperial, and even the last one apparently that we saw between Pain and Saw, and the one before that earlier where Legacy were able to win, you know that that could be the end of your road right there. This is the team that you got to be feeling very lucky to have drawn. They're so close to you.
That's it. They're so close to you because they're kind of going through the same experience here at the moment. Both of them performing beyond the expectations in a 2-1 game. You've got a lot of big names tomorrow. You've got teams who have done more in the past. You've got rosters with way more experience.
Just the fact that ENCE and Furia are playing each other, you know, just means that all of these other matchups could have been much harder for these teams. You could not necessarily get eliminated today, but spiritually you could be.
Saw have been looking hot as of late. Furia, ENCE, either of those who ever win. A sea of experience. Even Mongols are a team who've been playing more big lands than you as of late. Seize the day. And one of these two teams will be walking away from this server tonight with their heads held high and their dreams alive. Right now, it's looking like Ecstatic. Imperial trying to take it back from them with some aggressive outer B play, and the flashes, I think, are great again.
Yeah, they were covering that default with a player above on the headshot angle. This early into the round in a default, they should have been more careful. And again, CT side is basically about picking minus EV tactics at the right time and just getting a 5v4 when you can. Just makes this map so much easier. So 4v3 is a situation they find themselves in. Equally compelling position.
Making Vinny uncomfortable here with this utility barrage. Flash is good.
Oh.
Swing comes out, and Vinny hadn't been given a chance to recover. Patty out middle, gets caught. And so we've got still two Ts coming out. Descenti crosses over, but as he goes back, oh, he hits the headshot to the Opper. Queenix 1v2, no way, nearly dead, and he's got a great chance, but the no-way swing catching him off as he expected a new direction. It is Imperial to cut that lead to 1.
That's a good setup for the 2v1. He was going to get closed off eventually, so they were ready to swing with both players. And I'm seeing Vinny jump up into that position. I'm like, we're about to find out if this is a real angle or not. So I think he thought he was going to get swung right away, and he damn near created a headshot position for himself, but as you can see, hard cleared and spammed down. Oh, I learned how to juggle. Start with 1, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
That's what CS is about. Good sound fundamentals.
Start with 0 if you just want to, I think visualization is actually a key.
True.
Phelps coming out with another opening kill. Vinny and Phelps both with 3 opening kills, 9 rounds into this game. So that is 6 5v4s for Imperial. 4 of them converted. Single AK ace. And a 2 versus 4 in Ecstatic's back pocket as their lead dwindles. Set up for an early B hit, and not much defense barring Dark.
Oh my god, this is the call.
What's happening? We've got 2 defenders inside the smoke grenade. Bomb's going down in a 5v5. What a great chance for Ecstatic to just seal the deal early.
That nade goes deep. They're going to try to fight into this.
Flashbang finds him just as it's fading. It is glorious.
That's different.
Talk about perfection.
It's not often you see a team get away with that. I think they were expecting to fight somebody into the site, obviously, with the early play, but that was well handled, and I like that they did fight for a little bit of space. If they let that be a 5v5 retake and your opponents have E-box control, well, you could still very much lose easily. So smoking deep, flashing into it, and staying active in that situation took good communication, good execution.
Still 3 to save. Ooh. Sending 1 more to the grave.
I mean, it's good that you get calls like that instead of every round just being spread the map and hold for pushes because, well, I think Imperial are going to try a setup like that now.
That's bound to keep them on their toes. Money ain't great, so Op and M4 between Henny and Descenti. Kragan, what a time to come alive. 15 kills, 10 rounds deep. Henny going for the boost.
Oh man, I love how they cleared this actually. I feel like more people should do it this way.
Agreed.
Will he get his headshot off? Oh my god, that is so close.
Wow. Nice attempt.
That would have been a Kodak moment, man.
A little off the mark.
That's good option coverage on that boost.
Nodio's now nervous as hell.
Yeah.
Queenix, oh, he's got him. Woo. Just like that, a sight falls. Henny eats a flashbang. Those solar flares that Ecstatic have been throwing, and he gets smoked off. no stoppage on the A site whatsoever. It's a one-man army to get 2 kills and open it right open.
Could have been a different round. Maybe they don't exec over on the A site as quickly. And he gets that first frag. Kragan looking to clean up.
Yeah, they want that op, man. They want to take everything away from Imperial on the road to the 8-round half, but Kragan gonna wait for that mid-split to come out through Temple. This is no guarantee that Henny gets away with it. It's very important that he does, and instead it is a clean sweep and 4 standing tall for Ecstatic.
Yeah, man, they've been they're playing to win. They're playing to win. Like they're doing the right amount of aggression. They got some good calls. They seem to be pretty calm.
I was worried for Queenix. I thought maybe he was a little too pressed into the wall and then he was going to step into the pistol, but it is an instant headshot on the first one. So that means no AWP for Henny in the final round of the half as he falls to the hunt.
The fact that Kragan 17-5 after that first round is just amazing. It's just amazing.
Yeah, lesser men would have been shook.
Yeah. Oh, is he going to clear that? And you can really see sometimes how that long barrel, the Silence M4, will just sell you out. But he isn't spotted in this situation. Salazar still seems worried about it, though.
Or at least he was worried about along the red wall.
My God,
he may forget about Phelps. And no way trying to kind of bait them in. Sure enough, Phelps' position. Good for the 1. Patty.
Wow.
Over the top of Bridge. He is getting his, and then Nodios, great peek over towards the opposite side. Vinny's getting pulled in all sorts of directions. There's flashes through the window. You've lost a player B. Bridge is getting attacked. Very nice presence from Ecstatic. A pressure applied from all directions. Henny's off angle could have cut someone off, but there's no need to cross. Bomb comes in from dark. Very comfortable post-plant setup here for Ecstatic, and a demanded retake in this 2v4. Imperial's map pick, but Ecstatic's field day. Retake gets going, trade frags great. Henny gonna have to clear the corner, and it's not gonna happen. An 8-round T side after a blunder of a pistol.
Seriously, man. No. I mean, I've heard, there was this, I think it was like Config talking about himself as a momentum-based player, and just like some days he would figure out that he wasn't gonna play well, and then never be able to get it back together in a half. Or set like the, single map kill record because he starts off with so much momentum. And that mental momentum is extremely real. But it's always nice to see that it's mental and you can survive it. Ecstatic really making the name for themselves right now. That was a very solid half overall. Now this is Imperial that versus Ents on day 1. Went 22-20 to beat them on Anubis. A grueling opening match.
Imperial set their eyes on Bridge. This is a 3-player setup. 2 of them dive off Bridge. Patty kills Decenti, and right now, bomb's cut off, right? They would have seen it.
Yeah.
So Nodios, great side shot. Phelps doesn't see it coming. No trade frag out of no way.
You can tell they almost want to cancel, but now that the push has happened on both sides, it's clear as day what the initial plan was for Imperial. How will they continue? What's the follow-through?
It's like everything has failed so quickly that you're not going to be left with much. That would have been a moment for No Way, but it's a single kill instead. Henny and Vinny have to tap into the experience, but the only thing getting tapped is Vinny in this one. Wow. Nodios, rock solid solo defense. There was pressure there when he was on his own, and he held on long enough for the support to come over and for Ecstatic to have what seems like a guaranteed second pistol win. Slowly, we get that top mid push as well, so Henny's time is limited. Knows he's flanked. 40 seconds to try and make this magic happen. And Henny is somebody who's got a little magic in his fingertips. mostly on the off. Tries to elicit the reaction, but nice hold from Ecstatic, not letting anything open up.
Jesus, I don't know if Imperial will be able to withstand that pistol. I mean, they at least get to go into the attacking side, everyone's favorite on Anubis. But it's going to take more than a map bias to be able to pull this comeback off.
One P250 for Phelps, and that's it.
Nine to 4. Don't drop the anti-eco.
No shot.
That's what Ecstatic are telling themselves now.
Ecstatic have been playing some clean Counter-Strike off the back of Kragan and Nodios. Kragan's gonna get a chance to farm some stats further. Him and Nodios, in fact, 2 kills apiece. Henny slips into the default plant, 1 frag. That's all they seem like they're gonna get. MP9 seals it out. That is double digits Ecstatic.
So here's where the work begins. And this is Imperial's opportunity. Maybe one of their few. To have a full buy and to make it a statement. This is the moment where Vinny's going to be super, tested fully as a caller. Now, of course, he's top of the board for his team fragging. This is Big Guzera match right now. But I'm sure he'd like to have some teammates ahead of him, especially Phelps.
And no one's touching Big Guzera right now.
No, he's actually the Donk of Brazil right now, as a father.
Of 2.
He's Donk's father.
The Donk father.
Yo!
Looking for it, but CT's not taking too much of a risk. Showing a little skin, getting a little frisky. Nodios about to press his luck. And he's not too far away either. It's Patty to get traded right out. Nice response here. That's majority Ecstatic inside of the A site. No overcommitment either to be coming through. Bomb floats between the 2 packs of Imperial players. Nodios now seeing it, confirming that it's there, and falling away as well.
Yeah, they'll see some pressure leaning now.
This is really Ecstatic, not letting Imperial get away with anything for free. Top mid push from both teams. Lineup! And Salazar given a chance at the multi-kill. A man advantage that's now going to leave the bomb to press in. Imperial, they want this A site while they sense that it's open because they are correct. A smoke up in front of camera gives a good chance for the CTs to press around it.
Yeah.
But there's a molly in the gap. Huge nade damage. And the CTs, they just jump right in. Vinny gets the double kill, but it's not enough. Ecstatic keep on winning.
That was a ridiculous trade down of material right there. That was a jungle gym, basically. Insane stuff. With the sequence of events that happen, if the rifle jumping out of heaven doesn't get his 1 kill right away on the bomb planter, the second player pushing through camera doesn't get his, then this could have been a round from Imperial, maybe one that they absolutely needed as well. Salazar's 2K refrag on bridge. Showed that Ecstatic the whole way through, knew what they were going to get into. That was the key thing. Played for the right info.
Keeping it active as well, right?
Yeah,
we saw it in the dark peak. We saw Nodios finding some kind of a duel as he does again right here. No Way's got a nice bit of footing. That forward aggression's gonna catch Patty's rotate off. He's got support coming down as well. Up from dark and in from long. Nodios between 2 sets of Imperial players. Henny's Tech 9, they press into each other. They change places.
Wow, a little hug.
My God, this favors Nodios.
Yeah, they have no idea. How could they be ready for this?
No chance. And then he keeps it clean. Bombs dropped on Pillar. It's a clutch attempt from Vinny. It's shut down, and it's 12 locked in for Ecstatic.
This is going to be the worst loss for Imperial so far. Just 1 map, but no chance to get back into it. Everything going right here on CT side, and no room left to breathe here for Imperial. Has to be no mistakes from here on out, and they have to be thinking like, yeah, we could have won Anubis on a better day. There's still a chance, even if it's only 5% now, but we have to try to figure it out. What if they draw Fury tomorrow? What if they draw Ents tomorrow? This is the matchup they were looking forward to.
Very clearly one that is not going their way. Salazar's got support in Queenix. It's a good setup for 1 or 2 kills here for the CTs. Patty has to forego control all.
It's very hard to find your gap as a CT here on Bridge, and they've done it a couple of times. Coming in late, avoiding all Molotovs.
Easy.
Oh, man. Oh, man. That might be one mistake too many at this point.
Nothing alongside it. Just a straight up Phelps peek.
They find out there's no op, but at the cost of a player.
Senti's thinking maybe he can get through it. Nice jump over top, but a peek out of Patty. Pressure from all sides.
Wow.
And I mean, this is simply a masterclass. This is a shortcoming from Imperial that not many could have expected. Ecstatic's form tonight is exactly what they need to go to top 16.
This is ridiculous. What a performance right now from Ecstatic. There is no chance for Henny to win this round. He's got to run into his site. They've now split up 2-2 each, and with 10 seconds to go, I'm sorry, Henny, but the round is over. There is no chance. We're talking about the next map. That's it. What a win.
What an incredible first map in this series. I mean, they seem in shock with how easy that one comes through. And honestly, Kragan, come on. The moment that single AK ace comes through, it just felt like he could do no wrong. Like that fueled his confidence and his ability and his team's ability to keep that a flawless run. Because, I mean, Imperial didn't have a chance.
No, they did not. I mean, and Imperial have already taken down Ent so far in this stage. They've already impressed so much coming out of their RMR run that you think Ecstatic are just, you know, one more notch on the belt. I think they were feeling very confident in this matchup, but as you can see, Ecstatic were just as happy to play. They were ready for the day. They came in prepared. They played to win. They played active the entire time, and they left no room for luck. Proactive CS.
In their faces at all times. Just fluid movements, clear ideas.
I like that sort of framing of clear ideas because, yeah, you never saw them having to like jump out of a Molotov and then someone gets a ridiculous 2K trade. Like every idea was pretty smooth. It didn't feel like they even had to take that many risks. They made double pushes together. They did things where they were walking around. They weren't running through a ton of smokes. They didn't pop flash any smokes on rushes besides the one time over on the B site, you know. They managed to be a very even-handed team when it came to ideas.
I mean, take a look at the scoreboard.
What?
Talk about top heavy. 139 ADR, 22 and 8. What a day.
After that first round.
To have the best performance of your life.
139 ADR?
What a day for Kragan.
Excuse me?
If you're Imperial, you got to find a way to shake off a result like that. We thought earlier today that, you know, a map 1 victory would just snowball forward for Legacy. Got a little sketchier, got a little closer. I'm very curious to see if Ecstatic can hang on to this level of momentum because, I mean, Imperial could do nothing to stop them. There wasn't a single moment where it felt to me like Ecstatic were frazzled. Even in the closer rounds, there was never panic in their gameplay.
No, they were comfortable. That's,
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm shocked.
Man, because even the result happening is not the shocking part, but it being one-sided is. This game has the makings of going 3 maps, and every map has the makings of going 24 rounds. And for a team like Ecstatic, who don't maybe have the expectation to win this event, to go super far, but are pretty happy to be here and playing for Denmark in their own country.
Yes.
They are seizing the day right now.
And that's exactly it. Playing for their country, playing for Denmark. We had to wait until the release of CS2 to get the very first Danish major. And everybody, you know, puts the hype on the names you've come to love over years. Who steps forward in the spotlight to represent Denmark as a 5-man team? Ecstatic? Who? Most ask? That is the type of Counter-Strike, the level of confidence and the form that this nation of great Counter-Strike players can all be proud of. We'll be back with map 2 in a moment.
Time for another CS2 fancy draft here at the PGL Copenhagen Major. I got Paddy with me from Ecstatic, and you wanted to do this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun to make my own team.
Yeah, okay. Well, you are an IGL, you're a big brain person, so I'm expecting you to build the ultimate team in here. we spin this wheel?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's see which team we're going to get first up on the board. And it's going to be from Apex.
Apex. Okay, I'm going to go with Jacob.
Okay.
That's like some sort of like entry figure. I played against him at the OMR, and this guy's good. So
You felt it.
Yeah, I think he's definitely the best guy from this team. So I'll go with him.
I like that. So Jacob, a bit older than most of our players out here, still getting their respect, still doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
He's definitely fighting for it. Both of you are here. Both of you have made it all the way through. Your next player, ooh, a Cloud9 one in there.
Cloud9. I'll go for Electronic.
Nice.
Not really sure which role. I guess you can play some star positions on both the TNCT side. Solid player. Yeah, I'll go with him.
So you wouldn't do me dirty like Kragan did, and you wouldn't make him IGL?
No.
Thank God, me and Paddy agreeing on this. That's good. No one wants to see him back to IGL.
No, thanks.
We'll spin that wheel again, and we'll see what your third player is going to be. But so far, so good. We like what we're seeing.
Yeah, so far I'm happy.
Now, we're going to mix in some of the Brazilian side of things with the legacy players.
Oh, this one is hard. So I'm not even sure about the roles. But for good old times, I'll pick Coldzera.
Yeah.
He was #1 player like 3 years, so solid player. He's been in the top before, so I'm sure he has something to bring.
I agree with that. And you've got a couple of now older experienced players in there, right?
Yeah.
Electronic will be your star role, so we've got 2 more to find. We still need the find
IGL and
IGL and Ultra, right?
Ultra, yeah.
You've left them some of the most difficult roles.
Yeah. I'm hoping for some nice teams now.
Oh.
Well, that's a good one.
You got G2. That's very nice.
That's nice, and I'm going for Monacy.
Straight away.
He's a young prodigy.
Why Monacy over Hooksy?
So far, that's my instinct. That's like poor intuition. Monacy is the young prodigy, and I think he's so talented that I just have to go with him.
In CS2, he is very scary. Looks individually great. Maybe the best AWP we have right now.
Yeah, probably him and like I guess Saivu.
Yeah,
pretty good. Yeah,
that's definitely fair. All right, let's see which team you're going to get for your IGL. Is this going to be the dream lineup, or is this going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works? This is lovely.
It's Mouse. Yeah, that's perfect. Young IGL in Sui.
Yes.
We have some young guns now, Sui and Monacy, with some old experience in Coldzera and Jacob.
I actually really like this because you've got Coldzera, Jacob as these old experience. You've got Electronic, who is experienced but still young. And then you've got these 2 very young players that can be your staples as well. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's a good mixture in this team.
Now, Paddy,
I think it's a really good team.
I want to ask you, we put them in this opening stage of the major. They run straight in. Where do they place in the major overall?
Oh, overall.
Do they make it to the next stage? Do they go playoffs? Do they win the whole thing?
For this major, I think they can definitely go to the elimination stage.
Okay.
But going all the way to the arena is maybe too optimistic. So I'll say they will definitely make it through the first round. But going to the arena, I don't think so.
Okay, I like that. You're being very honest and fair. I agree with you on this as well. Thank you for playing with your fantasy team there, Paddy. I like the choices.
It was fun.
It is time to de-quiz the bomb, and I've got Imperials and Vinny with me. Are you ready for this challenge? You've already watched Zach do it, and he succeeded. Do you feel more pressure now, mate?
A little bit, because I can lose to my coach.
Yeah, you can't lose to your coach. You are the IGL. You need to take control of this. You need to know more than your coach.
Exactly.
All right, get your hand on the mouse.
Okay.
Press the button.
And
get yourself ready. Let's see it go down.
3, 2, 1.
Go.
What is the minimum amount of M4 in 4 shots to the board to kill turns of piece around it if he has Cavalier? It's 4. Between 2. How many times did Nick appear in the top 10? Holy crap, that's a lot. 4? Okay, yeah. Which player from Canada consistently ranking the top 20 from that's Swiss? Yes. Which player from Denmark consistently ranking the top 10 from 17 to 19? Maybe device. Okay. How much money do you get for a kill with clock? 300. Okay, I'm getting there. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb without a defuse kit? How do How do you miss that? Which Brazilian player consistent to rank in the top 10 from 2015? I think on zero that day on only one, right? Oh, sure. I don't know. Yeah.
Boom.
Nice.
Easy. I'm quicker than
How did I
Zach.
lose the first one, actually?
It's
It's a trick question because the A4 kills with 5 and the A1 kills with 4. So,
So,
yeah.
What we're going to do, man, make you think a little bit more, you know, put
Exactly.
you under pressure.
Exactly.
But you did it quicker than Zach, so you're happy?
Yes. way
Anything you
more.
want to say to Zach?
You suck.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Now that break may have felt extended to you, but if you were Imperial, I don't think it felt long enough.
Yeah.
Ecstatic absolutely swamping Imperial in the opening map of this, what is not an elimination game, but progression game. We are going to top 16, says Ecstatic to themselves during this break. All they have to do from this point forward, close out on Inferno, their very own map pick.
Yeah, should be. I really think that if you're picking Inferno these days, you have an insanely high likelihood of winning, because I'm pretty sure most teams aren't even practicing this map. The one thing is that we can say is for Imperial, like at the RMR, at the Americas RMR, Inferno was getting picked a lot. But still, it's a good punish pick right now. It's a really good place to be. And the fact is, Imperial picked Anubis. They picked Anubis and they got trounced. They come in, no confidence. No slight comeback, no huge rounds. Some really bad mistakes that opened the door to Ecstatic, who were playing super sound. And, I mean, why shouldn't this be... I mean, hopefully it'll be a more competitive game, but I'm feeling shades of Legacy from the last series where, yeah, Ecstatic are going to be supremely comfortable.
They have every reason to be. Each individual on that team wasn't even called on yet, right? People haven't had their moment to shine. I mean, Kraken's stealing every single frag he could get his hands on. And that was even after a sketchy first round in the game, so... At the very first Copenhagen Major, when we only have one of the members of the glorious Astralis days still in competition in Glaive, who is now on the brink of possibly getting eliminated by Furia while this game is simultaneously being played out, Denmark is looking for its hero.
Yeah.
And Ecstatic have answered the call.
Yeah. And they're, I mean, outside, even like, yeah, if it wasn't Astralis, thinking about what other potential teams could have even been on the list.
The two pieces left in Heroic as well, let's be real, right? TSS and Shush clean this part of the Major 3-0, but Heroic isn't the Danish roster that we've all been accustomed to. Still, two excellent Danish players already moving forward.
No, you're right. There's definitely a difference when you've got 5 Danish players on a team.
Yeah, we got Kerrigan out there too.
Kerrigan by himself is actually an entire team.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, that's
he
actually,
counts as 5.
He's one person that can do that, so.
Well, 5 young players from this nation looking for a map to win. Phelps offered a multi-kill. Easy triple on the Berettas.
Go back into it.
As he just plays on the side of the smoke, he is given exactly what he was hoping for, and maybe more. The bomb has been picked up.
The bomb will get planted.
And it has run into the bomb site. They go for the safe plant. They forego control of short. Flash comes over as Imperial look to get the retake going. And the T's peek off site. It's a little awkward, and they're more concerned about Pit than a double up in the bomb site, but that is exactly where Nodios is. They're all coming in from the same angle. Too much to handle. Imperial retake A.
Nice one. Very nice from Palps, man. Lovely with the dualies. I'm honestly wondering why everyone shouldn't just buy dualies. I'm seeing some situations where I'm like, dualies are so loud with so much ammo and so powerful at just getting a kill right away, or...
Oh.
What?
Wallbang.
Oh. They're just so damn strong. I'm like, not even sure you need anything else. They gotta be in the right hands, though. They can't be in my hands.
Yeah, it's like there's a barrier of entry with Berettas. You know, I've got a teammate that says, "Oh, here's some Berettas," and I just kick those things back across the spawn because I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, a Glock or USP or P2K is good enough for me as well. It's like, whoa.
Okay.
That's insane.
Confidence? Round 2 op?
Round 2 op is just never a good idea. First of all, we're on Inferno. Second of all, you could give up the op. Third of all, you're getting $100 per kill. And you're not going to retake. There's like 10 fully solid reasons why you don't want to op, but...
Yeah, but the reality is Henny's making up for the op kills he couldn't get back on Anubis. Trying to get right back in there. No way goes down. Second player falls to the wall bang. Nicely done from Vinny. That's 2 wall bang kills in 2 rounds of play. And Henny The solo B defender has confirmed that the bomb's top banana. Gonna underhand that to break smoke. Didn't see him cross over, and Patty's gonna prioritize plant. Now, his teammate is literally on A site.
Yeah, Queenix probably should reroute because he's not gonna have a lot of time for this. I don't know.
Another smoke on CT cross.
Just assuming they're not gonna come through, but they are.
Patty playing into the M4. 7 bullets in that magazine.
Oh my god, oh my god.
It is given enough time
they have
for
an
Queenix.
op on this round. They've got to be very careful.
They do not have a kit. And on top of that, Queenix has been able to get into this flank. Now, again, no kit. Henny is diffusing this all the way down. There comes the push. Queenix from around the world, but there is no kit.
And they have to run.
And that's that. The Queenix around the world to get Ecstatic's Force Buy win on the board.
The op goes down, and they win because he was shooting through a smoke to allow Queenix to walk in. Oh my god, that is maximum regret.
Oof.
That was the highlight. Enjoy the $100.
Buy yourself something nice.
You can see even after the op shot is taken in CT spawn, they can just run into the site because they know he's not retaken with it.
And you can see Queenix shaking his head because he's like, my god, I was almost just at A site when that bomb got defused, right? He had to make that happen.
Yeah.
Not the way he would have wanted to win it, but here we go, headstrong into B. Kragen's got the pit control. He's pressured Vinny off of the sandbags, and so easy does it. Everybody dying in this B site in the first 20 seconds of the round. Bomb is in tow. Queenix planting, and Ecstatic off to the races.
Also, just like, how did he even afford it with armor? There was no knife kill or anything. He didn't even get...
Well, Phelps had 3 with the Berettas, right? So maybe he dropped it over.
Yeah.
3 kills with the pistol,
right,
maybe.
Like, to armor himself up, it's like, why do they need it? Like, if you get a knife kill or something, you get the, you know, auto shot, or auto sniper or something funny.
Yeah, you get a little severance package or a Christmas bonus.
But to say, hey, you got 3 kills on a pistol, drop me an op. That's next level friendship. Honestly.
Or abuse.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, man.
Terrorists win.
Ooh. Kragen wanted a little something, something. Instead, AK, MP9, and 5.7 saved by Imperial.
That's like the opposite of Boomich saving in overtime.
Yeah, have we gotten to the bottom of that yet? Why Boomich doesn't buy rifles in the last round of overtime? Why he's done that twice in the last 10 days? Both against Saw.
At a major.
Any explanations?
Oh, is that a major? It was both against Saw.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh! Yes way.
Oh, poor guy. Gets hit by the orbital rail cannon.
Astralis nades. Astralis of our time.
Yes, sir. The Astralis we have at home. Oh boy.
Oi.
Slippery. The AK falls back to the site. Third player comes over in Henny. And that solo A member. Cautious about anybody here, but Ecstatic still grouping up inside a banana. Now the stack is in the right place. Can they manage to set it up nicely enough from Oranges for the multi-kill to be actualized? They burn the AK out of position. That makes things a little weird, but still he's going to try to lock it in. Minimal cover. Still another player. And the 5.7 of Henny reveals itself. It packs a punch. A nice double kill. 30 seconds for him to try and get the third and fourth. Oh, smoke fades, covers there, fakes it once! And he goes for the bomb planter, but the coverage, all he needs.
That was a little scary. I guess luckily the bomb plant was canceled. There was a chance to shoot back. But Henny almost made up for everything with that 5.7 round. Lots of damage, though, will still be felt. But good entries overall, not getting scared by Descenti in the back of the site. Money, money, money.
Patty is lucky to be alive. He was chilling there for a while.
Wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine, but it looks like they're actually going to keep this really simple and go for a B exec soon. With 3 here at the top of Banana, bomb waiting. They're not pushing into halls. Now looking for the re-aggression, but the smoke is not going to do anything. They feigned it. There is no double push. Kraken has completely countered this push, and now they know that Imperial are bluffing. One molly here to quad could make everything very sketchy. Let's see if it's a full exec. No, contact it looks like.
Here we go. Nice clean kill from No Way. First one with nothing. Molotov comes over the top. At least they've got the smoke to still play behind, and Vinny's gonna maximize this positioning. Solid hold coming out of the defense.
Oh.
It is an all-out hold. Ecstatic will find 0 footing on the attempt in, and that was all 5 members trying to force their way into the B site. Completely canceled out.
Wow.
Excellence. And exactly what Imperial need.
Yeah, okay, that was very impressive from No Way there at the top of quad. Played calmly. Rotator support was in, and of course this really important smoke that they had to connect quad to Emo Pillar, and now because of the sort of new mechanic, I don't know if it's a mechanic or if it's just a sort of part of the game now that you can stand in between the molly and the smoke, but it's becoming a part of how you play, because now you don't have to be standing inside of a smoke, and you can be safe at the same time. They use that to re-aggro on the right side of quad.
Whether it's a feature or a flaw, the jury's still out. But utilizing it is important. Play the game we got. Spam from top Banana. Ooh, nicely done from Kraken. You want to shoot that smoke, Vinny? It's going to come at a cost. Patty with the utility. Did that miss? No.
It's a round with not a lot to work with, and we still got presence in porch, but solo blind flash works.
Great trade. Decentis just sat back in pit. 3 players, 4 players coming at him, and his arch player had to just come through the moto smoke. Nicely done to pull one off. Site player looking to help out somehow, some way. And it's Phelps on the edge of the smoke to fall. Moto push comes through. Mac 10 not enough. Imperial tying up.
Yeah, okay. Solid hold for sure. I was thinking that got scary for Henny underneath the porch, but he got his one. Enough players there with great trades.
That's Ecstatic's economy gone. Imperial with an open road. In a series where that comeback is much needed. The nature of the first map, if you guys are just joining us, never even close. Wanting to let them get any closer. Deep vision on Banana. Third man leans towards A.
It's a very standard lead off here for the CTs and the A side. They've got vision in all the right spots. Deep Banana control is pretty safe, and a late Molotov. Get in the face of the plans of Ecstatic, who are definitely about to come in this direction. No Way's got to find position. Teammate rotates in behind him. No molly, more to stop. It's not like great guns are coming their way, though.
Just trying to chase it all down. Should have been a shooting gallery for No Way. He'll take a deagle shot to the forehead.
Yeah, like, nice shot.
And that'll be Patty onto the better pistol now. Last member in Queenix, a little late to the party.
Because when we watched the, Apex play earlier, this was the kind of patience that I kind of feel like they needed, that they just were not willing to have just on rounds like this to wait utility out every once in a while. Even if you don't get much out of it, even a kill like that will pay off if you really believe you're the team that's going to win in the end. But Imperial make no mistakes, and they don't play overly passive either. So with a small lead here on CT side, it looks like the sun might be rising.
It's a caliber of Counter-Strike out of Imperial that's at least going to keep this second map close. Fair questions, I think, still around whether or not they can compete on Inferno.
Yeah, we only have, it's technically their highest win rate map, but they've played it twice, and they've only played it versus South American teams. One's like a mix, and one was Bestia. So it's like they didn't play it versus anyone tough at the RMR. And again, we didn't have any, because of their run at the RMR, we just didn't in general see them even versus Complexity, Liquid.
Yep, correct.
So these are the games where we see
what they're really made of.
Yeah, what they're really made of.
Just to note too, Kragan is coming off of his career highest LAN performance on Anubis. Total domination on his behalf into a 3-7 start on Inferno.
They did have that Pain 2-0 though, where now retrospect, obviously, it looks even more impressive. Can say that.
Banana goes for much less than it has in the past, right? Imperial have been doing a few mind games and at times even just applying pressure, but this round is just a straight up passive hold from Imperial inside B.
Yeah, like that nade combo to take back top Banana is inherently flawed now, so we've seen Ecstatic already disrespect that information.
Double porch boost, Molly underneath them. It's a double porch boost with a third player on the lane. This could be a bloodbath in one of these directions, but I mean, uncharacteristic to have two players boosted up. It does really just give Descenti the ability to play counter flash. They're gonna disassemble it while the players in apartments 100% hear that fallback.
Yeah, it's true. And you never have enough material to play in all different spots, but they spread out. They think it's going to be a B play. The CTs are running away, actually, at this moment. It could be down to Queenix.
One in Pit.
Oh, Pit player's a little late on that kill, but he makes up for it.
He's got two now, smoke at his feet, looking for the third.
Ooh.
A one-man hold inside of the pit, just as that site disassembled.
Wow.
Descenti is given the slack, and he definitely makes up for it.
Yeah, well played. Descenti had full pressure on him. As your Pit player, not seeing a bomb, you're going to be the last one to move over to the other site. There are always exceptions to that rule. Sometimes a bomb only shows up extremely late, and you think, okay, for sure they're coming in. This could have been one of those exceptions past the 30-second mark, but Descenti was just patient enough and also accurate enough to do that all in one mag and use his utility well as well. So great anchoring here from Descenti. Even risking getting the bomb down would have been annoying for Imperial after Henny got his kill over on B.
Leaves me wanting a little bit more, though, because I kind of wanted to see what would happen if that top porch fight actually unfolded. Two players boosted up on top of it. You know, the disassembling of that short push started to make it feel like A was going to come for free, but that's also the pullback that puts a player in pit committed to hold back the balcony hit. If T's slip out a little sooner, man, they could have had their hands full. But they weren't quite ready to follow through. And it was really that lack of banana presence that drew the A players away, because the moment one player from Ecstatic is on banana throwing utility, we see it nearly just vacuum the entire setup over.
Yeah, they're not actually willing to play for banana outside of these anti-eco rounds. It might be because of previous experience. Of course, it's good to have a good combination of passive setups as well as aggressive ones on Banana. It's not all about dumping tons of utility and fighting for control of that part of the map. But you certainly don't want to be one way or the other. Vinny used to meditate. I think he's sleeping now, though.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He's taken it to a whole new level lately.
When you get older, it's just, you know, meditation, sleeping. It's hard to tell the difference.
You know, we talked about kind of this evolution of Henny as a in-game leader and how that kind of took us all off guard, but there's no denying he has real experience standing behind him in Zach. What do you make of Zach, and what do you think that maybe he's been able to kind of, you know, throw out for this team and the formation of what is two young players added to the experience of the others?
I mean, I know Zach is well regarded, and I know he holds himself very highly in the Brazilian scene as a coach. He doesn't think anyone's better than him, which is a really good thing to hear, you know, from your coach. He's coaching all the way back to the Immortals days in 2017. Of course, that was when the most success came, but absolutely not surprised to see him sticking around. And we don't have that many interviews from him these days. I mean, when I worked at Yahoo, I remember we had him come to the office and did like an hour-long interview, but that was literally in 2017. So it's always sort of hard to say exactly what's true or not about coaches. But we can say he has definitely had a high peak of success in the Brazilian scene. And, you know, outside of where Gary's at on Furia, there was never another SK Luminosity type of team for him to stand behind. Besides that Immortals lineup, right?
Of course, yeah. The Immortals that went to Rio, he was there with them, but obviously working with Fallen at the time, and it feels like when Fallen's in the room, he's just going to suck up all the praise and the recognition. But there's no doubt that Zach has worked with some of the best. There's no doubt that he would have left an impact on this Imperial team as they continue to claw rounds away from Ecstatic, back in versus Pistols this time. Much better Imperial here on Inferno than what we ended up getting out of Anubis. No Way and Vinny. Damn, that's nearly a 100 damage nade. Patty at the helm of this. Tech9 spam trying to just get through that smoke. Difficult challenge with the pressure of the AKs and the utility right in front of them. And it is a mowdown. Meat grinder. Top Banana, Imperial up 6-3.
It's always like an eco rush into Nodios getting one deagle kill. They all die. Worth it, though. Worth it for sure. Fair few ecos coming out of the T side right now. So, I mean, it feels like Imperial are in a very good rhythm. Into another buy-up opportunity here for Ecstatic. I think they have a lot of options. They do a good job of showing variety early so they don't get funneled by their own merits into one or two types of exacts. They haven't been too stubborn or adamant about making something work. They have a lot of versatility. They show a lot of comfort when it comes to different tempos and things like that too, which I think has made them very hard to play against. Some good early utility here from Imperial.
Uh-oh. Stuck in. Oh, or are they stuck in with him? I thought No Way was doomed.
That looked like a great pre-fire, to be honest. Just like trying to get to the bottom of Banana, knowing he was stuck. Ooh. Oh my god.
Hot damn. Sick 2K coming off Banana. Henny. Ooh, doesn't get away. Nodios through the smoke.
People expect the fast rotation.
He'll be able to clear this side of the attack. So Salazar in from short. Queenix a little bit later in apartments. And slowly but surely, that bottom mid flank of No Way will get into position. We've seen great things from Descenti in pit. They are on high alert and trying to deal with him while Vinny looks to give cover. Oh, bad smoke. Huge gap for Vinny to try and exploit this. but it also puts him on a pedestal. Descenti out of pit and dead. And it's been a quiet map from Salazar. A quiet approach from No Way.
25 seconds to go around the other side of default for the swing.
He's ready for the peak. He swings and he nails it. Salazar with 56 health doesn't take a shot back. Ice cold clutch and a much needed one from Ecstatic.
Man, that might be the difference between, you know, only having 3 rounds and maybe getting 6 at this point. So that's a big clutch to be able to win. And it starts with Nodios actually with the 180 spray down into the transpose with Queenix flashing him through the arch smoke and these trades going down, but ultimately it's a 1-on-2. And this angle on the side of default is so powerful, obviously. As a CT approaching, you know the fight's coming, but it's still hard to stop.
Much needed headshots there from Salazar. Kind of lost that individual level of Ecstatic that they brought forth on Anubis.
I would definitely be a touch concerned at this point if I was Imperial, losing that round, even though it's close, just because of the momentum that it offered.
3v5.
They've got to grasp, 3v5. They got to grasp tightly onto this economy. Descenti still has some pocket change left over, but the rest of his teammates, they're hoping not to see another loss.
There's somebody with only...
Oh my god.
Wow.
Their nades have been so good.
Yes, sir. Looking like a team that plays Inferno. More util pressure to try and vie for control of Banana. Kraken's just making sure that nobody's able to slip behind sandbags.
I love that he's not worried about it because it's almost always been a bluff from Imperial when it comes to putting pressure. Oh my god, that did almost nothing. Well, they know it's a double hull setup for sure now.
Queenix
Watch them take advantage of Arch.
Covered in drywall. So those wall bangs are almost on the mark. But this contest into mid, you know, CT's going to be concerned about it. They were trying to play for short. Phelps is going to lay down a bunch of utility here, empties out his belt, and slides into the corner.
That's very good defense here from Imperial. They said, okay, we're taking that option away now.
But simultaneously, we get this rock the boat back towards the B site where Banana, of course, has been held by Kraken this entire time. He ensured that nobody crossed into the corner. Vinny trying to puff his chest as if there's a real threat in this bomb site. We've seen good things individually from both him and No Way. They held this on their own last time around, and they're going to need to do it again. No rotations nearby, and Vinny making sure that it doesn't fall for free. Maintaining control of back church, foregoing the bomb plant at least. And with the low health because of those nades, this is not a safe post plant for the T's. Vinny continuing that damage. And as Phelps gets ready for the smoke push, he's going through, down into the pit. Drop back by Patty. It starts to become this anchored position, so Ecstatic feel as though they gotta do something extra. Nodios climbs to the top of those boxes, and the CT flash doesn't enable the retake. Vinny's gonna try to hard charge forward. Down they both go. It's all Descenti, and he knows that he's back on new box, but time is on the side of Ecstatic, and he will not be able to clear them out. Excellent hold, and a great rock away from those brackets controls, straight back into B.
There was a lot of ideas going, a lot of different adjustments that had to be made in that position from both squads, and they were keeping up with each other up until Ecstatic finally abused the fact that they not only had control of brackets, but they had top Banana at the exact same time. Again, making light of the fact that Imperial have only been bluffing when it comes to taking car control. So Ecstatic keeping options open and being ready to use either one is ultimately what benefited them the most. Imperial too slow to the retake, not enough kills.
That extra money that Descenti had, $5,500 after buying last round, spreads across the board for the squad. MP9 and a FAMAS. Henny back on the big green. Double apps push. Queenix, they are right here and holding him. And they've already opened up. Perfect crosshair placement. Then the boiler player has to hold. Phelps. It's a wonderful double kill, but it's a foregoing of the A site. And that bomb actually stutter steps towards Arch. They stop, they smoke, and then they continue on. As Queenix, he is the king of the apartments. Dropping both and taking man advantage. Patty plants. No Way charges out. And it is not a comfortable retake. There is no kit included. And they are just met by smoke grenade after smoke grenade, but at least there's a small gap along the wall to route into the bomb site. He jumps through that gap and onto the box, which costs him. Desperate times here for Henny to close out the half. Ecstatic at the very tail end of this T-side. Rebound. The door left ajar, and Ecstatic kick it off its hinges to get themselves this tied half. Henny does not have any chance to retake. This one's done. And Ecstatic should be proud of their rebound.
Yeah, that's extremely well earned right there. And it's from when it was 6-3, where Salazar won his 1v1. They did not look back. 2 rounds right after that, making them proud. And overall, they got to be proud of themselves as a unit. That was another very impressive half. Taking the wind out of the sails here of Imperial. Moving on to CT side, where they will be even more comfortable. But because of the little data available for Imperial, and clearly they are ready to play Inferno, we'll have to see how good that they're going to get. We just have not seen anything on record of Imperial beating a team, you know, quality European team on this map right now. Not that many of them are even playing it. But if Ecstatic win this map, they will move on to the elimination stage. From the least likely Danish team to get this far to top 16 at the major.
On home soil.
It's a dream come true.
With a proud country, hungry to have a fully Danish stack to cheer for. Ooh, he sees the barrel. Sorry, Salazar, you're done.
Oh, couldn't get that shot. Oh, yeah. Salazar has 3 kills. One of them was that 1v2 clutch.
Yep.
Unlucky or godlike.
Quality, not quantity. Ooh, big moment coming to Kragan. Is any flashes here for him? No.
This is such a precarious spot. Oh my God, yeah, right.
Huge nade damage,
yeah,
but that's from beyond the grave. Patty had died before that landed, and this pistol, honestly, a bit embarrassing. Yeah.
Yeah, because you get caught off on your angle that you chose.
Salazar's just sitting in the window like a pie.
Like a pie. Yeah, airing out. And then that top car position is just, it's got to be one of the worst positions ever, I want to say invented because it was found, but ever discovered in CS. And yeah, maybe it works sometimes, but as soon as you see somebody, you get spammed down anyway, and you can't leave. So it's nice when you have man up, when you are high numbers, or in other situations like that. But in most others, what you just saw happen is what usually does.
That's not a pistol that Ecstatic are going to want to think about anytime soon. Oh, 1 kill in the middle of any of that. Watch Kragan pop out from behind the wall. There's 5 players staring at you. Yeah, not a position we can expect too much from.
It's basically impossible to process.
Yeah.
The amount of players on your screen.
Kind of black out for half a second, and then you're dead. Now they'll still come forward with the force buy. Thing is, with no kills, it's kind of ugly. Good amount of utility, though, for Ecstatic. And, you know, Inferno, one of the maps where we can use these lesser weapons up close. We talk about how narrow it is in CS2 compared to the previous version. Well, that definitely plays into the SMGs, shotguns, and pistols. Right now, it's also an understaffed A site. 5-7 on balcony, 5-7 in the site. Molly does cut this MAC-10 player off, and if Phelps runs forward, yeah, that's going to happen. A gift given over.
With a late smoke on lane. And they were tempted to go that way.
And a chance to scramble rotations.
Was that a leadoff with a good gun?
It was a MAC-10.
Oh, okay, okay.
And it's still somewhere here in the smoke.
That's the problem with Inferno. You can search, but if you do find out it's a stack...
Oh, he grabbed it. Now they've got 2 SMGs here, plus that 3rd player comes over with a nade that does a ton of damage.
This might not be the right site to go to.
Oh, Ecstatic, they could be making up for that lost pistol round where they had no chance. MAC-10 up on box. And sure enough, a reposition. Salazar, full 3 kills. Queenix with 2. It's a full house for the Danes on A.
Yikes, that denies the pistol. That denies the pistol completely. What a setup here. Good use of the MAC-10 as well from inside cold. And it's this initial lead-off. Phelps walks up. But what's the point of scouting a stack if you're going to continue into the stack again with the rest of your players? If this was a 4-1 and they're ready to hit B when Phelps, finds a 5-7 into the site, then that makes sense. The toughest part is Phelps doesn't get 1 kill, and he also doesn't have confirmation on more than 1 player.
Salazar opening op shot lands, doesn't kill him, but Phelps to half health. Yo, the boost.
Ooh, okay.
Kraken get bullied now.
So force an early smoke and a rotation.
Has a player ever had their highest rated land map and then had their lowest rated land map right after? Because Kraken's on that lane.
Game's not over, baby.
He is living on both ends of the spectrum.
Just like me.
Nodios around Coffin's side. Ooh, Deagle shot through Coffin's wall. Good on Patty to hold off the Phelps push towards CT cross. Descenti's leaning forward for that MP9. Will they chance this retake? You got a lot to lose here, but Queenix has all the tools for the job. They're just so far gone.
Their CTs are guarding A right now.
They concede it.
Right? They are. If a bomb comes A, all of a sudden, they're ready.
They defuse the bomb themselves and run it over.
You're not getting in.
Now that's meta. Plant the bomb on one site, pick it up, and run it to the other site before it blows up. CS3.
CS3. We can add that in. Droppable grenades into pick-upable bombs. Okay.
Yeah, don't have time for a defuse. Just pick it up and throw it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it is Source, unfortunately. Worst game ever made, but, that's cool, though. It's like a nice throwback. Great surf mode. We'll give it that.
Yeah, better than CS2's.
Yeah.
What a rich history we are lucky to have when it comes to Counter-Strike.
Indeed.
Decades of competition. And yet here we are welcoming Ecstatic, all 5 players to their very first major. The same major where guys like Roman and Muterus are also debuting at a major despite having competed for a decade. And nobody got history like CS. Looking to make history.
Well, I eat my words. They get the pistol round, they lose the second, and Ecstatic actually can't put 2 in a row together. So that's the first time I think we've seen Ecstatic mess up a round like that, where they have the economic advantage. They're in the driver's seat. This is a good sign for Imperial, of course. But the buy still does come back in. They hear the op in the following round.
Ooh, they're going to try to challenge that?
They heard the molly in front of it.
Right.
They're probably surprised by the amount of utility coming into this round, but they know it can't last forever. And I love that. Actually, the investment into the op to be able to play 4-1 is insanely big. Did Salazar have full view of that bomb?
I'm not sure.
Because it just crossed Banana. Salazar smokes it. 4A again. They don't have to move. Shift 1 extra into the site, and that's it. Time is not on Imperial side.
Oh, nice peeks. Nodios drops the bomb, but they also lose control of balcony. 35 seconds. That second CT's got to scramble over, and Kraken, he is foregoing vision and control of the bomb.
He's got to take his time and peek. That's it.
It's all about the timing. Henny grabs the bomb. Great coverage from Phelps from behind him. The bomb's still stalling out top mid. It only has one option. It's got to go back. Henny leaves, and so will Salazar.
Oh, too much to lose. He's got that op in hand. That was, okay. Very nice from the players coming out of halls. They saved everything, obviously. Kills go down properly for Ecstatic in that setup. They also have a 4-1, so it wouldn't have been a complete surprise if they won that round. They played for a good amount of information and were rewarded. Imperial can hunt this, I guess, but if Salazar just goes quad, I don't know if this is worth the approach. Or even stronger angle right here. Money still matters here for both teams.
Terrorists win.
Close call, but they get past it.
Yeah, we've had this weird back and forth at the start. Just leading us into the depths of these rounds. Very nicely timed brackets fight from both the short and arched side, but it's just that quick response at a balcony, sweeping away the numbers of Ecstatic and pushing them into this desperate place where it's all really going to bank on the op. Or maybe Nodios gets lucky with his Zeus.
Yeah, yeah. Or at the Deagle, I'm sure he has one of those.
Oh, Kraken's got a Zeus as well.
Okay.
Couple Zeus. More importantly than anything else, this AWP.
The op is reserved. No opening down mid. I don't think he wants to get avoided in this round. But if you don't go aggressive with the op, you don't get to influence the decision-making of the opponent. You know, you can delay for time by not showing yourself. But it does leave the opportunity for a stack. However, again, quietly, it actually comes over to the side of the map.
Tough, though. This angle's already held by the T's.
Oh, it's too wide. Oh, that's awkward.
Felt like No Way had that in the bag.
But you can't be holding wider than your opponent who's peeking if you're trying to protect somebody.
But the op's gone. It just falls back into the pistols.
40 seconds.
Trying to rotate ahead of anything.
Oh my God.
Zeus on this spot seems
Four
crazy.
kills for Kraken, but he's got the Zeus in hand waiting for his chance.
I mean, that position is not going to work. Even Oranges, it's not going to work. You can only put this on a limited...
See Jim Carrey, because he's listening to you right now.
What's happening, buddy? You got to swap back to the P2K. That op is going to scramble over.
Wait, but they think they mollied second Oranges. He's fine. They're not going to clear him, right?
No Way guards up, sees a sliver.
Okay.
There it is, but now we've got two players flanking Banana. Henny's locked this one in. Yeah, it gets a little weird. He starts to realize he doesn't have the tool for the job, and Salazar lost his vision with the CT smoke. So Imperial were just pushed into a pressure cooker, and yet come out all right. That's how you do it. Nodios, good Zeus. Oh, hold up. Bomb is at the halfway point. There's no kit. And there's no chance they'll walk away.
Yeah, but they can still keep them in this bomb explosion radius, right?
In a few seconds, that Zeus is going to come back online and give away his position.
The CTs are the ones who have them trapped right now. Yes.
Very costly.
Man,
the op might come his way.
That's insanely expensive.
Salazar has one.
Yeah, he's good, and at least for Imperial, once again, they win the round. But it's sort of a Pyrrhic victory in the sense that economy matters. Last round was not great. This round's even worse. And the op is still in play with a full buy coming in their direction. We're actually building up to this moment now, where Ecstatic will be at a 3-round deficit, but in the perfect opportunity if they can win.
And watching Kraken come to the constant realization that, oh shit, this isn't gonna work. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Yeah. And now all of a sudden you're behind second Oranges with your P2K out, like, Now if he had hidden New Box, regardless, good cost-effective round for Ecstatic. But money's not everything. Rounds hard to come by. Imperial leading by 3, and 3 away from victory on map 2. And there was no denying there was a chance in that last round. Salazar in with the first op kill, this time flashed right before he gets vision. Mac 10's gonna charge him down. Balcony players answer. Huge hold coming through from Arch, Sight, and Pit. Vinny can't trade immediately, and the flash is gonna keep him pinned against the wall. Nodios has been hot, and he will continue to tear them up. Henny dead, and Ecstatic with an excellent hold.
Man, he's mad calm with it. Perfect risk assessment here from Nodios, and as you pointed out, with the other 8 players there on the periphery, ready to defend against Salazar, who had to fall back blind with this 2K spray. And again, lane has been hard to get up against. The opposite side of default swings have been huge. Nodios is climbing. And just pointed out, they might be pretty broke, actually. Again, 5 dead that last round. Yeah, 2,800. 3K on Phelps, making him the richest player on the team. Ecstatic will be extremely clear about this now. this should virtually be a tied game. We'll see what Imperial can do. But Imperial have managed to pick up an eco in this half as well, like a force buy, I should say.
Well, this is the only part, you know, we go back to Anubis, there was no sloppy rounds at all. There was no wild antics. We were just literally saying how clear ideas were.
My glasses. My leg.
Clear ideas were all that Ecstatic had, and clean execution with it. We've had a couple zany moments here as the pressure starts to mount because the reality of the situation sinks in. Top 16 at the first CS2 major. Salazar looking to recover his game as well. First half had like 3 kills in 2 rounds over all of it.
All of them nuts, but yeah, only 3.
Obviously instrumental to the Ecstatic success with the op in hand. Big responsibility. And he's been present here on this A site, whether it's Arch or Short.
He is a bit vanilla with the way that he picks, you know? Same thing every round.
But he's got the mission. And this one, again, just versus pistols, so chance to really flex. It'll cost them 1. But again, the balcony hold from Queenix has been solid. Dangerous for him to go re-peeking on low HP, but he'll seal the deal with the USP. And so the Danes keep rolling.
Yeah, a couple of kills is nice for Imperial, but this was their nightmare scenario. Getting close to winning those last winning the last 2 rounds, but with less players alive and then having to save. Now the buy-up on the next is witness to 4 Galils. Enough utility, and Galils are incredibly strong, so this is a concession, but it can be relatively minor. There's still no reason why Imperial shouldn't be fully confident they could pull this out. This, however, is where an op can actually have good presence.
Ooh, Bananas under pressure.
Oh man, it is big time. They don't seem completely ready for how close they are either.
Patty's making sound, but nope, not ready at all.
Yikes.
And the flash was excellent.
How are they not dead?
Doesn't get the second. Vinny's got fired, decides to hold off. But again, this close player may catch them off. Nodios, he has been the star as he maintained momentum from the first to the second map, but this one is Ecstatic falling victim to just how close Imperial were allowed to get.
Okay, now eco aside, that's probably going to be their worst round of the series. This is no recognizing how close they could have been to the half wall. This is very messy attempt to hold on to this, tripling down on the peaks to Banana to try to heroically stop this rush between 3 players. And in a situation where, again, it's so important that you win the round, just like it was, or supposed to be, for Imperial on the last. So a brave call to make with the Banana rush and the amount of nades that they could have eaten on the way up. But with Imperial surviving in that situation, multiple layers of hell right there to get into the site. They now get to reap the benefits, getting to 11.
Terrorists win.
Now Ecstatic still have the money to buy. They did a good job of saving. On top of having 2 clean rounds.
Oof.
Wow, Noe's got his number.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately for Kragan, not anywhere close to the level of play we got out of him on Anubis.
I mean, his team's bought him some time here, right? This game is not over and it's still close.
Yep.
Now, what we saw in the pistol round on Anubis was Kragan going from missing 20 bullets in a row to top fragging and having the best land map of his entire life.
Yeah, 0-2 hero in no time.
Now, the only further challenge is to see if he can do it twice.
Kind of like what Nodios has been able to do, because he was in the shadow of Kragan last map, but still posted a 1.55 rating and an 18-9 scoreline. Definitely did his job and has continued that here. He is one of the biggest reasons Ecstatic are still in their map pick. Will it buy enough time for the struggling members of Ecstatic to get back online? As Kragan's not alone at the bottom of that board. And yet here he is in another position with pressure soon to be on him. Support from Patty in the bomb site, who has his flash in hand, ready to throw that flash when needed. Now they're gonna hear that burning, so Kragan knows that there was about to be a handful of T's coming around this wall. And they'll decide to continue to pressure with Util. Nade, not deep enough.
Holding way back for this. It's going B though. The thing is, it's going B, and at 30 seconds, the CTs are about to disassemble, push down mid, or rotate out because they have seen nothing. The only thing they have to be worried about right now is Halls and B.
Thing is, they just used their only molly and their only smoke, and it's gonna fade with still enough time for Imperial to come through it.
CTs aren't moving either. They're really late to adjust to this. It's gonna come down to these two guys.
Oh man. Top orange is held onto by Kragan. He's trying his absolute damnedest to tap back into the talent. Beautiful flash. Nodios comes in with a helping hand. 5 seconds. Bomb plant looking desperate, but there's still, I think, enough time. No. Henny comes in late, and they hold it off. Time on the side of Ecstatic.
Oh my God, with 2 players left on the T side in the site, after time goes down, they're worried, holding on to their angles, but they survive. And because it's 3 seconds on the plant, it is too late as they had to run through a smoke. It works out for Ecstatic, but it is a wake-up call at the same time. That's Kragan who has to make that heroic 2K happen, and if not, they will get that bomb down, and they'll probably win.
And 0 utility for the 2 defenders, but the Nodios rotation, which was late. Those A players stalling out as long as they did.
Those A players missed a massive timing where they were either supposed to collect info inside of middle or have one fall down pit and start the lead off towards the B site, but they were not playing with information. They were playing as 2 separate brains on one side of the map and the other, and hoping that they would come through with the hold. Not wanting to get tricked, but it came down to this 2K again from Kragan. But they will not win this map if they try to do that again. And for Imperial, well, they have to be faster because they could have been beaten in 2 different ways. They lost to the less likely one, but that's a bad sign as well.
I think Kragan gets a little lucky too that the first player in for Imperial doesn't have a trade right behind him and is more fixated on the CT cross. That's not the cleanest instant kill from Kragan. He held it nonetheless. And this time he's gonna play a little more dangerous. Good grenade. And good amount of pressure here, right? Imperial haven't felt the heat of deep banana control for basically all of their T side.
Yeah, now with that grenade to deep stairs,
another one.
You're going to be very suspicious about people playing logs and in Bell as well.
Bad smoke. Imperial have a smoke that ends up landing outside of the map. You see the contrail just fall behind Kragan. Ooh. That was probably meant to seal Patty off from what could have been suspected to be this close position. Kragan's gonna lose 30 HP to the frag grenade, but luckily for him, still has the support of a teammate. He changes sides, and he remains a threat.
Kragan's going no smoke in this position, so yeah, I don't think it makes sense to continue to play here. They still have the B control, but now Imperial are thinking, okay, we don't net that kill. This is the moment where, okay, you've seen Imperial get shoved into a spot and then just brute force it. Where are the rotations, Ecstatic? You are looking all the way down banana.
Patty starts to get active, and Henny's holding him, trying to keep it honest. He just turned perfection in the timing.
He went to throw a grenade, right?
Salazar able to hold off with the off. This is a 3v5 demanded of Imperial, or else they lose their lead, and they're starting to take it back. Decenti's in with 2. Phelps has found his on library. Pressure on the Opper, and what do you know? They get through in a 3v5.
That is unbelievable. Down to plant the bomb. There's still a chance here for Patty.
Trying to somehow get it going. He found that perfect timing on Henny, but that pop-up, Senti is the jack in the box. And as he comes up, he takes a ton of damage. The clutch is real, and Phelps, years of experience, keeps that head down, hiding on the stairs. He delivers.
That's a great reposition. He could have definitely got sussed out in Graveyard. Moving down the stairs when the reload took place was the only place he could go to keep it fresh. That's nice. I can't believe that they pulled out the trades after Patty came down the back of Banana. Salazar also got the first kill on the site, but look at the Senti from above, inside of the clouds, throwing lightning bolts like Zeus into the site, taking one kill and then the other. No trades back. A very unlikely round to win here for Imperial, but they don't care how they did it. They will take that every day of the week. This gives them a breath of fresh air, a chance to breathe. OT secured here on Inferno.
The smallest sigh of relief after a massive rebound from map 1 and in with the 5v4 this time. Kragan in for a world of hurt as the utility follows him up banana. An entire pack of Imperial men ready to follow through with momentum. And this T side has answered the call that was needed. An embarrassing map 1 defeat. And yet a fall off from the star in Kragan that Imperial will not waste. But they will also not rush. And I think that's the perfect way to play this. Low utility on what's left of this B-hold and what has been a pretty routine separation between the two bomb sites. But the CTs may be starting to rotate a little bit earlier. Can they get here in time? Queenix is working with a lot of utility, flashbangs that could set up this orange hold from Kragan. He used this position last time and got one. Still, they will have to wait.
They messed up, used their molly on the smoke. Coming through now is a tease.
They're ready to hit it. Kragan holds on the top shelf. Phelps waiting in the smoke, another volley of utility through. They're hunting the player on site, but that's Kragan found out in the smoke by the op of all things. And the skinny pillar players pulled off. Queenix, a chance, a desperate attempt. As 10 seconds hits the clock, that bomb desperately jumps over, and Salazar comes through.
5 seconds, it gets planted. Hold on.
Henny barely covered, and the retake is on. That damage is real. There's two players.
What?
Oh, they line up. The SMG keeps the hopes of Ecstatic alive. The AK tears Queenix off. And Salazar, who rotated in to no vision, has to imagine himself keeping this game alive. But it's a fast flank all the way around on the tap. And as he gets that confirmation that the defuse hasn't been sucked, Salazar has to go forward. He takes the kill. And as he gets back on bomb, guess what? Guess what? Ecstatic, it comes down to the wire. A 10-second defuse, he holds his breath.
Oh!
And Imperial push map 3.
Oh my God. It comes down to less than 1 second on the bomb. And Imperial win it 13-10. Wow, what a heart stopper. Unbelievable finish. I cannot believe that Queenix got a lineup like that with the MP9. That was so ridiculous. But Descenti saved the day, the 1v2. Shoulder beaks perfectly, didn't take any extra damage. Wow.
Ooh.
That was CS.
That was some good Counter-Strike, man. With everything on the line. I mean, I still just can't really believe that Imperial, well, maybe I can, right? This is a team that's got way more experience than the contrast of Ecstatic, but to rebound from that absolute pounding back on Anubis.
Yeah.
That's what I find most impressive about this game. Wow. That's the context that really matters in my mind.
Yeah, and so now, you know, it's another map to play, basically, because they have bought themselves this opportunity, and it's going to be Imperial who are the ones who are excited about it. Ecstatic had the chance to end this on Inferno, and they tested Imperial, and this is Imperial's first big test on the map, on a European matchup on LAN, and they passed.
Man, and we've seen great things from Imperial, right? That crazy back and forth versus Ents on Anubis to start their major run. Now here in versus Ecstatic, after taking that whooping, they hang on for dear life. And this round started, you know, this map got a lot shakier. We go back to Anubis, and it's not fair, really, because Imperial, we just didn't get anything from them.
Yeah.
So maybe that is a glaring issue. But the nature of these rounds on the second map just screamed high-pressure Counter-Strike.
Yes, seriously.
What a lineup from Queenix.
I guess this is why people should play more Inferno. Great, such exciting finishes. That's so great how it comes down to.
Look at this.
Basically a couple of ticks. They've just got to hope.
Fingers
and, you know,
crossed.
They're saying, I can hear the music, I can hear the music. He doesn't have it, there's no chance.
Yeah.
But they just aren't sure.
Even if it is that, you know, we've all been there, that close half second where you're pretty sure,
yes,
but there's nothing worse than celebrating too early.
Oh, yeah.
And you can see it on the faces of Imperial.
Ready
they
to
are just
jump.
hoping time is on their side, praying to God, fingers literally crossed,
yes,
hoping that their, you know, chance here at top 16 in Copenhagen was truly living on, and it is. Huge performance from Nodios in back-to-back maps.
He was amazing, actually. Gotta say, like, he was a massive standout. If everyone looked nervous, he didn't. But at the same time, no way, Descenti, I think they stole the show as the players on the team that won and had some key fights versus Kragan, countering him and taking away his momentum for the first map.
And, just because of the nature of that second half, I did kind of forget that Ecstatic, they added 3 rounds at the end of their own T side. Prior to that, right, we had this streak of 5 with no bomb plants even from their T half. So all in all, excellent job from Imperial versus a team that wanted to take it to this map, right?
Yeah.
They ran this back on T side, and they just felt in control of a score that could have been even more lopsided.
Yeah, and they actually got countered on both pistol rounds by a force buy as well. So Vertigo up next is a great finishing map because both teams just sort of middle of the pack for them, and they play the map, so it's not a...
And for me, there's a little moment here of throwback history, okay? Denmark versus Brazil.
Oh
Imperial versus Copenhagen Flames at the
yeah.
Antwerp Major to decide top 8.
Yeah.
It could have been playoffs for Fallen's Imperial in Antwerp, but they were robbed by who other than a relatively unknown pack of Danes.
Yeah, essentially that was Antwerp was their run.
And it's not the same pack of Danes, it's not the same Imperial, but I think Brazil holds a grudge. So we'll see what happens as Vertigo is up next. Vertigo is what separates these two teams and their dreams of top 16 at a major.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're going to de-quiz the bomb once again. I've got Salazar from Ecstatic, who are Copenhagen's favourites right now and Denmark's favourites for this major. How are you?
I'm good.
You ready?
Yeah.
We're going to test your knowledge?
Let's do it.
He's looking at his hand ready. He's on point. Let's click it and get into it.
What is the reload time of the AK-47? 2.2, I think. 2.4? Yeah. Who was the top ranked player in 2018? That's simple. What is the max damage you can take from a nade while unarmored? Oh, 89, I think. Oh, 98, yeah, that's right. The minimum amount of Glock shots to the body to kill a CT with Kevlar on a pistol round. Oh, that's a lot of bullets. Must be 8. Yeah. Who's the only player from Estonia to have... Yeah, that's Robs. Which CS player active for NA has the most majors won under his belt? That's Dupree. When was the score released? Something tells me 2012.
Boom.
What is the max speed of the model with a scout? Oh, 230.
Yes, hell yeah.
Which Brazilian player consistently ranked in the top 20 from 2015 to... Yeah, that's Colsera. What caliber... Oh, it's... what caliber? I can't remember. Oh, I did it again. What is the reload time of the AK-47? 2.4. During which operation was Premiere Mode introduced to... Oh my god. It's Riptide, I think. No? Oh yeah, Broken Fang came after Riptide, I think. I don't know. The minimum amount of USP shots to kill a... to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round if he has Kevlar. 7? Oh. How much money do you get? Oh, I always get these wrong. It's 1,400. It's so much money. Which player is the youngest major winner? Cabby. The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill a terrorist. Oh, I just had this, right? Wait, what?
Different, you had it with armor.
Without Kevlar. Then it's 4. Oh, it's 3, of course. What is the team with the highest win rate? Vitality. No, it's G2. No. Oh, I thought it was Vitality. Oh.
Close. There was moments we were going up there, but that time comes
So close.
down. You learned something though, right?
Yeah, I did. I learned a lot.
Thank you very much for playing, man, but you didn't
Thank you.
save Copenhagen this time. Maybe you can save the Danish fans' dreams this major.
Yeah, I hope.
We are trying to de-quiz the bomb at the PGL Copenhagen major. I've got Zach with me from Imperial. How are you, my friend?
Very good, very good.
You're looking very chill, even though this could be very stressful.
It's not gonna be stressful, it's gonna be easy, man.
Oh, confidence?
Wait, are you talking about the major or the quiz?
Both.
Okay, the major not so much.
Okay.
The quiz easy.
The quiz easy. All right. Well, you were asking Vinny a few things before. Unfortunately, like kind of understood what was being said.
No, I was asking if he's feeling good or
okay,
it's cold inside or something like that.
All right. What you gonna do? Put your hand on the mouse. Once you press in the big middle button, for the yellow, the timer will start.
Okay.
Every question you get wrong, you lose 5 seconds, but the time is also going down the whole way. But every question you get right, you gain 15 seconds.
Okay.
The goal is to defuse that bomb and get it all the way up the top. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, and when you see the questions, read it out for me so the viewers know what you got.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is the minimum amount of aiming for if 4 shots to body to kill a terrorist on pistol round if he has Kevlar? Jesus Christ, what is the minimum amount if he has Kevlar? 4.
Yes.
Okay, what's the minimum amount of AK-47 shots to the body to kill a terrorist on pistol if he has Kevlar? Oh. What? Yes.
Okay.
The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill a terrorist on without a pistol round without Kevlar. Oh, I think 3. Who was the top ranked player in 2014? Ooh, I don't remember this one. No, that's right. What is the bonus for planting the bomb? 300. Which player from Denmark appeared in the top 20 ranking in 2018, 19, and 20? 18, 20, probably the West. Which CS player, active or inactive, has the most majors won under his belt? To pretty easy. What is the minimum amount of ME4A4 shots to the body to kill a terrorist on pistol round if it has Kevlar? This one is already done. First to how many rounds it says to? First to how many what?
Rounds.
Okay, I don't understand this question.
So how many rounds to win?
Okay. What is the max damage you can take from a nade while you're fully armored? So put like...
Oh, you've done it!
Hey, I'm a god, man.
You ticked. You're through.
I told you, man. It's gonna be easy. I'm a
you
god.
You were so focused. You were ready to do more.
Yeah, bro. Easy game, man.
Oh,
you need to put harder questions next time.
I love your attitude with this. Let's see how it goes when you get in the server, though, for the boys.
Yeah. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. It's not gonna be easy.
All 10 players in the server tonight woke up with the same dream, the thought of qualifying to top 16 at the very first CS2 major. The majors are where history happens. It's the events everybody remembers far longer than all the come and go pop-up shops of the rest of the year. It's everybody's dreams on the line. Nobody wants to accept the reality that tonight's not their night. And yet now with this rebound from Imperial, Ecstatic have to face that reality. Total blowout on the first map, an amazing form, career-high LAN performance from Kragan, a consistency in Nodios that leads you to believe, I think both teams have what it takes, but you gotta put it all on the line, and find that groove on Vertigo.
Yeah, we got a series right now where both teams, they split map picks. They haven't won their map picks. And Ecstatic smashed on the first map. So you thought the Inferno would be a layup, and now it's going to be who plays better on the day or who powers up late into the night. Who gets worse and who gets nervous, I think, are two big questions. For Ecstatic, I think this is the first time they sort of looked like they were freezing up. Their rotations looked a little stiff. You couldn't say that on Anubis. They were moving around fluidly. So that's something that when they went over to Inferno, a map that they love, why is it that they can't get their CT rotations in order? That's like the #1 reason you would pick the map. That's the hardest part about the map, but that's the part you got to be the best at if you want to pick it a lot. So that was them not playing like themselves, and Vertigo is going to be a great finish. I think, as you brought up, you know, that's that reference to Copenhagen Flames versus Imperial back at Antwerp for a top 8 spot. It's not the same teams, but there is something about it, the countrymen involved, that makes it interesting. And of course, that created kind of one of the best deciding maps ever. You know,
it did.
I hate to say it, but it was on Vertigo. So maybe we'll have a very exciting game here in CS2 on our hands.
13 rounds separates one of these two teams from a result, at minimum, that exceeds expectations for both the squads already, right? Neither considered favorites, more so Imperial than Ecstatic, neither considered real favorites to advance to top 16. There's definitely some fringe pickers out there for Ecstatic, whether you believed it was all about that hometown advantage, whether you thought that they really did have what it takes. Not saying their RMR wasn't impressive, just felt like the tick up in level of competition should have been too much. So blowout on Anubis, beautiful comeback from Imperial on Inferno, and now here, map 3, Vertigo, we leave it all on the line. Glaive has just been eliminated. It's another Dane down.
Another Dane down.
But a pure Danish team in Ecstatic.
We're always the only ones.
Will be trying their absolute damnedest to best Vinny and his boys. Up ramp goes to Nodios. Most consistent player in the server across those two maps. Takes a Glock shot to the head. And while we do still get some pressure up on A, it's a good flash. Queenix survives it and hangs on. Ooh. Great gush to the bomb plant.
Yo.
Oh, one-man army inside of the B site.
He's still going.
Blood in the water, man. He's chasing you down. But Henny is steps ahead on the retreat, but so be it. You've got deep B control. You maintained A all the while. Ecstatic are in a glorious spot unless...
Wait. Oh my God, okay.
Unless.
Actually, could
Fret not. Ecstatic will close it.
That was a good way to start the pistol. That was Queenix in a spot where he could have instantly died, right? He's double stack, eats a flash as well, and there's 3 players coming towards him. Gush on the second, instant kill on the first, and he chases the third down. Very, very sharp. Dragon also gets his. Yeah, this type of movement was what was missing on Inferno. Again, very scared to lose is what the sentiment that I was getting out of Ecstatic towards the end of that map.
Scared to lose is something you can do when you're map up, but only on the second map of the series. Once it's the third map of the series...
But it isn't, right? Because if you're willing to do that, then you're also willing to lose.
Yeah, but now you gotta tap into that ancestral Viking bloodlust. Danes are a proud people, but they gotta prove why. Walks storm through the B site. And the rotation, all's good. Nodios, triple kill with the FAMAS, making sure no antics can be had, no bombs can be planted, and no further economic losses for the defense.
Yeah, that is pretty key. No bomb plants. That's something good. So Pistols have been an interesting one in this series because Imperial won both on Inferno, but it immediately got eco'd. And so in general, even though if we talk about who wins the Pistols, almost split 50-50, Ecstatic have gotten and taken advantage of the Pistols in almost every situation. It's impressive when a team survives a map without pistols, but it's not so funny when the Pistols end up catching up with you. You don't want that to be the reason you lose.
Phelps has to deal with an early wound.
And you started talking about this more, but a B player who, well, screws up essentially ruins the map. A B player who's very confident wins all his duels completely dominates the CT side since they're oftentimes alone and will at max have like flash support or something like that. But I'm seeing a lot of confidence out of Queenix, so that'll be an interesting thing to follow as this half progresses.
They ready for this? Molotov. It's a little deep, but disassembles it nonetheless. They follow. Oh, no way. Wasted no time following through as the fallback gets punished. More damage found. And this is Imperial very much on the brink of taking A. Queenix solid hold on the other side of the map again. And damage back through smoke out of Nodios. He is ever present with the pressure on this site. Phelps holding off Salazar.
Oh, he's pushing through.
And he got through. But he also then gives his position away. His gun is empty, and he still gets it onto Phelps. Now he can swap out over to the AK. Henny's hanging on to the sandbags. Descenti tries to fall back with him, and they're so concerned about short because of the potential push that Salazar could have gone forward with. Instead, they give it up, and the T's creep back into what Salazar has given them. No tap on plant. Descenti strikes. Henny tries to keep his head down, but it does fall back to the short player. They know about him. He cuts Queenix off the play, but Salazar, he's going to stick it all 5 seconds.
Oh, there's no way to get to that bomb from the other side. I don't even think there was an angle right there, so that's an easy stick when he pushes off the short. It works out to get him the first kill, but it's not a good position, obviously, to fully defend the bomb, so he needed to keep moving to the front of the ramp. And that's a close call here. A very good attempt from Imperial, but they don't secure the third. Damn, that was a whole lot of craziness. This is going to be a insane map. If you missed the end of Inferno, that was a banger for sure.
Really just felt like they had to reclaim short because Salazar could have been that threat to push them on ramp, right? As Henny's getting pushed by sight, he would have exposed himself if Salazar is there. It's just, it's not enough to hold off bomb. It's really just that. And of two minds, right? Because he starts to go towards ramp, then decides to come back.
Yeah, the way Salazar played that was definitely very questionable because, like, I think they knew someone was on short. When he snuck through in the first place, he was already lucky. And then he had he used so much ammo spamming the smoke. And then, yeah, his aim saved him, obviously.
One bullet.
Yeah.
That's all he had. And then he turns around and sticks the bomb as well in the 1v1 to give Ecstatic that clean 3-0 start. Another instance last round where Queenix finds success in B on his own. Only attacked by one member of Imperial, still holds him back. And so nothing but good moments for Queenix thus far. And I'll say the same about Nodios. I'll extend that olive branch. I mean, sitting inside of the A site, constantly pulling players off. At the moment, what you have is a solid defender. We're only 3 rounds in. A solid defender each site for Ecstatic. Now, Kragan is left behind sandbags. He's got a smoke.
He does have a smoke. Ideally, your teammate throws it for you anyways, just so it just seems like a bait. But he can delay for time. Oh, they're going to come up into it.
But he gets vision.
Oh my god, they still haven't killed him.
And a perfect peek off Patty from the site. The nades will find him. No doubt about that. Short player strikes. Phelps hits the headshot. This time Nodios goes down with nothing. Bomb. It's prioritizing plant. It's a fake once.
Wow.
And as Vinny comes up, he gets wrecked.
Yeah, they got mops. That was it. Broom and handle right there. Swept away. That was a very good hold. Obviously, that was a mistake when they decided to throw the molly as they scaled and didn't clear the sandbags. Henny, you know, that might not have been Henny's job while they were scaling too. He had a teammate right beside him who was coming up and didn't get the angle. Nailing that perfectly is obviously difficult, but as you can see, every kill mattered in that instance. And they didn't have that razor sharp execution. So now they will suffer another save.
Trying to deal with this Queenix hold over towards B. Gonna get a flash to the left of the stairs as 3 players look to charge forward. Queenix is a new position. The flash is good, but it blinds everybody. Nodios hanging on. No longer on the A site. He has bolstered the B defense with 3 players in sight before that hit comes out. What a wonderful call.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's actually a perfect counter call.
And Kragan goes deep.
Yeah. I mean, it's so early in the round, anything is possible, but doesn't look like you're even going to bother clearing this.
Easy. Wow. That's how you do it. Kragan with the mow down.
Wow. And that's something that we didn't see on Inferno. Where were the stacks? Where were the gambles, right? And informed. You know, starting out around like that is not a bad idea every once in a while. So we're already seeing the best version of themselves. Now it's just on Imperial to see if they can show us theirs.
And Queenix feels so elusive on B right now. We haven't seen him do the same thing twice.
He's looking very lucid. He's looking very fluid. And him and Nodios, their aim is just so impressive, honestly. It's just no wasted space.
And staying mobile is Nodios.
That's a crazy kill, too.
Couple rounds at A to be proud of. Now he's in the middle of this B mix-up. And Kragan didn't waste a second to get this guarantee. Lovely way to close. Making sure that the casualties stay at a minimum and that the momentum stays at a maximum. 5 straight for Ecstatic. Buyback from Imperial, but by God, they can't even buy a bomb plant. Now Nodios into middle. Still keeping it fresh. Senti is operating on his own.
Yeah, it might disarm him a little bit, seeing the nade come from that direction. We'll see if he pushes up. Oh, he's getting in place to lurk, so...
Nice double up. It's another new setup, right? It's Ecstatic not wasting any moments. Flipping the pages through the playbook. Staying a step ahead of the offense that is struggling to figure things out. Molotov pressure. Queenix gonna hold on his own. The mid play works out, and he holds with no question.
Yikes.
Again, they cannot move him. They cannot shake him, they not kill him. And Phelps trying his damnedest to hang on as the rotator comes forward. His teammates are falling all around the map, and he is the only thing left in this 1 versus 4 with no bomb possession, as that has fallen at the base of A. Desperate times for Imperial lie ahead.
They look like this is a one tier versus another tier, honestly. Ecstatic are countering them in so many different dimensions right now. The setups out the gate, the aim, the individual anchors at the moment, even the X factor, it's all going their way. Another half buy here for Imperial. Vinny's gonna get tired of calling these.
Why does it feel like Ecstatic are starting to believe? Playing with a little swagger. And again, a different look. We haven't seen an op peek down deep ramp so far. Looks a little off. Luckily, he has support here. And now we are looking at a fully fledged Ecstatic. Not one player dropping the ball so far on map 3. Not one player even close to falling in this one. A clean sweep of Imperial on a half buy and a flawless 7-0 start.
Yeah, where do you even go? Like the perfect tactic when it was going to be a B rush into the perfect setup versus the mid hit into A players getting more and more solid. I think this is the part of the map though where maybe there's something that they can do. But it feels like in terms of depth of playbook, Ecstatic are just showing they've got so many ways they can take this, and we aren't really seeing where Imperial will go next.
Try to go 3 strong base of ramp, maybe looking to counter pick right if Salazar wants to sign up for these op duels. Maybe that's Henny's way in. Queenix over here on A this round, putting Salazar's op solo B. Nice flash, but Phelps opens up. 5v4 goes to Imperial. Man advantage held on to, doubling down on it. There we go. No way in Vinny. Find a way to puncture through. No AWP presence despite Salazar's best start to any of these 3 maps. Feels like this one's far too gone.
Okay, he'll have to leave. It is the A play, after all, that ends up working out. There was a big gap. The art smoke was there, but nobody was watching yellow for anybody to run up. So, of course, there's going to be a lead in here for Imperial. 7-1. The prophecy is foretold, Connor.
We just can't escape it.
I mean, it looks sustainable. It was a good tactic. It was towards the site where they've gotten the closest at the very least. So there are good things about this round, but it is only 1 round. So there's still more proving to do. If Imperial are moving in the right direction.
Yes. Oh.
Terrorists win.
Able to hang on to the op.
That would have been his Doja moment. Modern Doja right there.
Yeah.
The graffiti moment.
Can we give away graffitis in the opening stage of the major?
If I feel like it.
Okay. Nicely done. Great multi-kill from No Way. 2.5, right? An assist for the 3rd player, so No Way getting a little bit of work done towards ramp. Nice to see Imperial on the board. After the rebound that was Inferno, it'd be a tragic tale for them to flop in the decider. Although Ecstatic, really all they want. Kraken doesn't like his chances holding Henny, so he'll pull away. We get the players back to their respective bomb sites, right? Queenix and anchoring B, and the op is here.
Oh, someone got hit by a piece of utility.
It'll leave a bruise.
The Teats will pull back. So this kind of pressure forces you to organize towards A ramp to clear things out. The thing is that this is the Inferno rotations that we were looking for out of Ecstatic.
Yep.
They are already over on the B side, fully stacked up. They only get 1 trade. Oh, never mind. Nodios.
And Queenix.
Jesus.
Well, he's here in spirit.
They're horrified to find out they did all that work over on the A site, and yet still Ecstatic had 3B ready for this play, man. They are in their heads.
Absolute flow state CS. Descenti done for. Queenix falls, but his teammates there to pick up the slack. Ooh. Beautiful one from Nodios yet again. Looking to be this series MVP.
Yeah, seriously.
Looking to be the Dane that punches Ecstatic's ticket to top 16.
Their aim on this half of the map, I have no idea. How do you even counter it?
And not even just getting 3 players into B, but going forward beyond that. All 3 players moving forward like an iron wall.
Technically, because they weren't sure if it was a fake towards A, right? So instead of reclaiming A space, they decided to do it on that side of the map. Perfectly valid. Either one works, as long as they're in time.
And like you said, exactly what we were kind of hoping for it to happen in Inferno.
Exactly. Exactly.
Proactive gameplay from Ecstatic.
They could regret not doing it then. It won't matter if they win this map.
Back to the early B pressure. That's all right. Queenix ready to rock. here comes No Way. Almost catching the Crane player. Just a sudden pop-up over Xbox. We've got the Ops stuck in behind sandbags. We've got Vinny climbing over. Queenix does not lose duels on this bomb site.
Not his first one. Almost never.
And now he's got Nodios to work with, so a bolstered B defense, a daunting task for Phelps to try to get through, even if this support comes around with him. But met by smoke, he will see nothing.
The real scary part about him is he never plays standard spots like quad. He always plays rotator spots or floating out in the open because he's ready to duel all the time. And this is, oh man, what a call, right? Like,
yes.
How often have they done this? And yet it seems like a perfectly good idea, especially in the 5v4.
Right, one time I believe when Kragan gets the 2 backstabs in a previous round, that's it. So they get active, but they'll also get caught out. Now, is that the red flag that Imperial need to not continue on? There's a second player on the back line, a missed off shot, but the flank is also kind of weird. The shot's not quite landing. Positioning is all good, opportunities presented. Nodios turns around, strikes Phelps out, and Descenti's gonna creep down on him. 25 to the clock. CT starting to fall all over the place, and very well unraveled.
Oh my God.
Now we're gonna get an anchor from Queenix on the opposite side of the map.
They have to commit A.
Can he play this site like he can his own? He falls empty-handed, Kragan over top, spots the low HP,
10
no
seconds.
way, and Descenti, he's not much better off. Snapshot over, and Kragan, 3 kills to give Ecstatic 8.
Oh, and he's ready to get excited about that. That is a massive 1v2 to grab. The trades that came down in that position, honestly, Ecstatic, they had a lot of outs in that situation. With the flanks coming in and the amount of players going down and uncomfortable ways, you think, oh, right, well, it looks like Imperial will fight their way out of this. But because they kept material advantage from this first reg, they could afford this death. They could afford this trade back. And the 1v2 is perfectly played, obviously.
This moment isn't, in my opinion, from Phelps. Coming across the bridge, they knew there was a player down there. He had just shot a bunch at the short side.
Right.
And the guy who comes back to clear with him is steps behind. Phelps goes early in an angle that you should know gives away shadow advantage.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that is a thing that we're seeing, that certainly a lot of players are not totally aware of all the shadows just yet.
Oh, get to work. That was some of the shakiest individual moments we've had from Ecstatic on this Decider map. Missed flank spray, missed op shots short.
Yeah, but ironically, it shows you how many ways they had to win, right? How many chances they had to win.
Missed flash, easy pickup. Kragan wants more, and he's got the cover, and he's got support as well. Nodios just a few steps behind him, and Smoke soon to fade, but he'll go down. And that cues up Nodios, perfectly timed peek out to drop Henny, the third of this pack.
And they hear 2 pairs of footsteps now. It's Imperial who are worried about the push over on B. They are going to try to go forward. They don't like working back after a situation like this, and yet Ecstatic haven't peeled all the way back. They don't do that, even when they have the man advantage. So Queenix should be looking for a rotate. He's eyes forward, but it doesn't matter because he does not lose his duel.
Invincible.
He could have died there, been worried about mid, slowed down the rotations, and another T could have come, but he just does not lose his duels. Not right now, anyway.
I don't think I've seen Queenix die 1 round without at least getting a kill with him.
Yeah.
Maybe the one time when the 3 CTs push forward. But anytime he's kind of left to his own devices.
And that was a genuine chance. Vinny has tested his mettle more than once, trying to lurk up into the site, knowing that, again, he plays out in the open, right? He doesn't play spot to delay, waiting for Molly, only to smoke it afterwards. He doesn't worry about any of that.
Oh! What?
Yo, that's an angle right there. Yeah, right. That had to do a lot of damage, too.
Oh, man. The bouncing Betty off of the back wall of ladder.
Jeez. He doesn't even know how nice that was.
Queenix just keeps adding the trickery to the highlight reel. Beautiful.
Had a magnetic force.
A near flawless CT side from Ecstatic to take the hopes and dreams of Imperial, crumple them into the ball, and throw them out the window.
Oh, Phelps gonna walk into it.
Nice shot, Salazar. This is his best map. And a beautiful sequence in middle. Operating on his own, had a teammate if needed, but taps into it with 2 kills. And this has just been a perfect sequence event from every Ecstatic member. 3 kills on the off, finally a missed shot, but it is all Henny to try and claw back a 1v5. 5-7's out.
No.
5-7's got it. And Ecstatic can do no wrong.
That's crazy, man. Every single round, we're getting something new in the way of a tactic that is rendering them a kill.
I mean, this is an all-you-can-eat Danish buffet.
Seriously,
what do you want?
Yeah.
You want a Salazar op peek down ramp? You want a Queenix solo B hold?
Yep.
How about Nodios? He does it all. And he's done it across all 3 maps.
Seriously, it's like been a commercial for the amount of talent still in Denmark that a lot of people aren't talking about. This has been a real show. You can see it. Copenhagen behind them. They're carrying the flag. Five players and new stars. (11 and 1). 2 rounds away from top 16 at the first ever CS2 major in Copenhagen. This would be an abject failure if they weren't able to pull it off now.
Block stalled out for a second. Everything to do here for Imperial. They kick it off with a couple of clean kills, a trio of frags, all headshots, and it is Nodios to try and put forward the 1v4. He's got all the time in the world and all the confidence that goes with it. Down he goes. Imperial, it's 2. Let's not get too excited.
It's not getting too excited because they win pistols. They just don't win anti-ecos. On Inferno, they lost both of them. And it's entirely possible for that to happen again on Vertigo. Okay, the T-side Zeus.
What? Is that a thing?
Holy smokes. Yeah, I mean, I guess look at this close angle. Actually, there is something to it, I think. But there's the anti-Zeus counter. Gotta respect the creativity. Now let's see the T's all leaving.
You're not supposed to get any entry, but apparently the Glock will find the 1.
Yeah.
But only the 1. All is good for Imperial. Early signs of success on what needs to be flawless CT half.
Yeah, yeah. At least the pistol anti-eco secured. CT can be fun to play if things go your way, but there's a lot of rounds to go.
Guns could make a world of difference.
Oh.
Queenix opens up, but at least the Senti's able to trade it. Gotta stop the bleeding before it costs you this dream.
This is a lot of control, though, this early. They got the CTs to run back, and they know it.
And they've got a lot of utility still, of course. First gun round for Ecstatic, ready to follow through with the exec from this safe position. Boost to disrupt it all.
Oh, okay.
And he's right
there. Oh,
there.
he's so close to being able to see this. Surely they walk right into it, though. There you go.
There we go for Phelps. That's Salazar out. Man advantage Imperial. And a smoke grenade comes down on short, so that's going to keep Kragan out. Still 2 smokes to work with, but reassembling the fuse. Second servings for Phelps.
All right, all right.
Audacious. All of a sudden, Ecstatic, that ramp control's not going to mean much. The CTs give him the fight. Kraken cracking the 2 heads, and he has put Nodios capable of a clutch.
I think he starts running in a second, yeah.
Go, brother,
He's
go.
pretty sure exactly what's here. So Kraken, he said, I set you up, brother. Go on without me. He's going in for the 1v2. 30 seconds, and a CT will come here to meet him at heaven. He might... Oh, it's actually back CT. And he's got so much time, he actually can establish grenades. This will be a risky push if he wants to go through it. And he does.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Nice call.
Yeah, wow.
Odds are T's not going to fake the plant. Descenti runs the risk and is not punished for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Still, there's, I'm of 2 minds in that round because it was ramp control early, but they got nothing for it until this Kraken double kill back. Yes, all right, we're left off thinking maybe Nodios can win it, but I'm going to give Imperial all the credit.
Yeah, that was nice.
Love that they reassembled the boost.
Yeah, that was Ecstatic needed to molly, obviously. They just respected the art smoke, let him take all short control, and didn't molly because that smoke was still fresh. You throw it when the smoke is halfway gone.
Still working with enough tools here. Ecstatic will be a threat in round 16. No reason to believe the B site is as impenetrable as it was for Ecstatic. Vinny is under pressure. His rotator's stuck on green. Patty, it's a double Tech 9 kill. It's a triple Tech 9 headshot. All they need in the hands of Patty from 5 and 7 to 8 kills deep.
And he said, take this gun. That didn't get me any kills. All with a Tech 9.
And Ecstatic, they have put Imperial into such a dire position that they do not have the margin of error for something like this to happen. Salazar, he gets owned by the op up close. And that slight gap for Henny, as No Way has to work forward ahead of him. No Way's playing with the defuse kit. Henny's the guy with the smoke. They've got to give the cover, and they've got to deal with Patty's Tech 9. He is on for the ace. Down he goes, deagle in hand. Desperation sinking in. No Way jumps on bomb in time, and Imperial will steal the defuse.
That was so close. Oh my God, after those 3 frags, they literally could have delayed for time. Salazar pushes up in front of Generator and dies to Henny, who jumps through that smoke. If he doesn't do that with his op and get the kill, then of course that round is over, and we're talking about 12. So Ecstatic scare the life out of Imperial. And again, when we go back to looking at the first half, you see how Vinny goes to quad right there? That's something Queenix never did. That's something you honestly hope sometimes that your opponent will do on CT side, so you can just use nades to zone them out, force them to get smoked out, or just double nade them before you even have to peek. But you can see when it gets scary, when there's T's attacking you and you go to those positions.
Look at these Tech 9 shots.
I would be pissed though, if I was Patty in this spot. I mean, I guess the kills come back so quickly. This is the only other one that...
Also, beautiful push-up from Henny, right? You've got a rifle pushed up against you that close. Literally, it goes for the quick scope and hits it.
They couldn't have waited any more time for the bomb. It would have exploded. If they respected that smoke, it was over, so had to go for it, did it.
Now, of course, just a few tools in that round for Ecstatic, so it keeps Imperial on the edge of their seats. Like a deer in headlights. What feels like a map loss is coming at them. But Ecstatic have been slowed down. This fight between Vinny and Queenix on B has come up all Ecstatic.
And we see that kill matrix at the end. I mean, it's all Queenix for now, but now they swap sides. Vinny's looking for revenge. If he gets his revenge, that could be the comeback. Without the revenge, they could literally lose back-to-back rounds. Man, they disassembled this boost, allowed Patty to walk out completely.
Dude, he's got the timing.
Yeah, he does have a massive timing. They are not coming back to look at this right now. Oh, but they're covering it.
He didn't see that. They get over.
Oh, but he's not covering his teammate.
No way. Descenti, you have to pick up both those kills.
Oh.
No cover given to Vinny. Wide open B site. Desperate Phelps stuffed by Kraken.
You can't afford this.
That is a glaringly obvious mistake. All Descenti.
Oh, Descenti, he is looking through it, right? For him not to be aware of when he could see them or what position. Man, I want to forgive him. His teammate in the site knows that he's up in this spot. But if he had the better angle, if he was off to the left a little bit and could see more, he could have protected his teammate. Honestly, I'm going to call it a small mistake. I'm going to say it's a small mistake, but in the scope of this game, obviously, it's massive. They did get into that position in time to stop a lurk, to stop a tactic just like that.
Small mistake, huge implications.
Yeah.
Patty just creeping out through middle. And not alone. Had a teammate so ready with him. You know, Vinny just backs up one step too far.
Yeah, this can also be, you know, if Zenti cannot cover that angle, that also needs to be understood by Vinny, which might be his fault or his teammates. And honestly, that lurk timing was huge. I'm surprised anybody even jumped up on a boost right there.
Sure.
Just as 2 people left for the A site with the op.
Small lapse in the setup, and Ecstatic will be given 7 chances to realize top 16. Domination to open the series on Imperial's map pick. A much shakier looking set of Danes walked into Inferno, and my God, have they come out swinging here on the decider. Flashes announce the presence. Where are the defenders? Leaning back behind Green and Sight. I mean, Queenix has got you dead to rights, and he doubles down on it. A bomb plant and a retake demanded of Imperial. There is no Astralis at this major. There are no members of that Astralis core from 2018. This is that next generation of Danish talent, 2 kills away, huge health advantage, but no way comes through. And Nodios, the most consistent piece of Ecstatic throughout the night. Oh, he's got the first, but not that second. Sure enough, the CTs jump on top, and this Cinderella story is not completed yet.
Wow, man, he gets the hard kill, and he's watching the smoke hard scoped onto it, and his teammate with almost no health left over hits the instant headshot to deny Nodios. One more round. This rush into the site, it seemed like it was going to be too much. The fact that they could trade back, shout out to No Way for finding those kills and the clutch in the end, man.
6 HP for the last one.
Insane.
Headshots.
Had to be a headshot.
Galore.
That's it. Every single round is so unbelievably close, and Ecstatic have a recent win in their rear view. The pressure is massively on Imperial, no matter what guns are available at one point in this T side. But they are hanging on.
It's 1 down, 6 to go for Imperial.
How many chances do you get?
But man, that passive B setup left the door wide open.
Yeah, and the lurk timing on the last round, there are gaps. Ecstatic are finding these gaps.
Ecstatic feel ghoulish right now in the way that they've got Imperial scared.
Even this
right?
Could be dangerous.
Just something new, time and time again. Luckily, Phelps doesn't get caught in the shoulder peak.
But look at what it reveals about the setup.
He's so cut off.
Yeah.
There's a question around how much comes at them, how quickly. Descenti. Oh, Queenix! My God, give him a chance.
That's crazy.
He even gets back down, and now the solo B defenders. Vinny Phelps, he's in the middle of it all. Oh, a beautiful double, and Vinny holds on to his. Just when things look desperate, Imperial deliver. And a final attempt in the 40 seconds here for Queenix and Kragan. That had to be the vets of Imperial to go big, and both do.
Wow.
Phelps, that's huge.
Man, and he went back from a rotator spot towards A all the way around through spawn. All they forgot to do was clear him. Everything else was set up. They zoned him. They had the split coming on. They were correct about the site, and they got the opening kill with Queenix, but they didn't clear him.
I mean,
they forgot that he could have rotated this quickly.
He couldn't believe his luck. Pressed up against the wall, 2 sets of feet falling to the right side. The presence of mind to make sure CT stays secured.
And Vinny needed his as well. And it was Descenti, I think, who died to Queenix, who was probably looking for a solo player in Vinny.
And man, Queenix sharp, both sides of this B site.
Yeah. He thought they caught him off guard, but instead they only got 1 kill.
These are nail-biter rounds for Imperial to try to stomach.
Yeah, every single time.
Whether they win them or lose them, these last 3, holy hell. 2 down, 5 to go. The round that Phelps and Vinny should be so proud of. This, look at that, look at the top of your screens. 2 terrorist round wins over the 19 that have unfolded.
Yeah, it's not, doesn't tell the whole story. Ecstatic have definitely had some pretty insane attempts here, where Imperial got absolutely smashed almost every round in the first half. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get better or not.
Feels like they can sense an opening top middle. There's been a couple rounds where mid has been the key. Descenti missing the boost and climb over top.
They haven't got caught by the tactics that were used against them in the first half. That's a dangerous game, especially if you can get spotted.
Last round could have been 1-2. Salazar, the third player out with bomb. Descenti.
Wait, they didn't see him. Descenti's still looking up and over. Oh no, they're so close. Now Vinny.
It's just him. All they've got is Vinny in the back of quad. He's trying to dodge the fights. He's trying to deliver. A single kill is all they'll get. Phelps hot on their heels.
Bad
fast
smoke.
On the trigger. Patty's gonna go for the plant. Queenix with the cover. Oh, Phelps is just unstoppable. And as the flash comes through, the support of Kragan is here. 16 kills for both the Ecstatic players. As they shave one off, Phelps will not stop this retake from coming in. And it's a bit of a fumble from Kragan. He'll reposition over towards Tetris. Both CTs along the wall and rolling forward. Bomb ticking quick. And Kragan looking to seal this deal. It's the Opera of Henny covered by the smoke.
Oh, it fights him in.
Shrouded as Kragan goes around. And oh, Henny gets on top of it. By the skin of his teeth, the bomb goes all the way, but Imperial keep on going.
Keep on trucking, baby. Man, one situation getting crazier than the next. That is so ridiculous. Henny again saves the day. If no one shoots through that smoke, Henny literally loses to time. And Kragan cannot believe he has not got on the bomb. And I want to know from his perspective, yeah, he can barely see Kragan coming through that. That's ridiculous.
Imperial powering up. I mean, God, Phelps, take a bow.
Yeah.
Those kills are instant transmission between each and every one. 3 down, 4 to go. Kragan had a bit of timing there. Phelps, he would have heard that, right? A step on the top of metal. Then Henny peeks out, peers around short, sees that there's nobody quite there. And this is gonna be Phelps confident to go deep. Patty's gonna hold him in. He recovers it for the 1. And Salazar's there to trade. He's not the only piece in position. Kragan's still along short. Nodios right here as well. For all Imperial know, this is about to go 0 to 100 real quick on A.
And he hard scoped on short. There's going to be a rock, paper, scissors of utility coming in his direction. And we'll see if he pushes forward or falls back. In the 4v4, it can be a tricky game to play. Tenuous setup, no way. Oh my God, drop the smoke and dies. Henny
hits his first.
He's got to do it.
Oh, he will. The 2 at least. Still more to be done. Bomb being prioritized. Nodios, nope, not today. Henny will not miss. He's got to do it. He does it.
He keeps getting better. Henny delivering again. It started so many rounds ago with the jump through from heaven to the back of Generator, taking out Salazar in the impossible to win retake into magical moment over and over again. He's focused. Another spot where they could have had this locked up. Someone shoulder spotting with a smoke out, dying, leaving your op by themselves. 3-round game.
4 rounds straight. Now Tech 9's in hand. Henny right back to the angle that just did him so well.
Oh, they're about to pick up on B right now. They threw 3 nades. This is immutable information the CTs will be conveying, and they're hoping to create a timing on B where they're just a little bit lighter on this side, knowing that.
I mean, let's be real, right? Lesser to work with, but there have been moments where this B site has looked like it will fall, and this one is a prime example of it.
How far do they go? Every time they've died here.
They hold here. The crossfire set on green. The double smoke goes down, but a peek in the back line. And that is the furthest back T, barring Nodios, who is down at the bottom of the stairs. They open up the smoke, and that gives the chance to Kragan to Tech 9 through. Now 2 behind green have great cover. A third set of eyes up close. That's Queenix, who is the king of this B site. Phelps, Henny, both starting to fall, and what feels like Ecstatic's golden ticket, just like the Copenhagen Flames, who come before them, their very first major, and they go top 16.
And they never lose steam. Every step of the way, their confidence unbreakable. They show their strongest round on the round where they have nothing to work with. That rush into the B site, the absolute war that Imperial had to go through just to get back into that game, feeling like they were just about to get a bit better and finally force a save, be within 1 rifle of overtime, and Ecstatic still play just as well as the last round. That is actually unbelievable, the amount of resolve and resilience that they showed.
I mean, it felt like that B site was there for the taking in almost all of those rounds.
Yeah.
Each and every time. And as you slowly feel your grip weakening on your dreams, they pull through. And their life here in Copenhagen at the very first CS2 major is truly alive. The hometown heroes,
yes,
looking to become local legends.
Top 16, you better start writing down their names because they're going to be a feature for sure in the conversations. Like, this is the stage and the tournament where their presence will be undeniable. And yeah, I mean, if you watch this game, you definitely saw some plays that would have you curious about future teams and rosters in the Danish scene.
To me, it's the perfect time because unfortunately, just this last year, we had to unfortunately say farewell to Copenhagen Flames, who as an organization ceased to operate and has been this consistent part of like the plucky Danish tier 2 team. In their place, we have Ecstatic, an unknown entity, but a bunch of fresh faces that are looking to make a real name for themselves at the start of CS2. And it's not just, you know, a result here versus Imperial, but the nature of some of these rounds. I mean, Nodios across the entire series. My MVP for this one.
Yeah.
But on Vertigo specifically, what can't Queenix do at that B site?
I mean, the amount of times that he killed Vinny, just gonna put it that way, that was in and of itself like the most damning scoreline. Him versus Vinny, as Vinny attacked him on B, and then flipping it over and him continuing to be just as good when Vinny is playing his spots. Well, Vinny is waiting for the second half to begin so he can get his revenge. Queenix says, no, I know how to play both sides just as well. I think that was the duel that completely dictated how Vertigo went. And this scoreline is incredibly close, but actually, Ecstatic could have won this game a long time ago. All of the rounds that were won were maybe Henny doing unbelievably risky but clutch maneuvers.
Of course.
Just in a sequence. Like, I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but if Henny didn't have every little bit of X factor, this game would have ended 5 rounds ago and every round since.
Agreed. And if you can see it in the scoreboard here, top fragger Queenix for Ecstatic versus bottom fragger Vinny.
Yeah.
Tale of 2 sides, and yet it always came up Queenix regardless of defense or offense.
Yeah, yeah.
T-side rounds, hard to come by in this series, my God.
Yeah, they had to work for them, that's for sure. That's crazy that Ecstatic do this. And yeah, I think the most impressive game they had at the RMR was obviously playing against Guild, right? Because they're a team that are a massive threat in like the LCQ when they took out, well, before when they sent FaZe down in the LCQ, or they're just a massive threat in the RMR. And when Ecstatic won that game, I was like, okay, they have some fight in them for sure. But now surviving the stage, that is a whole nother level of legend.
And you know, you only have to go back to 2021 to see what Copenhagen Flames started off when they burst onto the scene 3 years later, and look what the pieces of that puzzle have been able to do for themselves.
Yeah.
It's early days, but romanticizing this as what could be the start of something special here in Denmark.
Thank you, Scrawny and Launders. I'm down the floor with Nodios. How does this sound? How does this feel? Danish organization, 5 Danish players through to the elimination stage of the PGL CS2 Major, Copenhagen.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane, to be honest. Like, it's something to dream about, you know? Many years ago, I was like, okay, I'm getting too old. Maybe it's time to, you know, quit the game, try something new. And then, you know, I came to Ecstatic. We had a very good roster. We sold Manx, and then we got Paddy, and then now we're here, man. It's insane.
Nodios, let's talk about your personal performance. 60 frags across all 3 maps. Why were you feeling it so hard?
I don't know, man. When we played at Dalmar, I was very bad, and I tried to grind my ass off when I came home. then we came to this event. First two matches, or first two maps were pretty rough for me in the beginning, and then we went to this BO3, and I was like, this is the day. We had a player who was pretty sick today, and he was sitting next to me, and I was like, I need to help the team a bit more today, and yeah, that's what happened.
Nordius, I don't really want to go back to Anubis and Inferno. I would like to touch upon, however, Vertigo. You guys got off to a flying start. We thought it was pretty much over when we got into the second half, but then it got ropey and it got very tight. What was going wrong before it went right?
I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest. It's pretty crazy to talk about it right now. I don't remember much, but I remember we had a lot of good situations, a lot of 3v3s, and then they are rotating very fast, and that helped them a lot in some rounds, and some rounds we won them. So, I mean, I think that was the main issue. We had a lot of rounds we should have won, but in the end, we took it in a Tech 9 round.
When I see a map like that played by a team like you, where, you know, not many people had the highest expectations for Ecstatic going into the RMR, going into this stage of the major. And perhaps it's slightly based on experience and time at stages like this. Do you think Vertigo and eventually winning out after things got tough, do you think that gives you guys a lot of extremely valuable experience?
Yeah, I mean, Vertigo, we didn't have that much prep on. We didn't actually think it was Vertigo on the third map. So, I mean, we went into the match with limited anti-strat, and we just like, okay, we play very good in practice. We had a few ups and downs in officials, but we told each other, like, we want to win this. We threw Inferno a little bit, I think, and yeah, we were like, let's go fuck them up, and then let's do it.
Nordius, final question. Is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans and all the people watching at home? This is a huge victory, and so yeah, if there are any words you'd like to share, now's the time to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we get to the arena and we'll see all the Danish fans. I'm pretty sad that Astralis is not here, and I hope we can bring the Danish scene at the stage, and yeah, that's it.
Nordius, congratulations. You and Ecstatic are through to the elimination stage of the major.
Nodio's soaking up the victory, and I mean, we hear it at the end, he says, not too prepared for Vertigo, didn't expect it, said specifically in terms of the anti-strat.
Yeah,
but in
that
regards,
was the most surprising part, really.
In regards to their own approach, I mean...
No, for me, it was the anti-strat. Like, the tactics they chose and the rounds they chose them were perfect, and some of that can be just a perfect lineup of, like, how you felt they were going to play, but it made perfect sense. I mean, when, you know, there wasn't a lot of action in mid, they showed up in mid,
Those
and eventually...
lurks.
Yeah, the lurks were really well timed. And yeah, it's not like you need tons of practice to have those tactics in place, but they used them well, they executed them well. They did it better than Imperial did, obviously, and they both played the map. So, wow, and him, I mean, Nodios was so good this whole series. He was amazing.
That.
Yeah.
You know, dead on. You know, and shout out Kragan, because from map 1 to map 2, I was concerned. I thought, Buddy's not going to make it back. Map 3, right back up there, you know, alongside Queenix doing his own thing within that B-bomb site, either it's T or CT side. The pieces really came together for Ecstatic, and that is why you see how today's secondary stream results go down. Mongols winning their domestic matchup over Lin Vision. Sad to send home their fellow region's competitors. The legacy over Apex upset means we could be saying congrats to another set of Brazilians tomorrow, but they're not the only Brazilians who will be playing in the 2-2 elimination game. Obviously, we say congratulations to Ecstatic. It's going to be a rough night for Imperial, knowing that they let this first opportunity at top 16 slip by.
Yes, it's, things are out of their control now, and people were excited to play against Ecstatic, but look at them now, 3-1 and through.
Oh boy.
Holy smokes. Okay, so Legacy versus the Mongols.
I want you to make sense of all this. Give me the launders.
Legacy versus the Mongols. Oh my god. That's my reaction. Imperial versus Game Legion. Jesus Christ. And then Saw versus Furia.
Holy hell.
What the fuck?
Right, we got there.
Saw versus Furia. And so Furia, well, they just had to play Ents, and then they had to play Saw. They're getting it the tough way, and just as tough as Saw are getting it.
And
they're paying for losing to Pain today.
That last match to end the night is going to be one, it's a classic tale of the major. Teams that go 2-0 and then do not make it to the next stage. 3 losses straight for Saw could be queued up. Simultaneously, as Furia goes 0-2 and then runs it back. 3 best of 3s in a row. And we've been talking about Saw in recent form in a lot of the same ways that we were discussing Eternal Fire in recent form. And a lot of people had them as 3-1 teams moving in because of their recent results. But now, as Eternal Fire succeeded in today's game, Saw did not, upset by Pain. Now you've got to deal with the bigger Brazilians.
You could call this a good chance for the Mongols. You call this a great chance maybe for Gamer Legion, who weren't even supposed to be here. The team that came in because of Nine Pandas having visa issues and now are taking that opportunity by the horns. They dropped the bubble tea, they're here to play CS, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
That's crazy that they actually have a chance now, to very reasonable. I mean, all these teams are so excited to not have to play against Furia and Saw, who are going up against each other. So just like today, all you've got to think is tomorrow is the last opportunity. It's my only opportunity. But at the same time, try to relax, okay? Because if you get too stressed out, that's going to cost you the game. So have fun, but take it seriously, okay? Because it's your last chance.
Last chance tomorrow for 3 teams and 3 more Brazilian teams, perhaps, to move forward from the Americas region. Last day of the first stage of the major, folks.
Good start.
You having fun yet? We'll see you tomorrow.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Quickly. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC-2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC-2, The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.